walking, grinning, sprinkle in her eye. Pockets full of cookies, trouble by and by. Tiny little cape on a big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, "Come here, baby, take a little seat." Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Bad? Nah, not today.
Under that spooky frosting, there's a heart that stays. Evil muffin, evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. She checks on the tired ones, you good in the chat. Sends a tiny rainbow when the day goes flat. If somebody's lonely, she pulls them in close. Gives out warm hellos like she gives out toast. Got a prankster grin, yeah, but the kind that stays. Makes a storm feel softer in 100 ways. Wait, hear her laugh? Sugar in the spell. She looks like a menace, she loves you well. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. Round and round she rolls in with a Jamdar smile. Scary on the outside, soft inside the pile. If the room gets heavy, she lifts it with a joke, then hands you the last bite and the one last hope. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town.
Hi.
Babe.
Hi.
Oh wait, now we gotta mute
Okay,
here.
Now
Okay,
you
yes.
can talk, Carney. Now you
Hi.
can talk, Carney. Because we got to hear Miss
Hi.
Muffin.
Hi.
Let me just quickly
Um,
send you an invite. There you go.
Did you add me or
I don't know.
not you, you little fucking Carney? I'm gonna beat you, girl. I'm gonna hit you. Go hit you, girl.
I cannot
Miss
hear you.
Miss Muffin does not look tiny though. I don't think Miss Muffin is tiny. I feel like Miss Muffin is actually probably gonna be like 6 foot.
Oh my god. I need to
How much
stop
is 6
almost
foot?
trying to click another streamer. Okay.
Very
You-
tall.
I'm
Carney, you-
almost no. I'm not all I'm wait. How much is it am
You
I?
and Muffin.
I'm
You and
like
Muffin. More frame or
5'8".
That's tall. She not tiny, bro. Miss Muffin is not tiny. No, I think she is very far from tiny.
the furthest.
I'm a Dutch giant.
she is very far from tiny, guys.
I mean, I'm tiny.
You're tiny?
I'm tiny.
Me and Carney are tiny, yeah.
Wait, I
I'm
am.
4'8".
Yes, I am in the share chat. Fuck
Okay,
yeah!
I'm 4'8". I'm smaller than Muni.
He is smaller than me. That's a good point.
Do you wear wooden shoes? No. No.
Why is that your
Okay,
first
let
thing to
me-
think?
There we
Oh my god, why can't I still play? It's optimizing the download cache?
Ooh, girl. I wouldn't have pressed yes for that. That takes forever, baby girl.
No.
Honestly, I would say you can close the game, probably like close it and then reopen it, and then you can just say no.
It is at 70%.
If it's at 70, oh, that should be done soon then. Carney is smaller than me. Carney is actively smaller than me.
Carney, little bean. Does it feel to be 2
Yes.
feet?
I'm a little baby.
And the Dutch are known for their clocks. Yeah, but that's just a touristy thing,
Yes.
okay? It's not
I'm
we
just-
don't
I'm
do,
just-
we don't wear them in real life. Like
She's
they're
lying,
from
guys.
Alright.
She's lying.
All right,
She's lying.
taking notes.
She's lying,
True.
guys. She's
Carl.
trying to keep it hidden from us.
Carl.
Oh, you
that
can
is
buy.
true.
I have to learn that. Like, I don't know.
Miss Muffin is
Thank you for the follow.
Also, anybody who is not following Miss Muffin, y'all should definitely give her a follow. She's such a sweetie
Yes,
pie.
please do that.
Well,
We
same for
adore
you
her.
guys.
She's amazing.
I saw Deej gave you a follow, so
Yeah, thank you.
Deej, such a little sweetie pie.
Yeah, I'm also gonna
Oh,
give
what
both.
day
Can
is
I give you both a big shouty,
Today
or do I have to
is
wait for that?
your mom's day.
Very helpful, Mooney. You know,
The float with our
gonna go
viewers too. That is true. That's true. We're just gonna float. We're gonna drown here one day,
Yes.
and then we're all gonna float up with our wooden shoes, and then just walk on the water.
That's kind of.
Thank you for the follow. You're gone. Thank you.
You can walk.
Yeah, you can walk on water then. Yum 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 yum. Oh, come on.
Ain't no way, bro. What, Carney? Carney, what do you mean? What?
Why?
What do you mean?
Yes.
You're
That's
acting
all
as
I
if
could
you're
say.
surprised that they have legs.
Well, you've never seen them
They do?
almost, so.
Carl, that is evil. You can't say. You can't say.
Speaking Dutch is oh my god, Carl.
We're gonna run away from us now,
Oh my
girl.
god, that's savage.
Bro, that
Thank you.
is. Just thank you. She's too nice. Miss Muffet is literally too nice, girl. You can bully Carl back. That is permission.
Yes,
You
just
can
bully
bully him
Carl.
back.
But okay, but the thing is, I kind of agree. Like-
I hope you know that you are not living this down now. Just because you agreed with him, you can literally never go back. Once you've agreed with him once,
Yeah.
that's basically you signing your soul. You've signed your soul
gosh.
to him now.
Oh gosh, no, I didn't know. Okay, can I go back and read like the
Uh-huh.
small letters?
Yeah, basically once you've agreed with Carl, like there's not much else to do.
Thank you for checking in.
It kind of happens. It's just a Carl thing.
So now I'm just
You
fucked,
sell
yeah?
your soul to the devil.
Oh god, no. I didn't know. Let me go back.
Yeah. No, it's
God,
already
no.
done though. You've
You
already
can't.
done the paperwork.
Shit.
That's the neat part. You
I
can't.
know like very basic Afrikaans though. That's the problem.
If you
But Byron-
if you speak a bit of Dutch,
So I got.
you understand because she knows a bit of Afrikaans. Yeah,
Now
true.
make it look the model like it too.
Oh, you
I
would
need to
not.
Hope you keep some
You
room.
no, you won't. Don't.
I'm sorry. Did you
Okay, my
name it
game,
too
yes, my
quickly?
game's
I
yes.
like
Did
that
I?
after I said it. Okay, I'm sorry.
It's my game, yes.
I'm sorry.
1 second. It works. It works.
Nah, girl. Yay, it works! Girl.
Where am I? A frame. Nope. Nope. It was interesting.
That is concerning. What did you do?
Yeah, the club is stuck now. I know. I still need to update. Okay, okay, we're good. We're good. Okay.
Ooh, weird.
Do I already have you guys
Oh, this
on
like
board?
red. Oh,
I don't think so.
God, I have my old Dutch name. I still don't know how to change. But I don't want to change my account. But this is my old Dutch name.
No, I think you just go on the Wolfram website, and I think you can just change it like that.
I gotta do that.
I think you might get like one name change, and then after that it costs plat.
But I'm not sure if
Miss
I already did
Aria!
that.
Hello, Miss Aria. Miss Aria, do you want to sit in the cuck chair with me?
What?
Can I be on your no? Okay. Wait, we want to be on your lap and get head pats. I just want a head
Wait.
pats.
Wait,
I
let
just
me
want
check.
head pats, Miss Aria. I just want head pats from you. Miss Aria reject.
No.
Head
Just
pats!
no.
Yay!
Gotta do it
That
on
is
the
move
bed.
on to
Okay.
No, but Carl, but the thing is, Carl,
Wow.
and thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much, you little cutie patootie. But Miss Aria,
Thank
Carney
you.
and Carl are gonna be on the bed, so like, there's not gonna be any space.
That's true.
Cause
Hey,
Carl got a
what's your
big
name?
ass, bro.
What?
No, but Carl got a big booty, Miss Aria. He got a big booty. He gonna take up the whole bed.
Wait, you know the what? No money? Here suck some yes. Just here's a yes. And
Okay, but you have to be next to Carney. You're not allowed to be next to Carl. I'll get very jealous. And then we might have to throw hands. You'll probably win because you're taller than me. But like, it's a thought that counts. It's a thought that counts.
For some reason, I feel like you're gonna get yeeted by Aria.
Absolutely. But like, she understands though. Like, she's a girly pop also. So like, she understands. She she understands the way. I'm just waiting for.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Perfectly.
We're both in the thing is what's your name?
So it's Moon's Bears. So literally just like Moon with an S. So literally, I'll pop
You
it
know,
in
I
chat.
feel like I don't know.
But like, I feel like you would understand though. Oh no, I like timer 5 minutes. There we go.
Anjo.
Oh, I got invite.
I get the
Yay,
sniffles.
accept friend.
Yeah, that's
Yay,
yummy.
Aria had fat.
Just
Yay!
like that's the thing. So don't try to pronounce the name. It's unpronounceable in English. That's why I gotta change it.
Oh yeah. Okay, let me invite. I'll accept and then I'll invite Carney.
Oh, I
Okay,
don't
I'm just
care.
gonna check
Anyway,
where
I
friend
Girl,
is
you're
in.
this
you,
now.
no, your ass is coming back. I just think it's better for her to host because then we both have like coverage
Okay,
ping. You silly sausage.
Yeah, smart. Smart.
He's such a
Yes,
silly
200 MS.
sausage.
I can play
Oh
7
wait, I was friends already with Garney.
Oh, wait, we were friends.
Yeah,
Oh,
we are already friends.
yeah.
We
Awkward.
just nice, yeah. Nice awkward moment.
Awkward.
It's like, oh, that's you. Ah, okay. Nice.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think honestly,
This
girl,
is
it's
awkward.
whatever you need to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so I haven't played in a couple of months. I have no idea
That's okay, girl.
what I was
If you
doing
want as
last.
well,
Wait,
when there's a streak,
Aria,
when
what are
someone
you
has a
doing
streak,
right
you can
now?
do a bean so that I have to eat a bean
Mhm.
boozled. Shall you do
Carl,
exclamation mark
I wish I was
beans?
free. I
You,
wish.
oh,
Then
bean?
I have to have a bean. It's beans,
Mommy,
the
I
plural. I do need to
Beans?
change it to bean because I feel like everybody. Oh lord. Okay, that was not like
That's
the
that's a good
worst.
okay,
one,
okay.
right?
No, because it's like nasty beetroot though.
Oh god. Okay,
Why is it
that's
soft?
yeah.
Ugh.
Okay, like the strawberry sounds good, and then the beetroot is just yeah, yeah,
No, Aria, please. No,
yeah. No,
not now. Not now. Please, Aria.
Ugh.
Please.
wait, can I edit this? Here? Oh,
Why
it
is it
costs
so bad?
200 platinum. Do I have 200 platinum? Oh, okay. I will change my
Bro,
name when I get money again. Okay.
bro, I don't know why all the really bad ones are soft now.
Oh,
That's
That
soft.
is the
so
second
weird.
bad one I got that's
Okay,
really
now that
like
I think about it, that
soft.
is disgusting.
Yeah,
Yeah, so like it's
I'm
the
getting
texture
nauseous
that also
from just
makes you
thinking about
sad.
it now. I'm like,
Dude, it's like the texture. It's the texture, and then you get hit with the taste, and then it's like vomit. It's vomit inducing, girl. It's so bad. Girl,
I'm
I
sorry. Can I
didn't
take
ask
it
for
back?
it. I didn't know I swallowed it. It's not my fault, bro. I didn't want it. I did swallow it. I'm a good girl. I swallow, okay? I'm sorry. M- Miss
Wow, that's a
Aria?
first.
Mm-hmm.
That's a first.
Already surrounded by women taller than him. Why is that a
Mhm.
bad thing? Inquisitor,
But yeah,
Inquisitor.
girl, it's literally honestly me and Carney will just do whatever you need to do. So like if you just want to like do your planets, we can.
Oh, okay. I made a bunny. That's like the last thing I remembered. Like, okay, I made my bunny. Yep, yep. And then I made everything a bunny because it was amazing. Let me check. Oh yeah, I wanted to go build the Urali warframe one day. But I can just do like notes or yeah. And then just figure out all the crafting stuff later. Maybe a good idea. Oh, what? Host not found. Look at what? Oh, I'm unmuted here. God damn it! Why did it boot me out? When can I join you here?
Lost?
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Join.
It could be a
Sure,
Build to
girl.
join. Host not found. Join. What?
Okay, no. We'll join you.
What?
Oh no, I can't join you. I couldn't even join her.
Is it a story?
Where
Hold
I'm
on. A quick stop shall do me
Oh wait, sorry.
favors.
Ice cream and egg. I don't have that one, so you're gonna have to do it again, Freddy. Because I don't want to open a new box until I finish these ones. I have a ton of cheese ones left. A ton of I have one peach one left. I have one cola and mushroom. I have a bunch of strawberry ones. I dropped it.
Damn. All of those sounds
I'll
very
pick that bean up later.
good. I said the bad one, but all of them are
That
actually
bean
sound
up
good.
later.
Well, at least it probably tastes good,
Oh, let me
right?
accept. It's on the
Right.
floor, and it will probably
Never
go in
mind,
the
it's not
bin.
gonna taste good then.
Hey, wait. I can invite you
I-
guys. But yeah, that's weird.
Uh-uh.
Okay.
Invite
Do
you
you
now
need
to this
anything? Like,
Fuck keys again.
have you unlocked everything already?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's
So,
just you.
girl, we're literally will do whatever you need to do.
Mm.
Oh,
Okay,
why are you gonna
okay.
get the
Even
cheese
if
again?
you want us to kneel down, we will.
The only thing I don't do is open world. That's the only thing I don't do on stream
Cheese.
because it kills my
Okay.
computer.
Oh yeah. Okay, get it.
I did get cheese again.
Oh no. Oh no, don't Dojo.
Girl.
Dojo.
Girl, what the fuck? No, I actually clean myself.
What?
I'm a good girl. I'm a good girl. That's what I'm going with.
For once, it doesn't make sense.
What do you mean it
Epic.
doesn't make sense?
A cheesy bean. A cheesy bean. But okay, how
Cheesy
are the
bean.
cheese ones? Are those better or no?
No, they're
No.
really bad. It's literally like moldy
Oh,
cheese that's been like sweated on.
oh God, wet
Which is,
cheese.
to be
Mm.
honest,
Yeah,
not
okay.
very good.
It's
Mommy,
bad.
Arya,
That
stop.
happens a lot. That's
Stop
a
it.
warning, Miss Muffin.
Stop it. Stop it.
Girl, fuck
There's a
off.
greasy and a crusty. Oh my Jesus.
Fuck
Hi,
you,
Kinky.
you
Oh my.
little bitch. Carl, you're getting
You're in
beat
for a
later.
Flight system looks good.
No,
Hello.
you're
Oh,
getting
shit.
beat later.
Underwater. I'm leaving this place. Okay.
Nah,
Okay.
Carl
Now-
knows he's getting beat later. There's some
Now from
flowers
this
for
water.
y'all.
Wait, that's what.
Of course.
Flowers. Flowers.
Ah, you
Flowers.
missed.
Flower. Flower.
Oh, we kill people. Okay, I'm gonna let. I'm gonna.
Yeah, there's just an exterminate. Just
we're
kill
gonna let Miss
everything.
Muffin do all the killing so she can get used to the game again.
I'm just walking around like, hi. I like these things.
Ah,
Bloop, 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 bloop. I'm just trying to figure out what weapons I have. Like, okay, yep.
Girl didn't even double check what she had.
I went in so prepared. I was like, okay, fuck it, we both.
Yeah,
It was
just
like you
follow
guys
her
are already
to-
waiting, so I didn't want to make you wait any longer.
No, girl, literally, you never have to worry. Thank you
You
so
do
much
okay.
for the follow. Thank you, Wild. Hope you are having a lovely, lovely day.
I got scanned by
I'll
a
get
dog.
up this way, I think.
I think we go underwater. Or
Oh, no, we
Or
have to
that
go in
way.
the water. Now we have to go in the water,
Ew.
unfortunately.
I don't like that.
Get me out.
I'll help you. I'll help you.
Thank you for the follow. I can't aim for shit underwater.
Oh no, don't worry. You also
no, don't
you probably also don't have like the greatest gun as well, but don't worry, neither do I.
That's the thing, like, I don't know if I have, like, my... Oh, I can't go in there. Like, I have my leveling up equipment thing, or I have my good build.
Hello, how are you? How are you?
Welcome in.
I think it's up this way. I'll
I
go
wanna-
get her.
I went down
Yeah,
here.
you go get her. I'm gonna.
There you go.
put it-
And then I
Hi.
just got this way.
Ah! Just...
Oh, let me put some flowers down. Let me put some flowers down for you, little
Let me just put a black hole.
kitty. Bro, I'm just out here putting flowers. You're like, nah, I'm putting a black hole. Carney
okay, so-
definitely enjoys her name. Absolutely.
It's because I understand what kind of name that is.
Well, screw that girl. Yeah.
I respect that.
Carney does, absolutely. But what woman doesn't? Cultured.
Hey, do we not need to
Oh,
go
we're gonna
there?
have to go in the
So,
water
waypoint?
again.
We can...
Yes, to the
What's here?
normal water. Oh wait, this. Scan this.
If you hold Q,
Oh, there.
Carl. Yeah, so if you hold
Okay.
Q and then you look for
Yes. Got it.
some sort of scanner, yeah.
Get
a
a synthesis. I got a synthesis. My gosh, why? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Wisp Shadow is always really nice at keeping me hydrated. Yum 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 yum.
Oh no, girl. Honestly,
Don't worry about it.
Muffin was in
yeah,
here.
to-
The stuff
Yeah.
we would be saying would be quite bad.
Oh, but now, okay, but
Looking for
don't
Miss
filter
Muffin.
yourself on my behalf.
We're filtering to a point, to a degree.
Filter
Because-
a bit more on the normal.
Yeah, I feel like because we kind of have to. Because me
Why?
and Courtney together is really, really bad.
Now I'm curious.
Courtney together are just like two little fucking degenerate children, just like giggling at everything and anything. Someone says penis, we're gonna laugh. And it's probably
Okay.
us saying it.
Okay. Okay, so that's what I mean. Like, don't filter
I mean,
yourself.
honestly, I feel like Carney and I are just like, at least for me personally, I try to be a little safer on like what I say until I see like everyone else's chat is sort of like they don't mind the shit we say, and then it's like, okay, cool, let's go.
Oh yeah, no, you can go. Like that's yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I know, cause like, bro, we definitely. I mean, literally, just the other day, I was talking about being on my knees. So, yeah.
Hey, we just talked
If
about
if that if that doesn't say anything,
I'm still it's like that's the thing. My quote is like, don't forget your breathing exercises. So I don't know. We're all good.
girl,
We're good.
literally,
Wait,
Carl
hold on.
breathing, yeah, breathing
Shut, Cardi.
exercises are very important.
Where do you get this info, Carl? We need to know.
No,
That's your
no, 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 no.
kinky?
Okay, so the context. Oh wait, I could actually. I'm literally just gonna post the clip for context, and
Okay.
then you'll understand.
Oh, it is like a stereotype anyway. So yeah.
It's not even.
fair
It's not even.
Your knees?
It's not even the whole thing of like he's too short, because he's not.
What's
The
that?
thing is not him being short. That's definitely not it.
Yay, my potato is
Okay.
finished.
Yay!
Potato finished.
You're a little
Now I
potato.
have my potato. My potato.
But yeah, girl, you can
a
literally
potato,
just keep
mommy, I-
typing messages. You can keep typing
Okay,
messages on
sorry. I was
constantly.
just watching your clip. Like, what? The-
Hey, girl, don't worry. Yeah, you don't.
Okay. And yeah, I do stream with Piper, and I streamed with Wish in the past. Yep. I am gonna stream with the one day, but yeah, we're good. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
Okay,
be
girl.
the most annoying
It's
bullshit person here.
basically what our chat is when me and Carney stream,
Mm-hmm.
but worse. Because we're
Well,
all
gonna-
problems
Context.
here.
I'm
We're
gonna we have
problems.
zero context.
Okay, so
Thank you
these
for
are like
the
my
follow.
my
Kinky
quote.
Cowboy.
Kinky cow god. You know what?
Kinky.
You
That's the kinky.
you got beautiful followers names, girl.
I know, right? So then you know it's good. So
Dude,
like you know, you
your
immediately know we're on the same
have
vibe. It's all fine.
beautiful names.
This is perfection.
Dude,
You showed me a picture of her ex's ass.
was it a good
Good
ass
for you.
though?
Yeah, like now I wanna
Was
know.
it a
Like,
good ass? Was it good? Was it good?
what's the nice pic? Did you enjoy it?
Was she bullying his ass, or like was it a good ass? Because
Yeah.
like, does she want to show us the ass? Ooh, a slim and twinky ass. I mean, some slim twinks don't have bad asses.
And she's a
But,
normal
fair.
Dutch girl. But okay, isn't that weird to just show a picture of someone's ass? I don't know.
It's odd. It is a little. It is a little odd. It should just be like, here you go, buddy. Have an ass,
Have a good ass. Bye bye.
dude. The weirder
Ooh,
thing.
see, that
Okay,
is
but what
really
did she
her
wanted to
ex.
prove
Talk.
then? Like
Thank you so much for the follow, sheep. Thank you. We hit 280 followers. Y'all are literally such legends.
congratulations. Hey, thank you for the scholarship. Oh my beep beep. Boop, boop.
Actually, stream longer.
But a
Wait,
good
hold
good
on,
night.
slow down the
man.
follows.
Okay, what do you
Girl,
guys feel
we're
like doing? Do you want to
we
do like
hit
an
300.
assassination?
Girl, literally, you can pick anything, and
No,
we
you
will
do-
just
you
follow
do
like
not,
little
yeah.
babies.
The pressure, like
We
I
are
normally just follow
literally-
like a little baby, so I'm like, oh my god, I gotta. I have
No. So basically, we are just like your security guards. So
Okay.
like, you pick the mission, and we're just there. We're literally just following you like little puppies. Which is
Like my
basically
main
me and
mission is
Carney
just like
anyway.
gathering required plants to craft a nightfall apothec? Is that how you say it? I have no
well,
idea.
You know, I would say this girl reads like me, but like, I don't think English is her first language, so it's inexcusable. Because
Thank you.
honestly, Martin
I'm like,
reads better than
apothec.
me. Dude,
That's-
you honestly probably read better than me, so like, I'm not laughing at you.
it's either apothec or apothec.
Apothec.
Like apothecary vibe. Is it for like Titania?
Yeah, it is Titania.
Yeah, that is more on like
Sorry,
Venus and Earth.
Okay.
Hold on, you know, we're gonna get the whole bond here eventually.
All of the barn is showing up. Yep. We got sheep, we got cows. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
Does the futa count as part of the bond, or like is
Yeah,
that just a visitor?
Maybe, what is this? A rescue one? Horse feed.
Or is that just a
Is the
visitor?
plan?
'Cause I don't know
Oh,
if
I
it's
think
just a
they're on Earth.
visitor. Yeah, so the pond will be on Earth or Venus usually. But literally, you take us, we will come along with you. That's what I was thinking. That's also what I was thinking. Ooh,
Mommy,
gosh.
you're such a good mommy. Yes, you are. The best
Huh?
mommy ever.
He's talking to his
I have
wifey
to
wife.
I have read it.
Okay.
A good girl.
He's talking to his
Um,
little wifey
Okay,
wife.
so I can choose like the Liz Fisher one. That's with the, what is it again? With the thing that you use, right? How do you call that? The thing that you use.
Hmm?
Great.
Fishing.
Lift Fisher thing. Or is that with the?
Oh, like opening relics.
Oh yeah, that's
Futa
it.
Farmer. It's possible. I mean, to be fair, you are a kinky cow, so like it kind of makes sense that you have a futa farmer.
The Futa farmer? Yeah, they might need a farmer then. That is
Yeah,
on
because
the-
like you're a kinky cow, so it you know you don't really have
Yeah.
a regular fucking farmer. Because why would you have a regular farmer? Because a regular farmer's like, ew, what the fuck? Why is this cow kinky?
Yeah, and we also have a seductive sheep, so it does make sense.
Mm-hmm. So it makes sense. Yeah, no,
Mhm.
definitely.
Totally makes sense.
It
My brain is totally
does.
working.
It does make sense. It does make sense.
Okay,
It
I'm just
makes
picking
perfect-
like kind of random stuff. But it's all good.
No,
I'm
don't
just
worry.
happy
I
to
think-
be
I
here.
think for this, I think it's just just run around looking for plants.
The Grimir are attempting to clear
I'll
this
try like if I
forest by
see a plant, I'll like
poisoning
ping it
soil.
for you.
You'll
I think
need
most
to
of these you can just pick
sabotage their
up.
efforts.
Oh,
Start
let me
with the
just do
toxin
some
mixer.
flowers.
My intel suggests
What are the
Oh, there's a
flowers?
thing you can scan there.
In the area,
Ooh,
but
ooh.
I'm unable to pinpoint their exact location.
Wait.
Moni, your mouth is too
Oh, the
fast.
summer court. Oh, that's a music thing, you know? Yeah.
Don't you blame my fucking flowers. You say thank you for my fucking flowers, you little fucking shit.
Seriously, thank you, but I do not expect it to be this fast. Oh, God, okay.
You know something that makes it worse? I didn't even go into my operator phone. So this is like baby.
Oh,
There's a
no,
flower
I'm
here that you might need. You're just gonna hold X on it.
Thanks a lot.
There's one on the side there also. Right here. You just hold X on it.
Body?
And then there's one here also. I don't know how many you need, and I
gonna-
don't actually know
Body?
exactly what you need.
I might need this one. I have to check. Like I was like, okay,
We'll
this
just, we'll just get them, and then
it's like I'm
if you
so
need them, you need them.
prepared.
If you don't, then it's fine. You'll probably need them eventually.
Yeah. Okay, there's more sunlight. I remember I needed like 1 or 2 more, but that's the thing. Like I probably need them at some point. Yeah. And
Yeah,
now I
honestly,
can.
remembering the names, like I kind of wish you could just like put it in a corner somewhere of like where it's supposed to be and what you're supposed to get.
Yeah. Yeah, because there was a
Which is
lot.
probably the
I
best.
never remember.
I'm also just like, okay, okay, how do I move? How do I jump? Yes. Like I'm getting used to controls and everything again.
Yeah, I'm just quickly looking for flowers and then I'll ping it for you.
Hello, doggy. Die, doggy.
That's not very nice.
What's this?
He tried
I
to
need some
attack Arya
murderer.
3.0.
Oh, those are your flowers. I was like, these are flowers.
Different flower, different flower.
This
It's
girl
not-
looking for flowers. I don't. It might be, but I don't think she needs tulips at the moment. Oh, there's also more flowers there.
Ooh, a growth enemy.
Okay. In the hole? In the hole. Ik go in the hole.
It's like pinged. It's like the thing that says sunlight jade leaf.
I'm on my
Just
way.
ping it for you.
I found more trash.
Whee!
If you need to.
Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, there's also
Yeah,
some
jade
jades
leaf.
in this one as well.
The jade leaf is the important one.
I think both are. Yeah, and then there's
Yeah,
also this
but
one as well.
Crush Kun is like
Here.
late one, I think.
Here
If I
you
remember
go.
correctly.
Ah, yeah, but it's.
Here's the
I mean, she
sunlight.
might as well get it while we're here.
Yeah. I
There's a lot of flowers here.
Yeah, some of these aren't like.
Yep.
Okay, like I did. I can check when I'm back home, like which ones I
guess
needed.
technically Muni is correct, but at the same time, you're
What do you
using
We
Wiz.
mean?
found the first resource
You're
cache.
using Wiz.
I'm detecting
Yeah,
2 more
that's
faint
my
hints.
mommy.
You know,
Let's go looking for flowers.
that.
Makes sense if they're tulips. Yeah, that does make sense. Why was Car making it such
Tulips
a
are
point that I'm
pretty.
Dutch?
Oh yeah, no, Carl will always he'll find something and that's just gonna be
But that's not my
that's
thing.
gonna be the
Okay.
Gonna
thing
stick
now.
forever.
Okay,
Send
okay,
the
okay.
injector into overdrive to incinerate the toxin.
Like I think it's still funny. Like a lot of people don't know, or like I've never hidden where I'm. Oh fuck. Never like hidden where
At
I'm
least-
from, but people don't realize.
At least now I am safe from Carl's clicker training.
Now that you've said that, you're not.
No.
Like
No,
literally,
Carl.
now that you've
Carl,
said
you-
it, you're
you-
not safe.
Whatever that what
The
are you then?
injector is now in an
guess.
unstable overdrive. Keep
No,
the
You
Grineer
can't
don't.
on
it and
No,
expect
don't-
him to do it.
You do not need to. You do
He's
not need
literally probably gonna keep your chat open now, just so he can train you.
to. No.
I think you should. Oh, she
must
said
have
that she
been.
doesn't keep it hidden where she's from, but people don't, assume that she is from there. I can turn her up a little if you're struggling to hear her. I turned
The
her
thing is, like at some point, like some people are making it like a guessing game where I was from. Every time it was like, okay, maybe somewhere East Europe, no, maybe somewhere, I don't know, maybe in the States, and no, you have a weird accent, no. I'm like, thanks. And at some point, even someone guessed I was from Japan, which is still very interesting.
For me, I. Fuck. I was looking for flower. Oh god, whatever.
Yeah, I'm just watching the filtration thing while y'all look for flowers.
I just want flowers.
Oh,
Just
Lord.
destroyed a massive mound
I
of
see
Grineer
more
toxin.
sunlight going
I found
through.
Get to
extraction.
Wow.
Try. Yes. Try to find flower. Find extraction.
Hey, I mean, at least you found extraction.
Yeah.
That's useless.
Well, how is it useless? We need to
I still need to get
extract,
out, yeah.
don't we? Yeah.
At some
No.
point. But I got some. I can also just check back at the base, like
No.
what I actually
No,
need
please.
instead.
God no.
I think it'll be Miss
Evil
For
mommy?
me, I
What?
swear to God, I'm gonna summon just a summon. I'm just gonna be on the
English. English. What is English?
It's
Tiny.
relaxing. Hi.
Whoops. Whoops. Oh, my bike is right on top of yours. Do you like my bike? Do you like my
Yeah,
bike?
very, very much. Very pictures.
Thank you.
Okay, I forgot as well. Like I have special powers. Like I'm not using any of my.
And you're a speed one. The bikes were breeding, and Carney literally stopped the breeding. Like, what the fuck?
Bikes for breeding. I mean, kind
Yeah,
of
the
fent
bikes
a
were gonna have
little.
babies.
We are in a shared chat, Miss Relaxing, but you are still good. Oh, I just went.
For me,
Yeah, we're done,
We
bitches.
love
I'm
it.
sorry.
We love it. We
No.
love. We love. We love.
no.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank God.
Oh god, I mean personally for me I don't mind. You can literally say whatever you want. You can vent. I don't mind that it's shared chat. And Carney doesn't care either. And if he does, he can shut the fuck up. No, I'm joking.
Okay, I fully
I'm
agree with
joking,
that. Yes, yep.
Carney doesn't care either. None of us care, girl. You can say whatever you want.
What we
Which
talking
one
about?
do I actually need? I need the Nightfall.
If you need the night stuff, we're gonna have to wait till the night cycle.
Which
Probably,
is
but maybe I
after
already
the-
had them. I'm just gonna check. I'd have to make it here, right? The Nightfall.
In your foundry, yeah.
I search it.
Mommy, oh god. Carl.
What?
No.
What?
No.
What?
No, Carl. Stop it, Carl. Now.
You carry on, Carl. You carry on with that.
No, stop, Carl. Bully Mooney instead. Please.
Bro, you know, I'm literally gonna end stream and I'm gonna voice chat with him and he's gonna be bullying me. So like in like voice chat together. So like girl. Girl. He's gonna be bullying me
more.
anyway. So
Okay, I
he's bullying you
need-
before he bullies me.
Okay, I need Dusklight and Moonlight stuff, so that is Muffin.
Yeah, so
Oh,
friends.
Mr. McNapkin. Mr. McNapkin also plays Warframe.
Oh, we do love. We do
Yum.
love. Oh,
That was the
old-school
last time that I did
RuneScape?
play it. Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
yes.
Do you play old school RuneScape?
I like played RuneScape for a little bit. Honestly, I was just auto clicking it for someone.
Relatable. I get it.
and then they wanted me to get into old school, but I was just like, girl, I don't know. Like I literally was just there to auto click so that they could make money. I was thinking of trying to log
Hey,
into
what
my
time is
You're
it?
like
RuneScape
happy to be
account,
here
but
again,
like,
Emma.
left on
Actually,
there.
it's
So I was
12:30.
like, girl, if there's shit left on there, dude.
You're gonna be rich. Yep.
I'm gonna be rich, dude. Cause like I got given a bunch of stuff to do necromancy, because at the time it was like necromancy was just out. So
Oh
obviously
yeah, I haven't
necromancy
played the
stuff was
new stuff.
expensive. So necromancy stuff was really, really expensive. So they made me make an account.
Oh my god, just to
I
get
could
stuff?
necromancy. So literally got given a bunch of stuff so that the necromancy was
I know
like
the Muffin
able.
Man. Who
I have
lives on Drury Lane?
513 hours.
She's
in
married
RuneScape.
to the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man?
And
Just for
the
the- oh
majority
my.
of it was just auto clicking it while I slept. Somehow never got banned.
Good job. Well, I had an auto clicker for wood cutting at some point, just so it kept wood cutting forever and ever and ever.
Nenor, hello. Honestly, like RuneScape was kind of fun, but I feel like I never really got like the hang of it because I was literally just there to auto click, so I got given everything. So I never really started like from nothing.
Yeah,
Because
then
I
you
made
don't know.
the account and got given a ton of shit just to be able to do the stuff. And then I just kind of sat there like, well, I'm just here to auto click, so there's no point in even trying the game like properly. But I feel like if I have stuff in it, I know my necromancy is gonna be really high, but like nothing else is gonna be very high.
That's the thing. I never even heard of the necromancy skill because I only played old school.
Yeah, necromancy was really fun. It was really, really fun.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
I do definitely have to agree with that. Necromancy was super fun. But I was also auto clicking it, so it like I was still very curious on how I didn't get
It looked really
banned,
fun,
though,
but you
because
never
it's
really
like-
experienced it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, like it was like, oh, this is really cool. Like the mission is really cool for because you have to do like a bunch of missions to get like the higher level stuff. So obviously I can't auto click missions, but it was still kind of also like a little odd as well. But it was fun.
I did give a big shout. Still gonna.
It was definitely very, very fun.
It can be fun. I had the same kind of experience at the beginning when I joined it. Like I played with my ex a lot, and then it was just do this, do that, here's stuff, like go fight, and then you're just like, okay,
Literally
thank
same,
you.
girl. Literally same.
Yeah, and then you're like, yeah, thank you,
Okay,
but you had no
that
idea what
was
the
turn off,
fuck you're
turn off.
actually doing.
Oh,
So-
that one
Yeah.
actually turned off my brain. Oh, God,
'Cause, like,
no,
you
actually this one
basically-
stopped.
Because you basically
my
just
big
get like
phone.
shoved off to do stuff because he
Yeah.
just wanted like a bunch of stuff to make money.
Yeah,
So I was like, okay, cool.
yeah.
And I was like, I'm being helpful.
Yeah, but like,
So
It is.
obviously,
That is
like,
the thing. It is fun to some point, but you don't really. That's the thing. You don't really understand the game then. But
yeah,
yeah,
and,
you
and
get
then it's
like
like you
the
can never
top.
really actually do anything.
Yeah, but then at some point I did like start to just grind and get my whole quest cape and everything by myself, so I could actually understand the fun.
Yeah. Like I did do some quests. I think that's why I enjoyed it because I had to. You have to do some quests to be able to do stuff.
The reactor.
Yeah.
So like the quests itself were like really enjoyable.
Watch out for enemy
Yeah.
patrols.
So like I can't say like that wasn't like an enjoyable aspect. It's just like majority of it was pretty much just point and click. So then it's kind of like point
Yeah.
click. You get ready for bed. You set up your auto clicker.
Oh fuck! Oh.
And then, like when you come back, you've literally made a ton of money, and you don't
Yeah.
even really keep the money. You just hand the shit off, and then you don't keep the
Like,
money 'cause
okay,
not
you're
paying
welcome,
for the
goodbye.
money.
Yeah.
But I'm
It's
like trying to
it-
think. Like I'm actually wondering if my account would just have a ton of over-leveled stuff,
Maybe.
and then I just honestly I think I have the login and everything. Because I don't think I ever gave him the
Oh.
login for it because it was attached
Good
to my
job.
Steam, and I don't
Nice.
trust people with my Steam and stuff.
No. Oh, I
So,
had
like,
it
I'm
without
trying to
it was
think.
locked. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
check.
I'm like wondering if I.
You can
would
just
have
log
it
in if
still.
you still have it, like on a free account, to check what's on there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, where are the?
That's
There said
hilarious.
there were flowers. Like I was googling which one, just like because I was like, where am I? What are we doing? But I have no idea
That
where there
must
would be
the
flowers on
first
this map.
one. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you so much for letting us know. And let Miss May know that we adore her and that we love her very much.
Aw.
And that we hope her recovery goes well. And that she has a cute little badass scar. Like a little babby one though. Not massive, just a little babby one.
Just
But
a
then
little
she can be like
badass.
badass about it. Yeah, like a little babby one just to be really badass.
That is, yeah. Okay, where the hell should there be any flowers on the map? Like, there's no ground.
This
There's no
map doesn't have
grass.
flowers, I don't think.
What the? I was thinking, okay, I need like the dusk light. What is this? Dusk light.
Yes, that's Earth, but at night.
I need that one and the moonlight something.
Yeah, so that's gonna be Earth, but it has to be during the night cycle.
But how do we know what
Mm.
time it is?
We could probably I can probably check that. Just give me a second.
Give us exactly 2 minutes.
Maybe a little
Oh.
longer because my computer's slow.
Give
I'm-
Mooney 5
I didn't-
minutes.
Yeah, I might need a bit longer than that. Night
Yeah, sure.
like
Mommy, Carl, no, please.
no, Carl,
Please.
you're a good boy for that, girl.
No,
Let's
no,
go.
please.
Let's go.
Stop.
Oh wait, I can
No,
do
don't
this.
do
That
that.
makes Carl happy, probably.
Slowly. What? Oh god, what? What is it? It's
Is a good
daytime,
boy.
It's gonna be in 1 hour.
In
In
1
1
hour, it's
hour.
gonna be night.
Yeah, in 1 hour it will be night.
Oh, lordy lord.
But okay, so
Yeah,
I need
no.
the dusk lights okay, dusk lights Ransenia. Those just work
in
for me
1
too.
hour, Carl's gonna send me to bed.
Otherwise, the moonlight, dragon lily, but it's both Earth. This
Both of
is
those
no,
are
no, no. So
Earth.
the Dusklight Sererentia says obtained by gathering dustlight, blah, 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 growing in near shipyards found commonly on Ceres. So the moonlight one is night
Ceres.
at Earth, but the other one is somewhere in Ceres. So that's why I was
Um,
checking now, but I don't think that was a map where there were any flowers.
Let me.
But it doesn't
um,
show the sign with the.
Let me pop an exterminate on, and then actually before we do that, if you just like cancel the mission quickly, you just press the X on it. Yeah. Next to Carney's name, or like whichever one is at the end, there should be like a world icon. Just put it on like friends only.
Oh yes. Like I know exactly what. Okay, thank you. I always keep forgetting that, and then there's random ass people, and I'm like, what the hell? Go
'Cause
away.
then we don't have to rush through it. Then we could literally. I'm gonna swap to Volt. Then we can have like a extra speed boost. Because I feel like it's low
Ooh.
level, so we don't really need the.
We doing speedy shit.
Well, we're gonna go run around with it just the three of us.
Okay, if we're doing
Okay,
speedy
wait, should I
shit,
just
then
check quickly where the fuck?
I'm just gonna
Bro.
go demon then.
Like it
Yeah,
says,
yeah, I
okay,
think
so
we just
it's our
speedy it.
shipyard. They grow around
Okay.
pools of toxic waste.
Okay, yeah. I think I know where those are.
Okay, and you have to scan them. You can't pick them up. Think. No, that doesn't make sense. Okay, we're just gonna. I'm
But
just
yeah,
gonna.
yeah, yeah. We'll run around.
Ah,
We'll run around with you and we'll like mock it for you.
thank you. Okay, Kim is relaxing. Okay, so after the hospital, I wasn't doing well. Someone jumped into Discord with me and helped me calm down, which I managed to do. Good job. I still good job this morning in the hospital and everything because they fucked that up with the blood shots and everything. It was bullshit. Then you needed to shower. They should have gone about 7:15, but I only came at 8:30. Supposed to someone I knew, but it ended someone I didn't know was very I didn't know what she was doing. Oh my god, like that fucking sucks. If you're dependent on just someone, I don't know, like just someone to yeah help you shower and stuff, and then it is a random ass person that I don't know. That's
That's a little traumatizing as well. I found it.
yeah.
Found
You
the
guys
little-
do that.
Yes, amazing.
For me, I
Go
yeah,
in.
yeah.
So you're just gonna whip all the way down here, and then right here.
Stay focused.
Yes.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
Yes,
You'll
thank
probably
you.
need a couple though. So we'll just look for.
And we're back at square one, and I don't know what to do. Wait, but did you get showered? Like, did she finish everything she needed to do? Because she said like she was still messing up shit. Like, are you at least like done for bed and clean and everything nice? Barney loves his mommies.
That's it.
Well,
Yeah,
Carney
I'll
knows
about
he's
it.
gonna eat if he says no. So
Yeah.
here's another one.
What?
Mooney, can I request a quick help?
I'm just
Oh,
running
sure.
around
It's
and I'm
by
going
the
to
mocker.
Mooney. Like, where? Okay.
That's by the mocker. I'm just gonna quickly open the door for Carney.
Alright.
Yeah,
Enemy,
so just in
come
there,
here.
there should be. I didn't break it already, so you should just be able to.
A Willie! As a Willie. William. Not, yeah, that's, I call him Willie. Okay. That's William. He's also my mod.
But
I
yeah,
just
did you-
call him
did you pick it
Willie.
up?
Not yet.
Okay. I did like activate it, so you should just have to like run over here and it should pick up by itself.
Is that Artemis?
Am I blind? Did I just get it already? Maybe? I think so.
Hold tab. You should have two of them.
Yes. Got it.
Okay, cool. I freaked out because I was like, I don't know if it's gonna be like a problem
I-
because I did it.
No.
But it's good to
Still
know it's
work.
not a problem if I do it for you.
Yeah,
Good,
thank
because
you.
The whole stream will be just me calling out moms.
Absolutely. And you know what? Nobody's complaining.
Yeah, no, we're good.
Oh, found another one. There you go.
Oh my god, I'm going so fast. And I'm like, where are you at? Okay, there.
Oh, here's
back.
another one.
Oh my
You can
god,
go
you're
to the
so good at
mock one and
finding.
then- You can,
Oh,
well,
you
now
got-
that you told me
The enemy is
where they
up.
are,
Done.
they're quite
Okay,
easy to
that's
find.
I'm just happy to be here. Following the markers. And
Follow Moon.
She's like excited.
Follow Moon.
I like.
Don't worry about the enemies. Just consider them dead.
I did
Nice.
pick this one. Did you come here also?
I picked up that one that you marked there. There?
There's one here by me also. I opened it as well.
God, I feel like a toddler.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay.
Well, if you're on top of me, then it will be
I-
here. Okay,
mm.
let's. Wrong way.
Sorry.
That one is horror picture for you guys.
Okay. Okay. Fuck. Extraction keeps changing for where it is. For me.
I'm
gonna
also
keep
trying to
someone, dude.
filter myself, but I'm also getting like
Extraction keeps
infected by the
changing.
humor. So like,
Bro, extraction keeps freaking changing where it is.
Kinda my fault. Kinda.
Yeah, it's always Carney's fault. If anything's a problem, just blame Carney.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Okay, let's go
Hey,
get
Carney.
something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we've found everything in this section, so we can just run off this way.
Yeah, no extraction that way? Oh, there.
Yeah, it's this way.
Do you like my bunny
I
ears, by the
see.
way? I'm a
Let
bun
me see, let me
bun.
see, let me see. Purple! I love it.
Like the last thing I did was like customize my
Children.
characters, but this is like my
That's
leveling build.
cute. No, it's
I'm gonna
cute,
make everything
girl.
a
I
bunny.
have a billion different skins. I
Let's
have
help
so
you,
many
Mom, help
skins
you.
for Volt, so
Back to
thank you so
it
much,
before I go. I gotta work for your
Chubbies.
sponsor.
Thank you
It's
for
a
the
Chubby.
follow.
Chubby is awesome. He plays a lot of League of Legends, and he has a really cute doggo.
Ooh.
Oh God, no! Oh God, it's the full song. Willie. Oh God, Willie. Follow your friends. Thank you. I do love the fact that like our communities are just so supportive and it's like, oh, you're streaming with people. Follow, 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 follow. Okay, love you, bye. Hey, fuck you, Willie. Thank you, bye. Willie's just flying in and staring with like the muffin sign, but it's a big one. So I love you guys. I'm just standing here. I can't see my screen.
Die, potato, die. I baked you a pie.
Oh boy, what flavor?
Pie, pie, pie.
Carney's a little murder.
Dad, I'm hungry.
Pie hungry, I'm dad.
Why did you name me this
Big
way?
ones, big and party, say mommy. Oh, that's why you keep saying mommy. Say that big
I'm
one.
gonna do a ball.
Carney
Girl,
barely
leave
even
me.
touched
I've met a real man.
Hey, buddy,
Oh, like me. Hey, I don't know why.
Oh, you're blind. You're gonna die. We're all gonna die.
Ooh, a butterfly.
We're all gonna die.
Okay, I'm just going here.
Pie, pie, pie.
Muffin time. Why?
I want to hear Ara Ara.
Muffin time.
Oh, your nose. He's got a nose. Is this you? Hello.
Here comes the airplane.
I like trains.
Honey, I'm pregnant. I can explain.
I have no idea
Holy
how to
shit, it's
breathe.
50. Thank you, Willie.
Hey, you got a license for that?
Oh, yes, they used to be fuck yes, I was
They
doing
said I could never teach a llama to drive.
No, llama, no.
Muffin time. Even though letting go feels right, can't afford to say goodbye. You and I are bound together, especially since cartoons live forever.
We're all gonna die. Pie, pie, pie.
Muffin time.
You can have yeah, thank you.
It's muffin time, 'cause I wanna die.
Thanks to Shmoyoho for songifying Asta's movie. You should check him out. Also, you can buy this song on iTunes. Side note, I'm going to be at MCM Comic Con in London this month, so come on by and say hi to this guy. The guy is me, to be clear, so manage your expectations.
Yeah, I attend. Are you?
Yeah, I am back. Okay.
Carney does love these streams. Even though we bully him, he secretly loves it. Okay, let me come fetch you, girl.
I mean,
Okay. But oh my god, 2K channel
that's
points for
making
saying
it
that
worse.
it's awesome. Okay, where are you? There you are. We still need to
I
get
got
those
you, girl.
flowers. Hi.
Yeah, the two that we mocked. They're just for you.
Yes. Oh, no, where am I? Like sometimes I jump too fast and then I'm just stuck under something. And like, how the fuck did I get here? How do I get out? I'm stuck. I know.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's also the speed boost.
I am super fast. That is true.
And then you just gotta jump down this little thing, and then there's both of them.
How the fuck?
Sleep well, Miss Relaxing.
Have a good night. Okay, I'm so happy that you're on right now because for a fact I know you understand. I'm at a point where I can cry and I appreciate you having a safe space where I can talk about the stupid stuff that happens to me. Even though I've been working so incredibly hard to calm me down. You are really sorry, I got oh my god, my volume I did not adjust anything with my headphones. I was like, thank you, Chubby. Thank you. I hope you're gonna get some sleep, get some rest, and yes, thank you as well, Carney and Mooney, for being nice. I do.
Us, we literally will never say no to stuff like that.
I know, right? But that's the thing. Like Miss Relaxing has said, sometimes there were some communities where she was got like I don't know negative or toxic for just sharing stuff. So I think that's so bullshit because it doesn't hurt anyone. You're just sharing what happened to you, and it can only help people. So
Like
yeah.
honestly, the only time that like I would understand like to not want to talk about stuff like that is if like you're trying to have like like everyone sometimes has those like super cozy streams where it's literally like you want the mood to only be happy. I fully understand wanting that,
That's true. That's true.
but I don't like to just be like nobody can ever talk about anything negative. It's like yeah, nah, girl. Like
Yeah.
oh my gosh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much, Chubby. You didn't have
Yay!
to, girl.
Oh, I
Thank you
love
so
that. Okay, that's
much.
thank you,
You are
Chubby.
such a sweetie pie, Chubby.
Oh, I love it.
Nah, y'all are so supportive.
Chubby is also, by the way, in the Discord. He's called Chubby Muffin there, and it's amazing. A little chubby muffin.
Cute. That's the thing. Like, there's a time and a place. Like, if people are having like, a conversation, and then you just want to butt in about something, and I
Yeah.
understand wanting to vent about it, but like not like obviously like the three of us are having conversation, and like you're actively yapping and doing stuff, and then someone just like starts saying stuff. I can understand
having
someone being
conversation?
upset over it.
No, but I mean, like
Because
in
it's like
chat, right? Like then
yeah,
it is still up to
no,
you
that's just
when you can
that's
manage it.
toxic.
Like she was not saying like stuff out loud. It was just in chat basically.
Oh yeah,
And then it is up to
absolutely.
yourself, like as a streamer, if you wanna take the time to read it. If it's not something, then you can also say like, okay, thank you for sharing, and we'll talk later or whatever. But
Yeah, but also like you can literally also you can be really toxic and like just ignore it as well. Like you don't have to say something.
yeah,
Like, you don't
okay. Oh,
have
nice.
to
I got
say
it.
something. Like if someone says something that you don't like,
And you
but
can
it's
also
not
just
really
you can just
understandable,
fully
you
ignore
don't have
like
to
and
say
move on.
anything. You
That's
don't
what I mean.
have
Like
to
it is
say
up to you as
anything.
like a streamer, right? To just I don't
Yeah,
know.
because I mean, like, we've had like some weird people come in here where, like, the one person I really remember. Thank you, Mr. Relaxing, so much. Like, the one person that I remember, like, so, like, vividly because I just ignored them after a while was like, we were playing Mass Effect. And they
Mhm.
came in and they started talking about how they love to come into, like, VTubers chats and, like, fail flirting with them because their wife enjoys seeing that. And I'm like, that's such an odd thing to say to someone that you've like
Yeah, and that's also
literally
like, is that
just
your
followed.
purpose? And what the fuck do you want? And then,
That's weird because
That
he
is
was
too
just being so
specific.
dude, like he was being like really cringe flirting.
oh my
And like
gosh.
I was
And
just like,
that's just like his
how
whole thing. Then
funny.
just going, yeah, no, but that
Yeah, like
that
literally he
just makes
goes
you
his whole
uncomfy.
thing
Then,
was, if I remember correctly, that he goes into like cat girl VTuber chats. Um, and he like
Disgusting.
fails with flirting with them because his wife enjoys it. Something around like that context. And I just
weirder.
ended up
Like
like
the context
ignoring him
adds
after
to
a
the
while because I was
weirdness.
like,
Like,
that's just so it's like it's hilarious because it's like, girl, that is tragic. That
yeah,
like you need to do something like that. But it's also funny because it's like, girl, nah. I'm gonna ignore you after that. Cause like there's
yeah,
no point. There's no point interacting with that. Cause clearly either you're saying that for attention
yeah.
or you're you know, you're just doing it because you are actually some weirdo. Like whatever
Yeah.
it is.
But then still, like, do you want to like that? But that is like a whole different level. I feel like that's yeah.
Aw. Well,
And then
thank
you're
you so
very
much. Well,
valid.
honestly, Miss Relaxin, we will literally never not allow someone to talk about something. Like if honestly for me, if I'm having a bad day and I can't handle like reading something like that, like I'll just tell people. Like I will literally just be honest and be like, listen, like I'm not having a great day. And I don't know if I can mentally like handle reading someone else's like struggles. But you
Yeah,
just
but
tell
that's
them.
fine. Like
You
that's
just
what
tell
it's
someone
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
You just tell them that. And then it's like an understanding that like there's a reason that you're saying that.
Yeah. Hey, Ripshot, how's the Warframe going? Well, I'm just aiming like I don't know. I'm being babysat. Babysat? Is that a word? I'm being babysitted. Babysat.
Babysat. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
That is
By Mooney and
babysat.
Carney. Yep, yep, yep. Is it already night or no?
Mooney,
How do I see where
Mooney
if it is?
no. Cetus. It's right on Cetus. Hold on, let me check it for you.
Well, I'm really sorry, Miss Relaxing. Well, hopefully Miss Muffin and like us can make you giggle a little bit and like, you know, feel a
Yeah,
little
that's
better. I know it's like not gonna, you know,
43
heal,
minutes left
but you know,
of daytime.
at least we can hopefully make you feel a little better and have a giggle and a smile. Because,
I-
you know, that's what we're here for. We're here to make people happy.
You know what?
And...
Because of course, I'm increasing the price of duty free.
Girl, I don't understand why you do not put a longer timer on it. Like, put a longer fucking timer on it, dum dum.
Okay, so yeah,
30
Ripshot's
minutes.
asking like who's your main in Warframe? That's the thing. I played Warframe when it was like basically you had like 3 or 4 frames. So you had only the basic builds and there was nothing else. Like when it was released at the beginning. But then I just had full no, like Excalibur,
Like
that was my
full-
baby.
Oh,
just the
yes,
basic.
like Volt, Mag, Excalibur.
Yeah, so
that,
I
like,
only have
little-
Excalibur,
yeah.
Volt, and
Thank you for the pipe
Banshee.
drop.
And I'm
For me,
working on making the other one.
probably Mesa or Seren, depending on what I'm doing. They're like rotated. Those are my 2 mains. Like I know people are like you can't have 2 mains. Yeah, you can. It's just
Yeah, why not?
dependent.
Yeah.
It's just dependent on what I need to do. Will
So
be what my main
there's
is.
this thing where we call mommy. We
my
call mommy. Now. I'm trying to talk here. They call.
I can't take you seriously. Just like mommy.
Lord.
Okay, sorry, go.
We do love Wisp. We just like
There's
ass.
2 kind of main. The one that we enjoy and the one for like meta kind of swap. Or what we call a main ace and main enjoyer. The ace is literally do everything for us. And that will be my Uriel for main ace, and for my main enjoyer, that will be Sevagoth. Daddy Sevagoth.
Dude, I don't know. I feel like I don't have that. Like for me, my Mace and my Saren are both built for like Steel Path.
Right.
So for me,
Steel
it's
Path,
just
right.
whatever I feel like.
You are built for Steel Path. I built
If
for Leather
I-
Gang.
I'm like if
Yeah.
if I feel like Mommy Mesa, we go Mommy Mesa. If I'm like Mommy Saren, we go Mommy Saren.
Or-
If I'm
yeah.
playing with like lower levels, or you know, I'm like, okay, Carney's gonna do all the damage. I'll probably bring Wisp, cause ass, but also for the for the health. So like, I don't mind swapping over to Wisp.
I have my
do love
my
me some Wisp.
Banshee. I called her the pink bun Banshee. Bun Banshee. Yep, yep, yep.
Oh, we love that. I
Oh,
love Banshee. I
I
just
was
don't know,
about
like
to say, is it the green Banshee?
Banshee.
The
Just, I
bun
feel like
Banshee.
Banshee makes me sad.
Yeah.
Cause I don't know,
Uh,
like I feel like Banshee is so like underutilized
Actually,
because she's
I
just
do-
not.
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
She's not
Wrong,
as
but
useful
she's
anymore.
yeah.
No, that's true.
She's
She's
just not as
being forgotten.
useful for like I think lower level stuff. Like what before you hit Steel Path, I think she's really good. I think she's super helpful. But I
Yeah.
think once you hit Steel Path, she just kind of takes a huge dip. I feel like she just dies. She's not useful, and I've never found a build that suits her for a higher level.
Wait, time
And
of
it's just like,
day,
no,
day and
I'm not gonna
okay,
waste
wait.
my time with that.
Is that the day and the night thingies are like in real time? So the 40 minutes real time for Earth is night,
43
right?
minute
Aw, thank you, Miss
actual
Relaxing
43
Queen.
minutes.
Please sleep well, girl. Please, please,
Go
please
to
sleep
sleep. Thank you for
well.
listening. Thank you for
Sleep well.
understanding. Stay
Sleep well.
amazing. Keep
Have a
We
believing.
good
love
dream.
you here, girl.
An amazing night
Have a
today.
good
That's
dream.
a good advice for everyone. Like if today isn't a good
Yeah,
day,
true.
tomorrow is always gonna be a new one. Yeah. Yep.
And we love you, girl. I know we just met you, but we love you, girl.
See you. Welcome here. Like my friends, your friends.
Do you need more of those flowers, or do you have enough?
I have enough from the service ones. I only need the ones
Okay.
at night in
Yeah, that's gonna be 40 minutes.
yeah.
And I'm probably only on for another like. What
I
time
have
did I tell?
another-
What actually? Wait, what time did I tell Carl I was gonna be on till?
I've
What is
got
the other
Actually,
thing
I
that I
probably
had? The
have to- I do
sacrifice,
actually- I
search
do
for
actually need to
Umbra. No,
go,
that's a
though.
single playing thing.
I
Hmm?
do need to go though, cause I
Now?
did say 10 o'clock. Yeah, I said 10
Okay,
o'clock
okay.
for me.
Oh,
I'm
all good.
sorry. I'm
No,
sorry,
no.
cutie
Like I was
patooties.
already like an hour late, but I streamed for 12
No,
hours.
girl,
Like yesterday
please, no,
slash today. I
girl,
ended
no,
like a
girl, you
couple
need
hours
to.
ago, and then I just
Yeah,
slept for
no,
2-3 hours and I jumped on again.
no,
And everyone's like, "You're
girl.
crazy. The collab's gonna be cancelled, right?" I was like, "No, I promised Mooney I'm gonna be there."
What? Thank you. No, girl. Well, honestly, we play Wolframe every Wednesday, me and
Yeah,
Carney.
as
So if
the
you ever want
beanie,
to join
right?
us,
Mm-hmm.
so if you literally ever want to join us, you can literally just, if you see us playing, literally just ask. It's usually just
Okay.
me and Carney anyway, so we will never say no to having the space.
That's good. That's
So you
good.
are more
Thank
than
you.
welcome. But
Thank you
thank
for
you, Miss
having
Relaxing. You
me.
are literally such a sweetie pie. Well, I'm gonna honestly probably just raid into you.
Aww.
Then we can
Oh my god,
watch you
nobody
have
claimed
some
first.
fun.
Oh my god, I love that. Nobody claimed first. Like people think like, okay, but probably everyone has already claimed it, and then nobody claims it, and then a couple of hours in, they're like, what?
Literally always. I feel like literally always though. That's always how it is. You
Always.
know,
Muffy
you're
knows
like,
this.
oh, someone's been streaming for like, 30 minutes. First is claimed. It never is. It never fucking is. But yeah, we'll
Thank
probably raid into Miss Muffin so that we can just watch her before we go to eat. Cause
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you. I will wait at least like now I get until the nightfall apocalyptic. And I love you, Miss Relaxing. Thank you so much. And I love it
love
as well.
all
Like
of
she said, like I
y'all.
love you, Taisku, and it was amazing meeting you. I do hope that I'm proud of you for doing it, but also take care of yourself. I know. You were the one who was like, go to bed, you're crazy. And I know. But
Girl, I'm
okay.
you're up. It's crazy that you're up after that.
I know, but like
Like,
that's the
damn,
thing. Like
girl.
I did a really nice nap yesterday, and then I had like so much energy, and I get energy from streaming. So then I was just like, yeah, I'm going,
literally
but
same. I'm exactly the same. Like I can get home and
Right.
be freaking exhausted, and then
Yeah.
I'm like energized when I
I
start
know.
stream.
Yeah. So that's the thing. So then I just keep going, and oh god, the thing is fishing, but I definitely started to fish.
Oh no,
Okay.
absolutely. Honestly, like
Fish, fish.
I sometimes I'm like, if I didn't have work, girl, I would literally stream so long. Especially like if I play something that like I've never tried before, and I'm like having like Hollow Cure, dude. I'm like, I have to like get Carl to tell me like, bitch, you need to go to bed.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, that's
if
kind of
I
the risk. Like
don't,
I
I will
don't.
just keep going.
Was like me in the beginning of this year. I was like, I'm just gonna stream until I don't
Yeah.
want to stream anymore. That was really dangerous. That was so I
Oh
streamed
no,
for
no,
18
no,
hours on
no.
average. Like
Jeez, girl. No.
like I reached like a
It's like
20-hour
I'm
stream one
very
time.
grateful.
And then people were like, oh my
Yeah.
god, Muffin, are you doing 24-hour stream? And I was like, wait, how long have I been
Oh.
streaming? I've been just streaming for a couple hours.
Girl.
Oh.
That's not honestly, I would probably be the same if it wasn't for Carl. So I'm very grateful for that.
Yeah,
because I
that
don't
is
think I would be
dangerous.
going to
Yeah,
work.
it's not good for
Probably
you.
not. I would not be
Like I
going to
crashed so
work.
fucking hard the
Wasn't
day
freaking
after.
anything like Carl.
I was like streaming for a full day, then sleeping for a full day, then streaming for a full day.
Yeah. Oh no, girl.
So
I feel
not
like
healthy.
that sounds like such a burnout warning, though. I feel like there's such a big chance of getting like burnt out doing
Yeah, yeah,
that.
yeah.
Very cute.
So I was like, okay, I need to change stuff so I can also do shorter streams because otherwise it's always gonna be like the
Yeah.
long stuff and then you're just gonna be so tired. That's not good.
Oh no, absolutely, girl. No,
I'm
that's
chronically ill
that's
bestie trying to look
understandable.
out for me. I know, Miss Relaxing. I love you
Aw,
for it. Thank you
such a
so
little
much.
sweetie pie.
That's
But
also
yeah,
why
I'm
I
gonna
was like,
get
okay, if I'm
going.
hops as soon as possible, then
Yeah.
I can at least end early. Sorry, I keep napping. You have to go.
Yeah, please, never apologize. No, never
More than
apologize.
welcome to Yap.
You know, we love Yap, girl. I literally will get so distracted. I'll be like, I'm gonna go, bitch, I'll yap for like another 20 minutes. And then I'm like, wait, I was supposed to go.
I
But no,
know.
I'm a little tired and I just have to get through tomorrow and then I'm off this weekend and I'm so
Oh,
fucking
nice.
ready. I'm so ready to be off. Fuck. I feel like I'm never off. But I'm off like every second weekend, but it still feels like I'm never off.
But then you work like a
Because we're cool
full.
like that.
What do you do?
So I work at like a retail store basically. It's like a
Okay, but
little health shop and I
Aye,
work
aye, Miss
alone.
Relaxing.
So
oh,
I work 7 days a week on the 1 week. Bye, Miss Relaxin. We
have a
love you.
good
So I
night.
work
Bye
7
bye.
days and then I'll get 5 days the next week. But keep in mind, this was only a recent thing. Like this only happened about a month ago or so, give or take.
That's a lot of work days. Damn.
So I was working 5 hours every week and I had to argue and fight just to get off days and they would try and be like, "Oh no, you have to like use your like paid time off." And I'm like, "No, I fucking don't."
So you can't
Like,
work like
bitch.
24/7 every fucking day. You need at least like a buffer.
Dude, and I'm like, "Bro, I'm tired. I'm sick." And then it's like you tell them you're sick, then it's like, "Oh, you have to go to the doctor." And I'm like, "No, I fucking don't. Leave me the fuck alone." No,
Yeah.
no.
Did you need to like?
So
Okay, yeah.
the whole thing was just so like petty.
Yes,
It was
we.
such arguments and fighting. Yeah, Deej, I feel like when Deej is here, I can never complain about work hours because Deej works insane fucking hours. But I'm
Yes.
still gonna do it anyway because I love to complain. I'm a girl. I'm just a girl,
I mean,
Yeah,
okay?
but I'm like, oh my god, that's insane.
we.
Like working like 7 days in a row. Like, nope, nope. I would die.
I'm just a
Yeah,
girl.
just
I'm
nope,
just a
nope.
girl.
We
Yeah,
still
because like
humans.
now,
We need to
yeah, I'm just,
complain.
I'm just, I'm just a girl. I need to complain. Even
Yeah,
though Deej is
you
here and he
can.
works like 80 hours
Oh my Jesus,
every
why?
week.
Like, why?
Dude, Deej works insane. Like sometimes I'm like, this man is awake, basically when I'm awake,
Mhm.
and it's somehow still awake when I'm going to bed. When I'm going to bed, bro. And I'm like, what the fuck? The entire month of September? Girl, that's crazy. Carney, Carney, that's for the 2D model, you silly
Am I
sausage.
I
reacting?
know. I just want to give you fish.
I don't have fish. That's my 2D model. There you go. I
There they
refunded you
are.
though. Okay, but you
Yes.
cutie patooties, I love you guys so much.
Thank you for
Hopefully we can do
having
this
me.
again sometime, girl. No, thank
Yes.
you for coming to join us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. But
I'm happy
sorry
I
I
And
woke up.
need to go.
honestly,
I should do my
I'm so
plan.
glad you woke up. It was so nice. It's always
Yeah.
so nice finding new people and like having new people to collab with and like
Yeah, and I would love to do more
and
Warframe, but
I
that's
feel
the
like
thing. Like,
especially when like communities mesh as well, like that's always so nice.
yes, 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 and they do.
Because
Like, thank you.
everyone here loves each other,
Yeah,
clearly.
that is good. Good
That is
vibes.
Very.
crazy. That's crazy.
I did that for years in
16-hour
hospitality.
days.
Damn,
I
I'm
would
16-hour
barely
die.
days.
surviving by 12 hours.
Dude, I barely survive on 55 a week. Nah.
We
Like, if
Nah.
I
we
work like
respect you.
16 hours, like I have worked like 12 to 16-hour shifts sometimes, but then I just crash the next day again. Like, it's just then I just crash for a
That's
full
the
day and
thing,
then I
like, I feel
function.
like
But
you work at 12 and then you should be able to like chill and like sleep the next day. But
yeah,
you don't.
oh my
It's like
god,
that's crazy. That
yeah.
is definitely insane. But yeah, we are going to raid into Miss Muffin.
Thank you,
What's Miss
girl.
Muffin gonna be
You?
up to? What's Miss
Oh,
Muffin gonna be up
do that.
to?
Yeah, that's the thing. I never planned shit, so I'm just experimenting with like a schedule since this month, basically, because I am just
Crazy.
chaotic mode. I'm like, what do we feel like
That's
playing today?
crazy. That's crazy, dude. I
Carl, what
am
the
such a little planner.
ew?
You know, sometimes I just have to. Sometimes I just have to ignore the things Carl says.
Yeah,
Sometimes you just gotta ignore the things Carl says,
you should.
bro. But I'm just like, I could not. Like, I have to plan. It's
My
really bad. I'm
Jesus.
like, I
Okay.
have to. I have to fucking plan. I gotta plan my stream schedule like
No, but it
within
is
this
good.
week.
It's better. Like that's the thing. Like I
I'm
couldn't plan because of the
crazy.
illness and
No,
stuff, but I'm
I'm like
trying
I
to.
freak out not doing that because I'm like, bro.
I hate stream elements.
Thank you, Harvey, cutie patootie. Thank you, thank you.
The chef, I had to work it or find another job. Yeah. You do it or get fired. Yeah. But still, that's insane. That's
Oh,
not healthy to
jeez.
stay.
Yeah. No, that's definitely crazy. But yeah, y'all must enjoy whatever Miss Muffin
Yeah.
is gonna be doing because
I
we
am gonna
adore
continue with a
her.
little work from first because I do want to finish the flowers now because
Ooh,
I wanna have like
love
the yeah.
that.
So I'm gonna wait at
We love
least for
that.
like a half hour to
Good.
get that flower thing, and then we're gonna finish whatever.
Good
Ooh,
luck.
Maybe League of
that.
Legends.
Ooh. Well, I'll probably be lurking because I'm probably gonna have to be getting ready for bed soon. Before I get
Get
sent
rest, get rest, get rest. Yep.
But thank you so much, girl, for joining, and thank you everybody for the follows as well. Y'all have literally made me so much closer to 300, and by 300, we're actually gonna be doing a Wolframe giveaway.
Ooh, that's awesome. Can I
Yeah, we're
arch him
gonna
Warframe?
be
Yes.
yeah, so we're gonna be doing a heirloom pack giveaway for when we hit 300. So basically, whoever
Ooh.
wins gets to pick their own heirloom skin that they want. It was mainly going to be for Mesa, but I know not everybody has Mesa or wants her. So
Wait,
it'll
wait, wait, wait.
basically be
Hold on.
any. It will literally
Hold on,
be
hold on.
any.
A quick info. Tomorrow on Warframe, Warframe Live shall give free Mesa Prime.
So
Oh.
anyone who wants
Stream.
Mesa Prime.
Ooh.
Yes.
Bring your mom.
Mhm.
Okay.
July 11 will be a Mesa Prime free for everyone that watch Warframe stream. So go ahead, quickly,
It's for
go
TechnoCon,
follow
basically.
Warframe. Yes. Very, very smart decision for them.
Oh yeah,
Here,
no,
a
absolutely.
free Warframe, a Prime Warframe. Here you go. Oh wait, we have a new skin for her. You should totally buy it.
Absolutely.
That is smart. That's
absolutely.
smart.
You don't like
But that is
Mesa?
cool. Like I have no
Delicious.
primes yet, so.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's a
Carl
game,
has
so
definitely
go
said
Permission?
worse. So I feel like what he said is not that bad. He said a lot worse, like a lot. Okay, but thank you, you beautiful beautifuls.
Okay,
I feel like we
sure.
keep
Thank
getting
you so much.
distracted.
Yes. So yeah, go get rest. Go get rest. Otherwise, we will get yapping.
We'll just spend forever yapping about heaven
Yeah.
knows what.
We could probably
Bye,
do a full
beautiful
yapping.
queens.
Bye. Have a good night.
How you do?
Bye. Gosh. Okay. I'm updating the thing in Discord. The private things. Yes. Invites. Okay. Now it should be updated for all streamer sprinkles to be able to post there. Everyone should be able to. Okay. There we go. Okay. Discord. Yep. Let me give Mooney as well a big ass shout out. I am happy that I woke up still and I did it for joining you guys because it was so
Welcome
fun.
7 from Mooney
Thank
Bean.
you so
Ty
much.
for joining us.
Okay, yes, Clippy
Feel
is
free
playing.
to drop a
It's
in
a
chat
Counter-Strike,
and
Clippy, no?
get
Yeah.
cozy if you'd like to see more of this
Yes.
muffin. Don't
For some
forget
reason,
to
it's still not
follow.
working. Oh no. Wait, are you a streamer Sprinkle? Do you have any rules? Yeah, you're a streamer Sprinkle. Permissions. Streamer Sprinkle, shoot child. Can you maybe send it in a DM to me, honey, so I can figure it out like after. I put it that if you're a streamer Sprinkle, and I think you have the rule, you'd be able to send a message. So maybe you can like give a screenshot. Girl, I'm so freaking glad we got to play. Yes, yes. Well, I think I broke my Warhammer. What? You broke your Warhammer game? What did you do? Mooney, get some rest, girl. And I am really excited to play like Counter Strike as well. And I will join you guys more for Warframe because I have been thinking about getting back into Warframe a little bit. I did join McNapkin. Like this is McNapkin. Let me give McNapkin, Mr. McNapkin. Like one time on stream, that was like one of the last times that I played. It was awesome. And you're alert while prepping. Yes, get to bed, okay? It's all good. Nice tattoos. Thank you. This is a little flower thing. It's a honeysuckle. It goes all the way here. Yep, yep. I do have one here and one here. Where's it? Here. I have a little sun here, a little music note thingy here. This is yeah. I want to make this into a sleeve at some point. But a honeysuckle tattoo. Your message is completely gone and I didn't copy it. Okay, Miss Relaxing, maybe get some rest first and try again tomorrow. That's also all good. Okay, let me switch back to the game for you guys. Yup. There you go. Okay, so I do want to at least finish like the thing on Earth with the flowers, so we have the nightfall. But I think because the other ones were like quests where I have to. Thank you for claiming your muffin. What are you? Your cherry almond muffin. Good one. Okay, for this one we needed to search for Umbra. Maybe we can check if I can remember this quest. But then maybe just take my good one. Well, fuck it, we can level this one still. Because I did take my max melee weapon, so why not? I keep trying to get in Warframe, but I keep grinding the story content too fast. Yeah. Like all the main quests and stuff, did you already finish everything? Like, I did finish like a shit ton of quests. But that's a thing, like, I don't remember. I do have to finish still these 4. That's all the side quests, and then I completed all those. And I do have, like, still a lot of main quests. Finished a few. I finished the furry stuff, which was really fun. That's the thing, like, I did play a lot with a friend when I restarted, but I played it when I was, I don't know, as well. The same with, like, League. So, I played it when I was, like, 16 or something. Warframe was actually one of the first games I played. Of 6 years. When was Warframe released? As I said, it was with still, basically, there was still, only a couple Warframes. There was not all the Warframes. It was, yeah. It was a different kind of game. It was cool. It was awesome. But it was like a different kind of game. You're all done with all the stories and all the quests. All I got left is mastering everything. But then it is fun maybe then to join like with other people. Because then you can come in on their missions and stuff. You can level your stuff. And you can still collab with it. And it is a fun way to keep playing.
Starchild, are you seeking revenge?
I will, but I thought I would do it now because you told me to do it. But I will just do it more around me. Okay. All good. All good. I can also share a little bit after, but thank you for making me aware of the, yeah, like the permissions and stuff, because I changed some stuff in Discord like a while back, like a couple months back, but I might have fucked up some permissions, and I don't know which one. Whee! Okay, we're just gonna smack everything, and there's a Poké, okay. Welcome to ADHD Chaos Mode. If you don't know me yet, by the way, thank you again so much for the raid, Mooney. Everyone, follow Mooney if you don't know Mooney. And if you don't know me and you're here from Mooney, I'm Evil Muffin. I'm also nicknamed the Not So Evil Muffin because I am actually not that, I'm not that evil. It's just, that was my gamer tag ever since I was As well, like fucking 14, like it was my gamer tag always. So I just kept it. Do I need to do this? I think so. Beep, deep, 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 deep. Yeah, we have like chaotic rambling vibes here all the way. So, as I said, like I'm experimenting with at least a schedule nowadays. Because we switch up like the games and the stuff that we do or play quite often. But we did have like some recurring stuff recently. Yay! You never claimed your muffin? Ooh, and you're my favorite muffin, red velvet muffin. Fuck yes. I love that for you. Oh yeah, so recently we have been doing like a more, kind of like trying to do at least like a little bit of schedule. We do awards on stream or marbles on stream, like community things. Or we just do puzzle games and yap like all the time long. Where I'm basically sort of like, oh my jeez, where am I going? Hey, where I'm basically like sort of a game host, which is fun. It's something different I didn't expect to be doing at the beginning when I started streaming, but I am enjoying it so much. So we have like a whole word community and everyone that comes in when we play like words on stream, and then our record is actually like levels 117, which is just insane. Like we reached it on my birthday. Ooh, that was a good information. Fuck yeah. And yeah, like I play, what would I say, words, marbles. That was very Warframe. We do some Counter-Strike. Oh my goodness, my favorite muffin. Hi Lunar. Welcome back. How have you been? Hi, hi, hi. And yeah, at the beginning when I started streaming, we actually streamed like a lot more on US time, so everyone thought I was from the States as well, that's why. But that's because my sleeping schedule is just messed up, because I am also chronically ill. And then I couldn't sleep, I had a lot of sleepless nights, and just, yeah, trust, if you have like a shit ton of sleepless nights, and they're just long, you just know, it just... This is Umbra. Okay, stun Umbra with Void Sling. What, how do I do that? What is Void Sling? Fuck. Fuck! This is going great! Okay. Okay, oh my goodness, I can't multitask yet. Bye-bye, have a good night, Miss Relaxing. Okay, what is this? Later, okay, operator's primary mobility ability. So I need to go in my operator's mode. How the fuck did I do that again? Operator. No. How do I go in my operator? Oh my Jesus. Oh my gosh, how do I get in my operator mode? Control, no? 5? Yes, 5. Ah, there we go. This is my operator. I did inspire her, like, on the hair color that I wanted at the beginning. I might change it to blue in fall, by the way. Okay, okay. And now Void Sling. What's Void Sling? This is Void Sling, yes. Target. Okay. Okay, we're doing it. Ooh. Hello.
Your move.
Another flashback. Your move. Okay. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna play chess. Around enemy stones, to capture them, you gotta block or to capture 3 stones. Okay. This is just how many stones about to capture. Place your stone below it here.
Finally.
Oh, I'm black. Okay. That counts as surrounding? Yes. I won! That was easy.
I'll never forget the time
I wanna play again.
beat him. But now I'm thinking he just let me win.
Is he just letting me win? No. We're doing okay, probably. Maybe. Okay, now I'm surrounding it now, yeah. Victory.
Well played.
Is he letting me win? He does leave like a little bored. Do I have to keep playing? Can I wake up? Do I just have to keep playing this game immediately?
You served with distinction, old Dax. We
No, okay.
commissioned a portrait in your honor, there, on the wall.
That's my portrait. Nice, thank you.
Battle at Hall. I can't imagine. You're a
But I'm
warrior.
kind of dead.
Lua Cross for valor.
Lua Cross for valor, thank you, but I'm kind of dead. Can I? Yeah. No, I don't wanna. No. Just no, I don't wanna. But yeah, Miss Relaxing, I hope you have a great night, honey. And if anyone wants to add me on the Warframe, yeah, feel free to add me. Any more Warframe people? Like Napkin, if you want to play together, hit me up. And Ripto, if you want to help me with unlocking all the shit. That's also awesome. I need my bodyguards. Okay, well, they chat and talk and whatever. We're gonna make smokies. But yeah, thank you again, Muni. You are amazing. And everyone from Mumi coming in. I hope you enjoy the chaos vibes.
You alright? Please, do something for him.
Am I gonna die? Maybe?
Starchild, were you successful?
I couldn't breathe.
No, because I was kind of dying, no?
Not from Tenno to Warframe, but Warframe to Tenno. There may be residual effects.
Okay, then I probably just have to get out because I went into his brain. Yeah, see, now we just have to get out. I went the wrong way! But like, okay, I'm gonna move quick. That's the thing, like, I don't remember the maps a lot, so I'm just getting lost. And flying through everything. Okay, but that's the thing. So my gun and everything that I brought with me are not the best, and the frame still has to level up. But my sword is amazing. Oh, we could just get out here, no? No, we cannot. We need to go there because there's a lockdown. Okay, bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, nice. Thank you for the auto. Oh, those are the annoying bitches. Okay, we're just gonna rush through the extraction. Yep. Can defeat your butt. Oh my jeez, why did I do that? Didn't see that, okay? Click. Whee! Can I even kill those with my normal? Yeah, but they are strong. Yep, no, they are strong. I don't like that. Where's my extraction there? Whee! Whee! Thank you. Ooh, thank you. I will take that. Where do I go? That way? That way? That way? Whee! Hey. Oh, fuck. I could pick up a flower, but okay. You were so much more fluid. Hey, operator! I know, right? Okay, so yeah, you saw me when I first started Warframe, like... Because that was like the first time I played since when I was like a little baby muffin and I only had the Excalibur. I do have like 3 frames. We were supposed to get like the 4th frame, but I do have 3 frames now in total. Warframes. Oh, I'm learning a word for Warframes. What are you up to, operator? Drop a flower and you get super boosted. I can want some updated Wisp. This is perfect support. Nice. Nice. But yes, I did. So I did play a little more, like after we stopped playing together a little bit. So then I worked like just on unlocking more nodes and stuff. And I can move a lot better now. So that's good. Yes. I'm proud of moving, but I still bounce into a wall sometimes, and I'm just like, where am I? What is up? What is down? So I still don't know that, but I'm better. Thank you for the compliment. And I did continue questing. Do you have a favorite frame? I might have some old relics I can crack. But so that's the things. As I said, like I started playing Warframe when there was like a few frames that I have Excalibur, and I was like very familiar with just the basic one. I was trying to unlock Yareli because I got that from all the skating missions and all that stuff, and I loved how she looked. But I don't know that much like the different kind of frames and stuff, and it has been like months since I played, so I'm trying to like just reset, refocus. Like, what fuck? What's I doing, loves? Let me give you like just a normal shout, by the way. Oh shit! I had to cast continue. There we go.
But only just.
Okay, we still have some time here. Okay. So yeah, these are like the quests from like to unlock Umbra. Yep. But I don't have like any prime frames yet. I do have a lot of prime parts and blueprints and all that stuff. But yeah, it's been a while. I do like that. Yeah, I don't know. Like I was excited to play Counter Strike, but we will play Counter Strike as well, like another time, or maybe I will try to do like a little practice later. But I am kind of excited whether we played Warframe because yeah, I really enjoyed the game. That's what when we played back in the day, Operator. When I joined like Nepkey for a bit, when I played back then. But it's something that I just get into every once in a while, and yeah, I don't know. It can be nice to just like run a couple of notes and then do something else again. I tend to favor the support frames with Protea and Jade. Nice. I tend to favor like the frames that can just smash. Just smash. Like hack and slash kind of mode. Yeah, I can show you. You need to stop this. No. I don't have any platinum. I'm broke as bitch here, people.
He's leading me to the truth about Ballas. Right now, it's all I have.
Yeah, I'm making like the nightfall thing with the other ones. Did it frost chassis for that? That stuff for chroma. Need more neural sensors and neurotics. Like I can check where is that? There's my. So here for my frames, like I wanted to make like the Jabberelli systems, but then I need more. I need the fish for the fishies in Venus. And I need more Nethane extract, but the only way I know that is like the Nightwave stuff. I do have some stuff for primes. I got prime neurotics for a Wisp. But I was working on the Jabberelli last. I have a prime chassis for the Protea. That's what I mean. I have kind of random stuff here. I'm still maxing out the frames that I had. I like to keep people alive, so if they got a team heal, then I probably play them. Nice. That's a good one. Okay, pursue Umbra, but okay, we're first gonna check if it's already nighttime at Earth. It's like, if we're like a sort of goal to complete at least for Warframe, and then we're gonna see if we want to do more Warframe or what we want to do. I also still feel like doing some League. Okay, it says minutes. Oh, okay. Any of the Warframe people, can you tell me how the fuck do liches work again? Like, I forgot. Liches? Like, they steal my shit, and I have a lich thingy on me, but how do I get rid of that again? I forgot everything. Ross, thank you so much for the lurk. We were back after lunch. Oh, good, Crush. Thank you for being here. Whoop. Okay, I'm gonna make my smoky. We're just gonna wait like 6 minutes. But does anyone know? Like, yeah, my Warframe people, operator, if you're still here, or Whipshot. What? How do I get rid of the lich? Catch that poke. Yes, you can fish again. So the fishing, yes, the fishing is working. Everyone, by the way, yes, I normally wear lenses, so that's why I'm wearing my glasses, by the way. If they rub till you assassinate them, you need the proper Kufa relics to assassinate them. But I think I can assassinate them, but where or how? Do I see that? Pursue Umbra, what is this one? Item ready to... time. Mills!
It's muffin time.
Where did I go? Where am I? Oh, I just started my main quest. Great. Okay, fuck it. We're Weebo. Hi, Miss. How you doing? Hi, Silky. It's a maple cinnamon one. That's a good one. Water ride and map red boxes Goofa screen. Ooh, okay. Now I started. Okay, I will check after this mission, okay? Thank you. Because that's the thing. Like, yeah, late bird here. You're here. I think you can still redeem second, by the way. One person redeemed first, but I don't think we have redeemed second. I still have to update my title, but because I'm still playing Warframe, it's not gonna bother. Why is everyone dead here? What the hell? Did Umbra kill everyone here? Silky nodding the stream! Okay, not 3 times, huh? You know the deal.
No.
Okay, but yes, I am proud of like the way that I'm moving. That does seem like I'm actually playing Warframe. Like I'm actually knowing what... I actually know what I'm doing. Does that make sense? Oh god, but I should have brought a different frame maybe. Or I should have... I don't know. Okay, fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball! It's the fucking, I don't know. Thing of the day. Fuck it, we ball. Where am I? Where's Umbra? Okay. Oh. Umbra. I'm sorry it dropped down.
The area is locked.
Entering
We
lockdown?
need to take care of those mimics.
Areas is locked down. Oh, where are the mimics? Where are the mimics? What?
Keep searching. They are here somewhere.
They're here somewhere. Where? Oh, where? Wait. I go in here? Should be here. I'm blind, yes I am. There's one. Like, I forgot all skills from Fold. Just trying to level up Fold, but I have no idea what he does anymore, my guy. Just hecka slashing around. There's one more. My god, I have a sort of grenade launcher, I forgot. What do I do here? Oh no, go up east! Up, yes. Okay, that's another one. There's another one. There's another one. I'm good. How are you, sweetheart? Nice to hear you. Good, Mills. Lockdown is lifted. Nice night. Well, I am very tired. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest about it. Like, I'm not gonna pretend I'm not tired as fuck. But yesterday was a really good day, and then I had just way too much energy. Because I had bad days with migraine and pain shit like earlier this week. For some reason, I don't know. Monday or something I'm dead, so that's why I also called it a muffin maintenance day. I had really bad headaches. Maybe because it was so cloudy as well. But ooh, no, what are you doing here? I don't wanna know. Reach Umbra shields? Where? But then I do have to go in this state, no? Where are his shields? Just him, no? Like, I cannot really attack him right now because he is shielded. Do I do that in the operator mode then? Do I just keep attacking him and pray for the best? I don't think that's a good idea. No, my doggo! You bitch! You killed my doggo. No, no, no. Let me rescue my doggo, you bitch. Okay, I'm dead. Ah! Okay, okay, okay. How do we get his shields down? Normal chest recovered. Okay. The bleed? Is it just like, okay, just continue to attack him? Do I need to do this in the operator mode or no? Where are you? I think I do. Oh! Jesus, get back here. Get back here. Okay, I do need to do this in the operator mode. No. I don't know that my attack's here anymore. Okay, oh! Wait away. Okay, we're failing miserably. I know that. I know that. Warning, warning. Yeah, that's a doggo. We're good. Guard my frame here. Run my butt back. Nah, bah, bah, bah. Don't scare me like that. Thank you. My gosh! Can you do this together? I think this is like a single player mission anyway, right? Nope, nope, nope. Okay, we're moving back to the frame again. Okay, can you only damage it if you're in the operator mode or no? Does anyone know? I need assistance. Where are you, bitch? There. Get back here down. You get here. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, okay. Let's take a break. I can't remember. Oh, no. We'll be busy for a while then. I haven't touched Kufa stuff yet. My lunch. That's years worth of goods. My lunch, nice. And we'll be busy for a while then. What you mean, Silky? Oh, you're going out for a bit and then busy. Okay, thank you for the lurky, Silky Poo. Thank you so much, hon. Okay, okay, before we just continue to die completely the whole time. Okay, deplete Umbra shields. How do I deplete it? Okay. Because yeah, the thing is, void damage, purpose advice you need your operator. Use the operator to shoot with a beam. Okay. All of their balance do void damage, but you want to void beam, so yeah, you have to. So I was okay using your amp to purpose to fight with the operator. Yep. Okay, I probably have to like up my operator because that is just yeah, my operator is just basic bitch that not that well. But okay, I can. Oh no. I just continue to keep touching and then beam it.
That did it. Now is your chance.
Oh no! Yes, yes, we did it. See, that's what I mean. Like it was like a little trick. Like you need to do the correct attack, otherwise other stuff is just not effective. Oh my god, do I need to play this game again? No. Are you gonna tell it to me again?
Old friend.
We're gonna play again.
Look at all your Comey stones I've taken.
This one, a brother. These three, his children. And on and on. All of these gone to the Jade Light.
Father.
I don't like his blue butt.
Do you remember your Shazin? Remember how you'd sing to us? Smiles. And drum.
Are they like? I don't remember the story in this one. Like that guy is your son. You are that guy. That's the guy that helped us, right? Yep. But if that's a me and a god. Something with all the memories. Can I do something here? Or you just watching me? Excuse me. Cannot play stones either. Am I impatient or am I stuck? There is a lot to keep up with, I know, right? Okay, I'm first just gonna make a smoke, but I feel like I'm stuck, baby. Like, what the hell? Did I fuck it up? Like, I can't... Excuse me? Blue man? Are you guys just keeping me hostage here? Can I go to the menu? Nothing. What it is? Okay, I gotta stare at this.
Thoughtful to remind him of
Okay.
his best days.
I might be stuck. Yeah, I was like, okay, did I break the game? But no, okay, now I have to play again, no? Yeah, now I have to play again. Okay, that was an intended stuck moment. We can capture your stone
Looks
here.
like your father still has his sharp wit.
Because you just stole one
My
stone?
father understands the game better than anyone.
Yes, I do. I can game.
Understand why I give my secrets to our enemy. How could I betray my own kind? But you have never had to sacrifice your love for faith. Imagine to live forever with only one memory.
My god, that's so sad. To live forever with the only memory of your loved one dying. That's a curse. Okay, do I have to stare at something else now? Do I have to play again? I have to play again.
But you would have to imagine a lovingly
Oh no.
infestation.
They won't even let me play. They want to play the chess game, dart game. Not. Oh my god, that's all the wrong names. Dumma. Am I dying? I just wanted to play the game. My god, no. Excuse me. It's a miracle, yeah, because I'm not gonna give up.
Require sacrifice.
Feel like I'm gonna lose the stones. No. It would have made sense for the story, like epic moment.
He's gonna kill him.
Who's going to what?
Valis.
Gonna do what?
He's going to kill
Gonna kill my son, his son, yeah, I know, he's talking about like, oh, I'm gonna sacrifice his butt the whole time.
Do what has been done.
But that already has been done, yeah, he already killed him, no? Like, that's the boss, no? I think so. But the story is a lot. No, I don't want to. No. I was not ready. No. No. Okay, let's get the fuck out. I'm in the middle of making my smokies, Gabe. You can warn me when we start fighting again. My Jesus. Whee! Fuck you, I don't want to fight you, but... Stupid sentinels. Let's go there. Whee! 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 Okay, there we go. The warning is the bullets. Yeah, okay, but it's not a little late. Like, okay, you get shot in the head. You're welcome. The game started again. You're welcome. Bye, guys. I did get more Naramon than we need for stuff. Little food, 5-stream streak. Thank you so much. Okay, I am so happy with this one that Skill made. Little food. Because it is like, okay, it is like a hype moment. But I do like that a lot for the stream streaks as well. Thank you so much for being here, Little food. Appreciate you. Oh, we learned another word thing. We learned the word for 10 now. Noise. By the way, Mills, how? Yeah, okay, you're doing good. You're doing good. I was like, how are you? But no, okay, I answered. You having a good night? Are we gonna do more Mecha Chameleon Saturday? Yes, right? Or no? I haven't checked the streamer union stuff. Mecha Chameleon. Yeah, I think it's Saturday again, right? Of course, but that's the thing. It is not just always no, of course, and I really appreciate you.
We kept the Saarinen survivors with
No, that's what I was saying. Like I lost most of my streak, but I still have my chicken streak. Oh, good little food. Thank you for the lurky.
and they the mind. I give you now the coordinates and codes to this place. But do
Yeah, they didn't know that you can link like the player as the operator and play as a Warframe. They did what we could not.
I know what I have to do.
Okay.
I don't need to hear it. I lived it. Prepare the landing craft, Ortis.
I forgot how fucking badass I looked. The hair is so cool.
That doesn't mean what I think.
Where do we go now? Confront Umbra? I kind of just want to get my plans now. It is nighttime now, no? Yeah. It already ends in 38 minutes, so we gotta get planned. This is priority, people. Get the plant first. Wow, God, I'm not used to walking around as my operator here. Can I just get my plant first? But now I forgot which plant. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. Earth. And then like I don't know which one I need now. And we can see it. All good. Is that good? Okay, fuck it. We're gonna do this one. I have so many relics. Do I have double ones? They're all different ones, no? This is exceptional. This is a basic bitch, okay? Yes. Basic bitch, okay. Go. This one, yes, please. Equip. Yes. 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 Okay. Oh wait. Now I kind of wanted to see public if there are other people to join in just like rushing through stuff. I'm not sure if we will join other people or no. I am very proud of myself that I still made it in time. Like I was a little late, like an hour late, but I still made it on time. I didn't think I would. Okay, this is like get all the what is that? Get all the points, right? Yes, but I just need flowers, some night flowers. But these are the moonlight threshold. I didn't need those. I need moonlight other things. Don't I? I'm not sure. I don't think that were the trash cones. Because I thought I already had trash cones. Okay, we have 36 minutes to figure it out. We got this. We got this. Is that something? There's nothing.
Don't forget the reactant. You need more to
Okay.
open that relic.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate my teammates. I need the help at the points, but I'm trying to find the plants. Okay, let me just move to the point there. Okay. I can clear C, so I can help. That is good, I think. Let's capture C. Plans. Oh, I'm gonna fall. Bye! Oh, I forgot my bonus card. It's still good. Tower lost. Oh. Okay. This way. Thank you for opening all the chests. I like my doggo a lot. Go this way. Oh, I need to grab this. Doop, 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 doop. Okay, but I don't see the plants here. I'm not 100% sure if this is like the map that I need to go, because I did find like the moonlight trash con thing. As I said, I need moonlight something, but I thought it was like something with an S. I gotta check. Exactly. Open, please. Poof, poof. Open this one, please. I think I put my shirt wrong. I just now realized. Oh my gosh. That's the thing. I'm functioning. Okay, focus. And I'm gonna kill everything. Okay, they got D again. We get D back with you. Hello. Is that me? I'm a muffin. Get this one, please. Oh no, my doggo ran off. Okay, we're just gonna go here. Maybe there's flowers down here. Oh. Relic crack, thank you.
Has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Can I go down there? Yeah, I scanned something. Yay! Okay, but maybe we just get out now. We need to find the wind mission still. I don't find any flowers. So either we move to other places. No, you don't know. Oh my gosh, that was hard. Sounds like a plan. Yeah. So yeah, I need to make like for the side quest the nightfall apothepic. I'm just gonna call it like that. Apothepic. Potato. I need to find the potato. That makes that sounds good.
The remaining enemies must not report back to their command. Eliminate
Kill everything. Favorite part from the missions here. Oh my Jesus, I can't fly. Nope. That's right. Nope. Like this is how you see, like I haven't played in a while. I can't move like your shit. But we're doing good. This way. Thank you. Okay, do I want to form a blueprint? I don't have this one. I don't have that one. Do I have that one? I'm not sure if I have that one. Yeah, the apothetic. It was tedious. It looked like scanning. Yeah. Okay, I kind of want to just get the hell out. No, get the hell out. Get the hell out. Yep. Extraction, please. Because these are not the plants I need. Oh, fuck you, Lich. Don't steal all my stuff again. Do you get your stuff back after you kill it or no? Do you know? Okay, exit. Yeah? Oh my god, then he's gonna have so much stuff. Okay, let me see. What was the plant that we need? It's not the bone. Apothetic. Moonlight Dragon Lily. Where do we get Moonlight Dragon Lily? Hangs into it forever till you kill him. Oh my god, he's gonna have so much stuff. Oh my gosh. Okay, but maybe that's one of the things that we can do together then as well, Ripshot. We can kill liches. Okay, let me go find these because we are limited with time. For the night time, because it is still, what do you say that? 30 minutes, 30 minutes. Okay, okay. So we go to E Prime, Mantle, or Servantes. What is this kind of mission? Sabotage, Terminate, Terminator's Night, Capture. Maybe we're just gonna rotate them, I guess. E Prime. Ooh, we can do a really easy mission. But we can do a hard mission too. Really easy because I kind of want just the fucking flowers. So yeah. If the funny, I don't even know my Lucy's assassinate combo yet. You don't know it yet? Oh. That's the thing. Like I haven't. How do you say that? I haven't played in a while, and I don't know most of the special attacks or the combo like from Volt either. Like I've been just slashing everything continuously. Okay, okay. Let me just read. That's just like the other thing that's that like you need the puddles. Okay, we have these. They are often found on the ground near grassy areas or bodies of water. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, oh. So they're on grassy stuff or bodies of water. They're not up here, but they're. Be here. Here. Somewhere here. Should be somewhere here. No? This is like the grassy area and everything. Yes! Moonlight Dragon Lily. Yes! Okay, this is where... Okay, okay, okay. We got this. We got this. Oh, that's like the plan. Because we don't need the cones. I might need the cones at some point. I have no idea, but... Can't. Okay. I don't know how many I need. I didn't check that because I'm not smart. But we're just gonna grab as much as we can, I guess. Maybe circle back around a little bit. What is this? No, this is the trash can. But okay. Yes, there's more. Found you, bitch. Okay, yep. You're going home with mama.
Well done. Now get to
Okay. I know I can extract already, but I think I might need faster than that. I only got 2. More plants here. Yeah. Oh, Moonlight Jade Leaf. That's not what we need, but it's pretty. We might need it later. I have no idea. But we need this one. Oh, there's a player waiting. Oh, I forgot to put on the thingy. I should have done this solo. Because I'm trying to get more plants. But that person is going to be annoyed. We have 1 minute. But how do I... Fish! Oh, that's Streamelands fishing. I think it's funny that Streamelands knows how to fish. That confused the fuck out of me the first time. It scared me, like, what the hell? How does he know? How can he fish? Wait, I saw a flower here. They're up there. There we go. Okay, 60 seconds. We have 1 close by still, or is this it? Maybe this is it. We got a couple. I think we might have enough. Okay. Let us check. I know you're stealing my stuff, you mean lich. Yeah, I forgot I picked on like the open thingies.
You gotta mean it.
Thank you. But okay, we got 3 of the dragon lilies. Let me check how much we actually need. Carney! Thank you so much. Okay, I'm still getting the flowers, Carney.
Welcome 5 from Carnage
Okay, is it gonna
31
play
Dime.
Clippy? Yup,
Ty
yup,
for
yup.
joining
Yup, yup, yup.
us. Feel free to drop A in
Yes,
chat and
okay,
get
it might get
cozy.
stuck. I
If you'd
don't
like
know.
to see
I don't
more
know.
of this
I hope it
muffin,
doesn't
don't
get
forget
stuck.
to follow.
From some misty space ninjas we called zombies. Now we're here to watch Muffin and our souls. Yeah, I didn't update the title yet because I was like, okay, as long as I'm still continuing with the Warframe, I'm just gonna keep you and Moody in there to promote your butts because I appreciate you helping me a lot. And I'm hyped to play more Warframe and like Counter-Strike as well. Like next week maybe? Okay, but I'm still getting like the stuff. Thank you so much for waiting. If you also need to just go get some sleep, go cuddle Arya. Cuddle her like crazy. Okay, we need like 3 more. Yes, it's
Oh,
loading.
that's funny. Wait. Is it because I tried to put a Mega Evolve into a PC?
Okay, but that won't work. Are we just gonna go to the same map? Or are we gonna circle them? Let me turn this off. Or well, maybe fuck it. Maybe fuck it, because then we can fly through them. But yeah, Carney, if you need to get rest, go cuddle Arya like crazy. And for everyone coming in, hello. I am Evil Muffin, also called the Not So Evil Muffin. No worries for the raid and run. That's exactly what I mean. Like if you need to go get some rest, go get some sleep, and go cuddle Arya. Warm up the bed together. Thank you for having me. Maybe if we go with a squad, then we can do the difficult one and we gain levels at the same time. But okay, I just need 3 more of like the Moonlight Dragon Lilies. And as soon as I got 3 more of the Dragon Lilies, then we can make the Apatapatik. Do you make a custom raid message every time you play? That's awesome. And I hope you had a good rest of your stream. Okay, I need to scan more. Yeah, fuck you. I am busy getting flowers here. Flowers. I haven't scanned you yet. Can I scan you before you're dead? Thank you. Oh, I haven't scanned you yet either. Okay, but look, that's the thing. They're already done. I'm here for my flowers. Oh, I can just... I forgot, okay. La. But okay, I need flowers. I need 3 flowers. I don't really care about all of y'all. I need flowers. These flowers. Not these flowers. These are the jade leaves. We don't need these flowers. Fuck! Need them other flowers. The other side. That side. Those are also jade leaves. We might need them later, I guess, but I don't want those. I need the other flowers. Flowers. And your butt. Okay, maybe we go back to the other map because then I did find 3. And I knew that they're there. I'm gonna exterminate this guy first. Yeah, go. But I feel like maybe the other people are also looking for flowers. Or am I just the only one? No. There are still people getting extraction. Maybe over here? Oh, there's some over there. Are those the good flowers? The flowers we need? Flowers? Where was it? Why am I so blind?
I remember
Those?
every moment we've shared, every touch, every lash,
There.
every.
I am really blind. What else is new? Okay, these ones, but this is still the jade leaf. I'm not sure if this is a good map. Bien. Dragon Lily, that's still... Is that the right one? This is the right one. So they do have them. Oh, yes, no. My gosh! Okay, but he's also still fighting, so as I said, I think he's also getting here for the flowers. Now what's your Kufa's voice? Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah, we're just ignoring that, okay? But they're stealing all my shit still, so... But I'm just here for flowers. I have one mission, and one mission only. And it's getting those flowers before nighttime is over, because then we have to wait for the next nighttime, and I don't want ya. I don't want ya. Okay. One more here. Oh my god, and we need one... No? Yes. There's one more there. Am I blind? Yes, okay. We have 3 more. I think we only needed 3. We have 3. So we should be good then. Oh my god, my pet is just murdering everything. Okay, I know you're waiting. I'm sorry, but yeah. Bye-bye. We're good, we're good. Okay, so we got the 3 Moonlight Dragon Lilies, and I think those were the last flowers we needed for the... Yeah, apothec. I'm happy that they don't steal my flowers. Like, he steals money and he steals some resources, but knowing that it gets bad, like, my gosh. Yes, I got exactly enough. Okay, craft. West. Got it. Find the shrine. Nice. Okay, but which shrine? What they talking about? Must have the nightmare. Oh, and my gear wheel. Oh shit. I forgot how to equip stuff. This is just a muffin is getting back into Warframe. It's just a little bit, just randomly. Okay, where gear wheel, gear. I need the Nightfall Apothectic. Oh my god, I have so much stuff here. Nightfall Apothectic. Equip. I don't even know if I have these. Vector, Clam Clone. What is this? Noise. I never use those. Do you ever use like the stuff, Ripshot, like the specters to fight for you? Oh, I do want to check Nightwave as well because we need. And this is the Lich stuff. So yes, that was actually the Kufa Lich. He's annoyed. Modify Paris. Need Requiem relics for the Kufa, Siphons, Trolls, Hounds, Kufa Floods, Black Murmurs. Stretch. Oh my gosh! Specters are AI teammates, yes. Yes, no, it's not. So it's not that you just park them and go, but yeah, you do. Oof. Oh, I was sitting in my other chair. Okay, we good? Okay, so we have to lure them, we have to get Wheeljack to equip this AO Parasol. Battle. Like, I have done some Kufa stuff, but I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore, man. How's your Warframe looking on updating? Is it good? That's the thing. He steals your words, yeah. The no look up. Okay, so first you gotta get him. That he's gotta Texas. Then you gotta defeat. Now you gotta pursue him. I do like the Wheeljack missions, like the space missions. They are really fun. They are good. A little Reiki. That's the one. It's probably done updating. Your sister asked what she needs until you want to go. She said, "Oh, good, oh, good." Thank you for still watching and supporting. Appreciate you. How old is your niece? Is she a nice niece? Is she a cute kid? Or is she a terror? Like seeing as you're still being able to watch on your phone. I think you're good. Oh, I do notice the fact that I stream like a lot because I'm yapping so much and I need to drink more nowadays. Especially like with the heat and everything. But my god, my voice gets raspy after a stream of 12 hours. Probably need to. Thank you, Whip. I was telling Mooney earlier as well. Like, you always keep me hydrated and I appreciate you. Thank you. There we go. Okay, so now we gotta find the shrine. The Silver Grove. Can you feel the purity? Beyond all is contaminated, toxic. But here everything is pure and original. But yeah, for people like, okay, so behind my face, that's great. Behind my face, like there's often like the lore and stuff. Our shrine is nearby. Search around and I'll let you know when I can feel its energy. Oh yeah, this was like the tree. I call them the tree faction, like the nature faction, right? I think those were people that sent me on this. Silver Grove, forgive this Warframe on your sacred soil. Okay, I get it, but there's like a lot of other machinery and stuff, so it's not like we're the first one to touch this earth. Right? Right? I think we're good. New Loka mommy? That's the one, yes. Yes. Well, yeah, okay, I get that. The new Loka mommy. I was like, okay, the tree clan, but yeah, the new Loka mommy sounds accurate as well. Flambebe burp. No, swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. No, swimming in the ocean, itty big and pretty, white and beat a polar bear in a fight. Like an underwater unicorn, they've got a kick-ass facial harm. They're the Jedi on the sea. Stop conforming me to ye.
Are you kidding?
Narballs, they are narballs, narballs. Just don't let them touch your balls. Narballs, they are narballs, narballs. Inventors of the shish kebab. Fuck yeah. It does always make me happy. I do love the narwhals so much. I was actually like the friend who I was meeting up with the last weekend, like on the Sunday, when I went out for sushi. She's the one that I was singing narwhals with together always, like when we were in high school and I was like 15 years old. Like when Mr. Weebly came out with this song, I was so obsessed with it. And we were just singing this like in class, like narwhals, narwhals. And I was like drawing like little narwhals comics and everything. So the fact that it was an actual Tanja redeem, also still like the overlay and everything from this Tanja redeem, like the same as the Muffin Time, is made by DK. That's the guy that is running the Twitch team that I'm in. And it's so cool. Like it's so perfect with the chroma layout, overlay out. Like he didn't make the song. The song is from Mr. Weebly, and the other one ASDF movies. But he made the overlays, like the chroma overlays. Mm. Yep. Oh my god, I can type. There you go. Okay. I'm YouTube not the same these days. What do you mean? What's the difference? Like the things that they released? Oh, I missed the look at my horse. My horse is amazing. Mm. Okay. We are here. We have the nightfall. Let me put it back to this one. Does this one work at all? Oh yeah, but look, this cuts off my Pikachu ears. That's why I hate the clean overlay if I have my Pikachu ear. Because that just defeats the whole purpose of the Pikachu ear. So yeah. The content people make. Yeah. That's the thing. It became more about like influencers and getting the most views and all that stuff, and instead of just daily stuff. But there's still good stuff. But you do gotta look for it. Where the hell do I go? Find the shrine. Probably over there, since there's like one enemy here. Is this a monkey? Oh no. No, it's just a normal enemy. It looked like a really weird monkey. I'm not gonna lie. What's this? But that's the thing, we don't need these anymore. I kinda don't want them, but okay. Find the shrine. That's the thing, it's like, oh, forgive me, but they're just enemies chilling here, so I'm not the first. I'm just gonna murder them all. I think the shrine should be around here. Dogo, open, thank you. Whoop, look at me with the whole 3-stream stream. Beat that, anyone else? Okay, I'm sorry to say, Kitty, you've already been beat in this stream. Like we had, I think, wait, let me scroll back. Littlefoot, he has a stream streak. And Miss Relaxing has a stream streak. But that doesn't matter. No, how can you hurt my feelings like that? Well, you challenged the rest of chat, so I have to defend my people. But I still appreciate you. And okay. Like you are now like the most recent biggest stream streak. There's no one bigger now. Does that make you feel better? You're the biggest at the current moment. Yeah, see, I am. Yeah. Okay, until there's someone else coming in with the stream streak, you do have the biggest stream streak that we know of at this moment. I think that makes sense. Oh my god, everything is burning here. That's not a good sign. Oh, a kidney every time. The thing is, the sound sounds so accurate, but I do seem like very big, like chat is calling me. So I'm like, ah! But the Discord sound sounds so good. And now I'm not calling with people. I'm still in the Discord if anyone wants to just come and say hello. Or wants to play Warframe or play something else. Where the hell is the shrine? Do I just continue to move through this map forever? I think so. We're just gonna fly like crazy, okay? Sorry if you get motion sickness from this. Welcome to Warframe. I know people who legit got sick from playing Warframe at some point because it moves so fast. Like you do have to, I don't know, your brain has to accept the Warframe. That makes sense. You fly through it. You never answer. Damn it. I'm sorry. I would if you want to call. Never answer. That's more related. I don't pick up my phone that much. I can always call back though. Hey, where is that shrine? I feel like I'm going in a loop. Oh, hi. See? Okay, I've moved too far away. That's what I was thinking. You're close. I can feel it. See any narrow opening? What narrow openings? We need to find a hole. Flip into. I used to get motion sick when Warner had some headings that help now. Yeah. Play Warframe, thanks, I'll pass. I can't stand the game. Really, Keeney, why? Why do you hate Warframe? What do you hate about Warframe? Oh, god damn it, I'm moving further away from the shrine again. Don't tell me. You're very close. Yes, look for a small opening in the rocks.
Look for a small opening in the rocks.
Yeah, this is someone's house. There's shit on fire here. This is not where we no. This is someone's house again. Nope, this is a spawn. Smack! Oh my god, I'm just chopping the legs up. Okay, but why do you hate it? Yeah, another stream wanted me to test it. And I did like it at all. Everything is the same mission, everything looks the same, third person, enemies so easy to kill. Okay, so the thing is, the enemies are not that easy to kill, like, higher level. It really depends, like, it's skills, but it is, like, that is the experience I had at the beginning as well. Like, okay, every level is the same, like, what the fuck do you do? It is definitely more fun with other people, because then they can...
Yes, you're very close now.
Beginning, because the beginning is just not that fun, I do get that. But I don't know. It grew on me, I guess. Like, yeah, I get what you mean, Keeney, I'm not gonna lie. Beginning was also like, okay, every level is the same, everything looks the same way. But then you do make some progression, or you work towards some stuff. And then you actually get a little bit more of the game experience. This is also a dead end, no? Where the fuck do I go? I'm annoyed now. And are there any settings that I need to change for people watching? Like, I don't want people getting motion sickness as well. Does anyone see a hole in the stone where I can just slip myself into? Gonna get in there, we gotta get in here. Like, this way is still moving further apart, right? Because this is... Yeah. Should be somewhere here, because if I move there, it says you're moving farther away again. I am very lost. Where? Everything is burning. Maybe just move towards all the burning stuff. There are enemies here. Do I go the right way here? Or is she gonna say that I'm going the wrong way again? Is this the shrine? Yeah! We found the hole in the rocks. We're okay, we're doing it. Yes. The enemies are easy to kill here as well because yeah, they're like level 20. I am a higher level and I brought my maximum sword. But you do have to upgrade everything. It's kind of the chameleon, everything and everyone looks the same. Yeah, that's the thing. No one is a bunny. No one is a bunny like me. You can customize shit, but yeah. Like as I said, I do get that experience a lot as well because at the beginning I was just following along with people protecting my butt. Like I played a lot with Operator who was here checking in earlier, and he was just like, "Okay, we go this note, we go that note." I was like, "What the hell? Where? What? Where am I? What am I doing? What? Where? What is gonna attack me? Something is gonna attack me. I'm lost in this soil. Why? I don't know why. Did you get buried alive? I don't recommend that.
Did you hear that?
The Grove, it speaks. That doesn't sound like the Grove.
Speaks. My heart. Wait. A new apothec.
But okay, so Kini, how much did you play? Did you just play like for a couple hours or what? I hope this venom leaves my arm. Oh no, the bee sting! Oh fuck.
It's time to
Where's my wing? Did you have like some anti... I don't know, just some stuff for it or no? Like it can help to cool the spot a lot, but there's like a lot of after bite stuff in the market here that might help or like mental to like reduce the itchiness a little bit and the burning sensation. And then for the swelling it can help a lot with yeah, eyes. Okay, if you played for 8 hours, yes, okay. And then I fully agree. I think if at 8 hours or 10 hours. Oh. I'm so sorry I was attacked. I wanted to light my smoky and say hello to Kini. Okay. But no, at like that at 8 hours I kinda hated the game at the beginning as well, I think. But now I have I don't know how many hours I have. I also left the game running for quite a while, so I have 160 hours. But I think I might have played 100 hours or something. And like that's the thing, like after 50 or it gets better. But it is, as I said, like it is a little bit of a grind, and especially at the beginning, it can not be that most fun game to play, especially if you play by yourself. It is good if you have like a buddy just carrying you through like the first notes, because you just gotta unlock everything, and that gets really tedious really fast. But yeah, if you do like a couple of notes every time with a friend, then you just unlock like a shit ton in the world. And it can be like 1, 2, and then just do something else. And then you can actually make a lot more progression in the game, which is it gets fun. But that's the thing. Like if you didn't get through like the first 8 hours, then I can fully understand that you're also like, yeah, I'm not just gonna try to see if it gets fun. Like you have other games to play as well. No, you got nothing. Okay, Kini, on Muffin Doctor's orders. Go to the store tomorrow. Go to like a pharmacy. Because bee stings are so shitty. And that swelling and everything, yeah. Yeah, the itchiness. Like if you get itch, if you scratch it open, it gets way worse. Like I had the same with just a mosquito bite because of the way my body works with my autoimmune shit. I apparently scratched open a mosquito bite in my sleep. And then the mosquito bite got infected, and then I had like a whole local inflammation infection, and I had to get antibiotics.
The road? Well, it got stuck in a crack.
My gosh, it got stuck in a crack. I love that you used David Attenborough for that. Normally it's always like, oh, look at this in the wild environment. But yep. Okini, you love this one then. Look. Why are graveyards so noisy because of all the coffin? Wow. Hey, Kitty, do you have like ice packs or something? Something frozen, something cold. Yeah, you should have something cold. Because that can help. It's called my heart. No. You cannot take your heart out and just use it cool shit. Even if it's cool, that's not gonna work. And I know for a fact that it's not, so sorry. But no, if you have like an ice pack or something in the freezer, like a freezer block, just put that on the plates of this thing, because this the freezing that also takes away like the itching a little bit. That's why stuff like menthol, or even if you have like after sun shit, that can also, like, if it cools down, that does help a lot with the swelling and the itching a little bit and the burning stuff. Because that can help you like through the night maybe. And then you can get stuff at the doctor's tomorrow. There is a lot of antibiotic stuff. Like I have like a minor bee allergy as well. So one time I got stung by a bee and then it just swells up to this. And then you're like, ah, that hurts. I got stung by a bee like 3 times in my life. Yes, yes. Frozen peas are better than frozen pea. I wouldn't recommend, like, first of all, then that would mean that you have frozen pea just in your storage, ready to go. I don't know why, or I don't want to judge your choices, but that's not very hygienic in your fridge. Like, no, now I need to get more plants. Okay, what plants do we need now? Nightfall, we made the other one, but now we need Nightfall. We need more Dragon Lily Moonlights, and we need the Sunlight things. Okay, is it still nighttime? Because then we're just gonna rush to get all the Moonlight stuff. I want to get the plants out of the way, because that's a quest that I've had for 50 years. No. Okay. Day ends in 1 hour. Yeah. Okay, then we're just gonna do a clamp mission. God damn. Okay. But Bet is calling. You never know when you need it. That's what I said. I don't judge, but you do you. But yeah. I wouldn't recommend it, and I think I would recommend the peas over the pea. Yep. It's better. And thank you for checking in and being here again, Keeney, and have a great night. I hope you get some good sleepies. Let me play you a clippy before you head off. I'm a cute bunny. Ooh, thank you for the blessings. Okay, let's travel to... Where are you? Daffodils. I know Clem needs my help, so let's just go for Clem. My god, second-hand jump scare. The ice pack is definitely glued. Okay. Oh, Littlefoot's giving advice for you, Keeney. Try cleaning the wound with rubbing alcohol if you've tried that. If not, try and keep it clean and chilled. If you have access to antihistamines, that will definitely help. That's true, that helps a lot as well. Because even if you're not allergic or not, like the effect, that why it's itching is like the toxins, like being stuck in your body. And your body making like the allergy reaction. So even if you're not like allergic, like anti-allergy meds, like even if you have like hay fever meds or stuff like that, that can help a lot. So, yeah. Thank you for that advice, Littlefoot. You're so nice. Akini, I hope everything will work out. Yep. Oh, yes. Okay, so yeah, you can take those for the hay fever meds. Yeah. That's what I meant. Nice one. I don't know where I am. Are there flowers here? I don't feel like there are flowers here. Why are you in my face? I'm trying to find if there are flowers. You'll need to scan these. That's it. The issue with the scanning is 9 out of 10 times they're dead before I can scan them. I do need to keep them alive, but I think he's fine, no? He should be fine. Yeah, see, he's fine. We're good. Okay, just kill everything. Thing is, you can... Okay, so this is like the missions where you have to like remain... keep the life support going. But as long as you keep killing enemies, you basically don't need to get the pots up. Or you can wait a long time with them. I feel like there's no flowers in this one though. I was gonna do this one because it's on Earth and I wanted to have like a change of pace. Okay, bye. Bye. La. Okay. But yeah, no, that's the thing. I don't think there's flowers. So I thought maybe it was gonna be a win-win because on Earth there are just generally flowers. But yeah. Good. Keep cleaning. Keep it chilled. I hope you feel better soon. Yeah, bad cupcake? No. I'm a muffin. I'm no cupcake. Are we gonna do this again? Like that's what's been happening with the English muffin. He's been called like an English cupcake. That's just muffin blasphemy. Calling a muffin a cupcake. And I've been called a very good girl today, so no, we're not bad today. I love the redeems that Carney has. I know that, and now I want to use that the whole time. And Carney has the redeems where you gotta he gotta call people mommy and stuff. Yep. Yep. It's fun. Okay, flowers. No, I don't think so. Kill everything. We need to survive for like 7.5 minutes. That's a long ass time. Okay, then we're just gonna do treasure hunting. Go, open up please. I will kill them. Thank you. Go more. No, don't go. You have a mission. Clam can fight them. Okay. You open them. Oh, you failed. I'm sorry. Open those, please. Thank you. Okay, Clam, stay alive. Good job. 2 more. We're just gonna resource farm, okay? How are you doing, by the way, Rick GGs? I will try rubbing alcohol. That does also help a lot. Yeah, that's also a good one. And I hope Keeney gets rest. And thank you for the advice again, Littlefoot. Also, if I use a chat or something, feel free to tag me in it. I might have to add that as well, like a message thing. I know, like I am inspired by that by the Man of Ladders because he has that buff as well. And I've noticed, like when I'm like very chaotic, I can miss messages sometimes, like with the Pokemon, and then looking back and forth and doing everything. But if you tag my butt, then you have bigger chances of me finding your messages in the chaos. Okay, see, like we only redeemed like the one thing. Maybe we can do one more, maybe. But okay, that's the thing. I thought like these kind of missions take forever normally as well. But I was hoping to find flowers. What is that? That's not a flower. That's an explosive. What is that? What is this? What is that? What? Where? I don't know what that is. Is that now? Warframe 101. Try to scan quick, otherwise it's dead. There's nothing here. Whee! Nope. Be right back. Oh, good Littlefoot. Thank you again for being here. Okay, maybe we're gonna redeem one life support now. Need 5 more minutes, Jesus. Okay, great. Clam is gonna die. I need to protect Clam's butt better. Clam, I'm sorry. Okay, killing everything. Flowers? I can scan your butt. Haha! Then we get some points for the cellular? No? What's that one called again? This is how you know that like the memory muscle is still here, but I have played, so, yeah, it's been a while. But now I have to wait until it's night again, so maybe we're gonna save that mission for the next time. But then it's over to some... There's some... I also want to do like the librarian, but I want to go at a stream, just start and then completely finish the game. For anyone who doesn't know, like the librarian is a really cute indie game. I got it at the Steam sale. And yeah, it's basically a game where you have to organize books. And that sounds maybe boring, I don't know. But it's yeah, it's so fucking satisfying. Well, it looks so satisfying, and I was like, okay, I kind of want to do that on just a cozy yapping stream, where we start and then we completely finish the game within one stream, because I do like to do that in the indie games. But that's probably not the best idea with how tired I am. At least I can decide after every game if we want to continue or not. So I think that's what we're gonna do. After this mission, I will take a tiny break, grab my food, check how the little Karma Bean is doing. Because I gave her big walkies like this afternoon, but it's really hot during the day. So, just gotta kill everything. Where's Clem? Is Clem still okay? Think so? No, he's not. Oh, no, I'm not. Can Clem revive me, or is Clem alive? Okay, let me revive myself. Yeah, we're good. I was getting a little bit cocky here. Let me kill everything, we're good. Where is Clem? Did I lose Clem? Did I need to revive Clem? Clem here? Clem is here. This Clem? Clem back? Clem down there? Where is Clem? Clem fell through the map? Where the fuck is Clem? What? I don't get it. Get the other revive, please, maybe? That is Clem, no? Yes. My gosh. Revive Clem. I lost you, Clem, I'm sorry. You look like a little rock instead of an actual person thing being functioning shooting thingy. I think I added you. There's 2 accounts with that name. There's 2 accounts? Really? Oh, that's interesting. I think I'm like mastery level 8. Does that help? Oh no, I need to get to a console. Okay. Let's not fail this mission, because then that would suck. Because it takes 7.5 minutes, so we're just gonna... Oh my. Woo! Oh no, I'm falling. Woo! There we go. And activate this one. This is good for killing everything. Oh, no. Yes. This way, maybe? Oh, epic kill. Oh. Why didn't we get an epic kill? Was that too far? I think so. 42%, we're good. I needed to kill more Eximus. Mercy kill! Shock. Okay, time left. Now we can extract. Also already moving towards extraction, so that's nice. We still have 30%. Open that one, loot everything. There was no flowers here, so we're just gonna loot everything we can. Okay, can we just leave? Yes, please. I'm stuck. Okay. Clem, come with us. Okay. Oh, got messages stuck. If you message me during stream, I can reply sometimes, but don't be offended if I just not reply. Oh my gosh, wait. We're gonna die here. Oh, let me go. Rock! Hi, Greeny Poo! Oh my god, that was
Number
loud
one
and
from
scared me. But hello, honey, how was your
1757.
stream?
Ty for joining us. Feel free to drop a
I'm
in
sorry I
chat and
couldn't
get
check in, but
cozy.
I was.
If you'd like to see more of this muffin,
Like only
don't forget to
reasons
follow.
why I miss your streams is if I'm sleeping or I'm streaming myself. But I hope you had a good stream. What are you doing, Turkey? I'm Morgoth! Rick, fuck yes. Okay, I'm just trying to extract here. We're playing some Warframe. We were playing with Mooney and Carnage for a little. We were supposed to do some Counter-Strike originally. But Counter-Strike had a really big update today. And yeah, then people still had to update. That was not gonna be a good idea with streaming. But then they changed plans to do some Warframe because Mooney and Carnage play Warframe basically every week on Wednesday, I think. And I have played Warframe a lot in the past. It's just been a while. But my gosh, okay, I can redeem this one. Oh no! Oh no! I'm not gonna fail this mission. I'm not gonna fail this mission. I don't want to fail this mission. We are failing the mission. Oh my gosh. 80 meters. 80 meters. 50 meters. 50 meters! Okay, sorry. Okay, I needed to get the fuck out because otherwise I was gonna die. Finishing the star chart was annoying though. You're getting your shoes on and stuff together to heading to work. Have a great stream. I'm gonna have to download Warframe. Yes, we're doing Grimmy. Fuck yes. Like I played Warframe like way back. And so I don't have that many frames and stuff. I do have most of the star chart completed, I think. You're doing a short stream before work? Yeah, I saw you went live and I wanted to go check in. Okay, let me check. Okay, here. If you don't know Grimmy yet, Grimmy plays a lot of Escape from Tarkov. He also does other games. He is very sweet, very awesome. I also mod there for Grimmy Poo. You can spam all the Tanjo dungeons you want. Leave here. I want to go back home. Played a lot of Warframe. A lot of my Warframes are built for Steel Path. Ooh. See, that's the thing. Like, I have played, like, I don't know, I think I have 150, 160 hours now in here. But I only have like 2 or 3 frames because I was still trying to get the basics. And every time I played a lot, and then I stopped a little, and I played a lot, and I stopped a little, and that's how we just, yeah, how we roll. But I did want to get like this system, and I was just getting back into it a little bit now. Like I played with McNapkin a couple months back, I think already. Like when I randomly joined him for a stream. So I think we might deal with other stuff another time. Now we need more plans, and we need to wait for it to be nighttime again on Earth. And this one is the Umbra one. Have I unread message? Hey, wait. Whoa. A clan, but I think I'm still in a clan, no? Did I get kicked out of the clan? Oh my gosh. Okay, fuck it. I was in a clan, but apparently not anymore. No, you're not in a clan. Okay, have a good day at work, Remy. Okay, so yeah, I used to be in a clan. Like I used to work like with the person I was playing with together. And I was supposed to decorate at some point or whatever. But yeah, they also haven't played for a long time. So maybe the clan just disbanded. There are not that many active people there anymore. Could be the case, but okay, let's. Oh, how can I get Aya? Okay, I can level these up, but I need Aya. Aya.
to pursue our goals.
Wait, missions and bounties. Okay. The thing, now we're getting into everything again a little bit more. Did we do some Nightwave
Now, just
stuff?
in case some of you ain't doing all this out of the kindness of
Energy
your
orb,
hearts.
sabotage. Maybe we finished one sabotage mission, so we have that one. Everything unlocked. Well, mine's basically just me. Use it for blueprints. Nice. So yeah, we did like I put like all my resources in like the clan that we had. My God. Okay, I think. Oh my God, I got disbooted. Oh my gosh. Okay, but that is awesome because yes, I had like a shit ton unlocked. But thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now I am back in the clan again. That's good. My gosh. Okay. Are we gonna do one last mission and then switch? Maybe sabotage mission or this special sabotage mission. I also need to do trash run, but I don't want to do trash run. This is like the Kufa stuff. Okay, we will do this one. Last mission. Got everything unlocked? That's good. And yes, I hope Remy has an amazing day at work, and thank you again for rating him. Teammates need help opening the door. Which door? Where are you? Where is my teammate? There? I just loaded in here, okay? Hello, I'm here. Hello. Oh, you're the Kufa stuff. Wait, do I need to attack you with this? Was that it?
The reactor is going into stasis. Now is your chance to complete
Yes.
the sabotage. Use whatever you can to make sure it never works again. Coolant cell extracted.
Oh.
All salvage inserted. When the reactor is restarted, this will trigger a meltdown.
Yeah. Takes forever though. And I don't have energy. Okay, you know what? What is this? I need this. And then we need to go put it somewhere else. I haven't done Kufa missions in a while. This is just like my descriptions of work. And we need to pick this up and then we need to put it in that. Okay, but we already had it. I picked it up for nothing. Now, do I have to just walk around with this forever? It doesn't want to drop. Get to extraction?
Get to extraction immediately.
Really? But the Kufa? We're not getting the Kufa?
Beware, Tenno. The ship is experiencing
What?
magnetic anomalies.
What's this? What's this? What's that? What? Oh, that doesn't open. What? They just want to extract, no? Oh, they're also working on it. Bloop! Mr. Zep, let's go! Let's go! I'm just flying through the maps.
The chamber is almost full. How exciting! And done. Another batch of Kuva particles for my sister.
Okay, that was the Kufa stuff.
The siphon is full. I cannot understate how much of a setback this is.
Towers! It's your 100 muffin! It's the 100 muffin! Oh my gosh! So this makes Star Wars now the ultimate muffin collector? And I still don't know what you want. Maybe we need to add like a special walk-on sound or stuff. I don't know. I want something as a reward for this amazing achievement. Because not only have you been here for at least 100 streams, you've checked in for 100 streams. Because I know you've been at like more, I think. I don't know if I already had the check-in when you first came here. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, sir. Holy shit, 100 people, 100 muffins. You fucking did it. Okay, what is this? Can I take this? Yes, I can. Oh, but this is a coin. Yeah, okay. Well, it's always nice to get a coin. Whee! Smack, smack, smack. Whee! Oh, uppies. Uppies! No, I was here before you made it. See, so you have been here for probably like 150 streams or I don't know, something like that. And that's just fucking amazing. And my number one supporter, like together with like a handful. I need to add. That's the thing. I know. I want to add like a panel, like about panel and all that stuff. Okay, I'm gonna add that here. Oh, it's blocking the message. Okay, actions. Why? Okay, I found the issue, but I don't know why. There's a really random other issue, but I found the issue for Okay, actions. Mark alert completed. Has blocked the message. Can I unblock this then? Jump to surrounding. Actions. Okay, I gotta figure this out. Why? How to unblock a message by auto mode. Okay, and let me add this here. About panel, honorary members. You are now at least like the first one to get ever like 100 muffins. You have the most muffins ever. And you have been here like, yeah. You're one of the, I don't know, like handful of people who've been here for forever. And it's amazing. Thank you. Okay, let me check. Ripshot, did you want to play right now? You want to play together? Or... And I can stay in Warframe as well. Because you were downloading it. But if you're still watching your niece, we can also play some other time. Okay, I need to check Nightwave.
It's that time again,
I
dreamers.
completed the sabotage stuff now, yes. I don't have any, no. I need, in this one, I need this. I cannot buy any, but I need this. Oh, Stream Elements fishing. Oh my god, that gets me off guard every time. Alright, I'm gonna take a turbo breaky. I will just, damn you. Rip shot. Rip. There you go. Oh my gosh, I got a golden crown. We can play what you want. I'm on just doing faction dailies right now. Okay, I was just typing you a message. Okay, there you go. Okay, then we can do some stuff together as well, maybe. That's good. Because then the plant gathering isn't that annoying, but yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, to get my food, to check on the car being, go to the bathroom, and then we can continue or do something else. But then I am gonna update the title as well. But yeah, we're gonna just be right back. So see you in what is it? I'm gonna try to make it like in 9 minutes. Yep. Be right back. Boop. I wanted to spawn a health pack for you, but I did duels. Oh my god, but that was it. That was too big of a board indeed. Yep. Okay. People, I love you. This was. Oh, duck. There's a duck. There's a duck. There's a duck. Fuck you, duck. No, I don't like you. I don't like you, duck. No. Don't do it, duck.
The duck will be fine.
No, don't do it, duck. You're so cute, but not really.
Who touched it?
Someone touched the duck.
You bastard.
Save Sap. I didn't touch it. Save Sap. Okay, Sap touched it. Oh.
You shot her.
Yes, thank you. Give Yui a little thank you, Silky. You can do a clip. You can do a clip for me. The most beautiful muffin in the world. Thank you. That's so sweet. I have an ultimate comfy mode today, so we're glasses and no makeup, we're onesie, we're PJs. We do have the devil horns because yeah, that's on brand, Then I match my logo. That's why I like this filter thing so much. Okay. Does it work again? Yes. There it goes. Yay, all your boobas are so happy. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Yui. Thank you. And this is just unfiltered me with glasses. Well, no, filtered me. No makeup and glasses. We're good. Okay, that's great.
His solo run was fun while it lasted. I know I was doing.
Really solo run was fun while it lasted. I hopped a little. But now we can play together, yeah?
How's the games? It's been good, dude. I played a little bit of Tarkov with Chathaven at the start, and then went and played Fortnite with Chathaven, and then I played Marbles, and now I'm playing Repo with Muffin. And then I'm going to bed soon because I have work in the morning.
And you were waiting forever because I reached level 117 words, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, 117 on words.
I was just having a quick word break, okay? Just a tiny quick word break.
Quick word break? You invited me to collab 48 minutes ago when everybody actually decided to do this shit.
We reached level 117, okay? It's not my fault.
And my body feels 117 waiting that long?
Okay. Oh, Jesus. No. Okay, I will just kill him. Before it kills us. Ah! Thank you. I was not gonna wait around. Okay. How many did we get?
Oh, hello.
How many did you get?
1, 2, 3, 4.
So you got just 5. Nice. Okay. Do we not turn? Or... Oh.
You can only go at one speed like this.
We sail the seas of chaos with girls all in their sails, with weapons by the dozens. It's a cozy wild town. We hoist the flag of sugar and sprinkle all around a bit of playful madness.
I should say. So we
The
won't
ship
go
runs
anywhere.
aground. Yo-ho, muffins and mayhem. Let's raise a cup of tea with fashionably late chaos. We're sailing wild. Oh, and even my free. muffin AI is calling me out of my fashionably late chaos.
We keep getting.
Yes! Okay, someone clip that. Okay, someone do the exclamation mark clip. I'm so proud. Morgoth! Hi! Oh my god, I'm extremely proud of myself. I love that this triggers like literal kitties. Thank you for the follow, Falcon. Oh my no, fucking Jesus! Why give me cute kitties first and then scare the fuck out of me then? God damn it.
Muffin is the rare breed of bird who are so beautiful when flashing them feathers.
It works!
What's happened?
Oh my god, okay. So Conundrum was saying that he was doing more improvements, right? I know he was working on transcribing. So the bot is actually listening to what the streamer says so it can understand like the context for the stream and everything. And it can help with commands. So you don't even have to type anything or say anything or do any commands. You can just do what you do. And it will do... Oh my god, yes, he said like, I'm all good just watching you try to take down that boss. I was a bit busy with my own game, but I'm not doing any improvement. But hey, he's talking back! The bot is talking back! It's gaining its own intelligence!
Oh my god, I'm getting worried now.
Okay, the thing is, I said it would be cool to clip that later, and I added a stream marker, and then I switched back. And he said, I created a clip from your voice call. It goes in and it goes out, and that's how it works.
Oh my god. Yeah, so guys, remember pull that out before, just in case. It's all about the
No. Yes, there. Monkey.
Good luck, Kay.
Monkey. Yeah, they like this. Oh my god, I couldn't go any further. Wee! Is he just chopping wood like, oh my gosh. Oh! Tilky, again, don't look at the stream. Just don't do it. Just
You say that, and I look and see.
That was interesting.
Jesus, the trap, the fucking death trap of a trench. Like, I was like, I can just jump there, and oh no, I never ate again. I forgot, and I died in our own fairy pit, but it's fine. It's all good. I'm just gonna almost died again, but yeah, we're good. Nothing happened. No one saw that. I didn't lose any skills or anything. I don't know what you're talking about. My skills are at an all-time low. That doesn't matter. Did you use the upgrades?
I used one of them.
Ah, my god. Why? Why? And I thought you went out, so I went out again and you went in. So that was...
That's fine, that's fine.
No, but we all need a purple. That's important.
Nobody can clip it. Oh fuck. Golly, I just hit the greatest shot of my life. Can you clip it?
We can.
Oh my god, no. I took revenge. I avenged Silk. Hello. I'm gonna hide this.
Hello. Muffin.
I don't know. That's what you guys.
Yes, I'm gonna kill it with my knife. I'm fighting the troll with my knife and I did it. Okay, that's the classic Muffin move. I love fighting the trolls with my knife. Okay, that's one troll down. Okay, he just took revenge instantly. He was mad.
Okay.
No.
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 Don't follow after me. I just had this argument.
I'm very much not okay.
I'm so sorry.
I hope somebody clips that. Well, I'm wearing a onesie, but...
We have scald sweep standing toward. Oh, there it is. Hanging brazier. Those are all.
Are you okay?
You're just like a fire can.
You just ran in, jumped, like,
That baby.
out of the way, jumped on top of my head, basically, run over, and just run through the portal like bad bitch. Like, what was that?
I was busy.
I'm like, okay then.
Hey,
Okay.
Carmen Bean. Yeah, you're a little bean. You
A
are.
scary doll?
Yes, you are.
I don't want to pick it up.
See? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna.
First
No,
5 seconds.
no, no, no.
Right.
We're
I need you to
good.
ring me. I need you to,
I
I need
almost
you to
slipped my
ring me
blade.
separately.
Fucking no!
Okay. What?
Yes, put on your headset.
Whoa, hi!
gonna make
Whoa,
noise.
hi! Why are you
Hi.
here?
Damn it, they just murdered
That's
me!
why I said I'm hijacking your stream for 30 seconds. I need
Oh,
you to
now you
ring me
gotta do it
separately.
like,
I can
god
sort
damn it.
that
Since
issue.
when is
I
that
just
in
need you to ring me separately so I can tell you how to do it real
now?
quick.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay. Okay,
Right,
guys,
I'll
I
do
will
it
stay
separately.
here for 5 more minutes, like, be right back. I didn't have my headphones. I had some.
Button? No.
No, I literally heard you coming back on stream and I was
I
like, I'll
reset
hijack
and
your
now I
stream for
forgot
10
it
seconds.
again. I
Ring me
want to do
separately.
it,
I'll tell
but
you how to
we
sort the
don't
issue.
shame the priesthood
Okay,
assholes.
okay, be right back,
Okay,
people. I need to
listen.
sort, like, a little Discord thing because, yeah, Mr. Lexley stuff was getting blocked, so we're gonna fix that.
Yeah,
And be right
I
back.
can unblock it. Just need you to ring me.
Oh, everybody has them.
That was everything I knew.
Welcome, Sleep Track.
Yay. Okay, okay, I have to position it like perfectly for you once I'm at the Kirby. It is better already, but yep, yep, yep. But we're still fighting. Fuck yeah. So many dumb ways. I'm sitting really awkwardly, but only you see like the whole thing that I'm sitting like, ugh. Oh god.
Do you see my face?
And it was a good placement. Now clip that and send it to your friend, and I'm never gonna sit like that again. Okay, I can see your face.
Okay.
Oh, do you want to make the muffins? Can you make them?
Muffins! That's true. That's true. I prepared everything so I could make the banana muffins. I forgot about the banana muffins. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, everyone. Banana muffins. Let me check. Did we make... Yes!
Can we make more coffee?
Okay, we're gonna live off banana muffins now, okay?
Okay. You make some.
I make 20.
Ooh, okay, I take. Oh, precision. Hold on a minute. Okay.
Okay, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Did you eat? Are you stocked up on your food? Cookie Silk?
Yes. I have 14
Okay.
minutes on it.
Okay, and drink 1 potion resistance right now, yeah?
Yeah, there's a skeleton behind the.
I built a way better ladder.
It's like a giant slime monster.
The skeleton was destroying the. Oh, it ran away. Never mind.
Okay. Do you want to take 1 poison resistance?
Potion resistance. What's that?
Yeah. Poison.
Poison?
Oh my gosh, sorry. Poison resistance.
Okay, I took poison.
Yes.
I read.
And go. It to be updated. Yeah. Yeah, but I think all the mods were. Ah, no!
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
What happened?
She may or may not have got jump scares.
Feet! Omega, this is your moment. Omega feet. Omega feet. You can still guess the feet. They're saved for you. Yes! Omega feet. Okay. I'm gonna screenshot this and post it to Sailor. Thank you for that, Dolphin. And thank you everyone in chat for letting Omega have that one. Awesome. It's long ass joke about the feet song. Like move around a little bit, like doing jungle or dragons or stuff like that. And you can move around if you want to. Oh no. Don't come here, don't come here. Okay, wait, sorry, I just gotta keep this for later because that was so... I wanted to spawn a health pack for you, but... I did duels. Oh my god, but that was it. That was too big of a board indeed. Yep. Okay. People, I love you. This was. Oh, duck. There's a duck. There's a duck. Fuck you, duck. No, I don't like you. I don't like you, duck. No. Don't do it, duck.
The duck will be fine.
No, don't do it, duck. You're so cute, but not really.
Who touched it?
Someone touched the duck.
You bastard.
Save Sap. I didn't touch it. Bam. Okay, we're back. Oh my music. There we go. Okay. Let me give just a report that I really appreciate all my mods and everyone being here. But it was awesome. We fixed the issue from Miss Relaxing Gaming because there was some Discord stuff. So thank you again so much. Okay, Ripshot, I am back. Are you still here? Gonna hop back in here. Copy. Okay. If you want to be on voice, you can invite me as well, or I can invite you. Invite your butt. Okay, then I'm maybe just still gonna check for the plants because there are some like some missions and stuff. Is there anything that you need to do in specific right now? Oh wait, I can already craft this. Oinch. Never mind. No, yeah, still, that's awesome. Just, I appreciate you because I know you're that tired from all the moving and all the working around. And it was an easy fix, yes, but yeah. Because I felt like really bad because I asked her to post and she doesn't like self-promoting. So I was like, okay, that is the reason, like, why I am so open to self-promotion. Like, if you just come in here and barge without, like, any, hi, how are you, or just whatever, then, I don't know. But, like, if you're part of, like, the Muffin Method, I will promote the shit out of you. Be prepared to promote the shit out of you because, yep. That's how we help each other. I heard on her stream that she just needs, like, I don't know, like 1 or 2 people like on TikTok to get 300 people on TikTok, and she's been posting every day on TikTok for months now, which is so, yeah, it is really fucking impressive. Yep.
This is the path to an earth
Okay, visit the shrine. I don't think those are stuff that I can do together. I'm gonna check if I can. If I start this... Oh wait, I gotta go to my loadout first. I don't know if I can do that together. But yeah, no, that's why I told her, like, okay, just put it in the Discord. And then seeing that she has tried it like 3 times, like during the whole day, I felt really bad. So the fact that you could just hop in and check, because yeah, the issue was that the mod, the auto mod program, like, I have to adjust my setting. But yeah, the auto mod was just blocking it. And now she can promote. That's awesome. Okay, equip this stuff. Okay, Ripshot, is there anything in specific you wanted to do, work on?
Nothing specific.
Oh, hi! Ayo?
Banana.
Let me turn your audio a lot louder. Or just turn my music a lot softer. I always get so surprised by the people joining because I don't have like join sound if I'm hidden offline here. Let me put myself online.
Oh, yeah.
So I was like, oh! It's like always a surprise. Gray does it all the time, then he just hops in and then he doesn't say like nothing. And then he's like, it's somebody, hi, Star as well. And I'm like, oh my god, how long have you been here?
Yeah, I was
But yeah.
waiting for you to finish your thought train there before I said something. Yeah.
Okay, but that is risky because that can just go on.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying, like, oh, I might be here a minute.
Thank you for yeah, being so polite, but yeah. Like that's the thing, the ADHD is winning today because I slept like, yeah, what is it, 3 hours maybe between last stream and this stream.
Oh, fair.
But yeah, sometimes it is what it is, and I wanted to do the collab with Mooney so bad, so I did set alarms and everything. But yeah, the ADHD chaos brain is overtaking the process a little today, so I appreciate you joining in.
All good, all good.
Wait, what were you working on? You were doing something
I
specific?
was just doing syndicate dailies, so nothing really specific. Just random stuff because I'm done the story, so I just farm whatever at this point.
You completed every mission.
Mhm.
Nice.
Like all I have left is just farm mastery stuff, so it's really just farm a bunch of resources, play a bunch of missions. Enjoy the game at its own pace, which is what I kind of hate that actually. Like, it's nice if you're a very casual grinder, but like, I need a motive. I need something to like show me what I'm grinding for. So
Yeah.
like, God damn it.
No, I get that, and then it's just like grinding resources for the resources, and then I know that gets old pretty soon.
Yeah.
Like yeah, I did like unlock like the nodes and stuff like that was kind of grinding mode, but I still have some cool quests. And as I said, like I'm a really weird Warframe player because I started ages ago, so I knew the basics really well. But then I again, like I have to at least look up when it was exactly when like I started my account because my account is very old. So it looks like I'm a very good expert, but then you like play and then like, wait, what? I don't know anything.
Fair.
Like my first message is 2016. But this was already like a welcome back message. So I did start playing again a little in 2016. But it was longer than that. So I started like, I don't know, 11 years ago or something.
Jeez. See, I
No.
made my account back then, played it with my buddy for like an hour, but the movement was so different back then. It was like more slow-paced, stealthy kind of gameplay. I did not like it so much.
Yeah, the whole game was like a little
around.
different.
Yeah, it wasn't until like maybe 4 or 5 years ago when I picked it back up, but I was on Xbox.
Yeah.
And I really enjoyed it, and that was roughly when they were adding cross-play and cross-merge. So I was like,
Ooh,
oh,
nice.
sweet. Get that going, get my account on PC.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. Oh, but I think they did change a lot, like from when it first started to later. Oh.
Yeah, it was super. It was more about the stealth play back then, and like you couldn't really like wall jump and stuff. I think there was like a weird wall run kind of thing, but like it was very slower. Like,
It reminded me of like a little bit like
now
of a
people
really
can zoom
weird
across
like
the map.
Mirror's Edge. Yeah, now you just fly.
Yeah.
Okay, these are just single player missions, so I can confront the other one and the other one. And you need also the Twilight stuff. That's bullshit. Okay, I could need the main quest thingies later then.
Yeah, I want to say most the main stuff is gonna be single player.
Yeah, I know. And the weird thing is like for the side mission thing, it says like we could do it together, but then you also need to have the Twilight stuff. Which doesn't make sense if you don't need to do the quest anymore. So oh, but I was wondering because I have like a lot of points here.
If you can drag me into it, I don't mind doing it. I mean, it gives me titanium blueprints, I guess.
But that's the thing, like I can make you the Twilight stuff, I think, but how do I give it then to you? And then
Do I
can
have
I
to
do
have it
that?
equipped?
Mm-hmm. The Twilight
Hold on.
apothec.
Yeah, I might be able to make it. Hold on. I might have the resources for it still. That's a weird one, so I have to check.
Yeah, like I can
Yeah,
make an
I
extra
got
one, but I don't know.
I got
Oh
enough
yes!
for one.
Oh nice. Nice. Like you
With
just have
one
to give it in your gear wheel and then you can do it, so
Yeah. Gun. Alright, gear wheel. Got 80 items in my gear wheel.
holy shit, that's a lot.
Alright, there we go. I have the Twilight Apothec.
Yay! Oh, then I can finish the stupid flower quest. Like the thing, I have had that quest for so long. And it's not even that bad of a quest, but I was stuck at where to get which flowers at the beginning for a long time, so I've just had this open for forever. So I was like, this is kind of a nice way to start again, because then same thing, like then I have a goal. I have something to work towards yeah.
Yeah.
So if I do visit the shrine, yes, now we can. Now, yes, I can take you with me. Fuck yeah. Thank you. Oh wait, okay. I have to check, like to lock the party up again after, but now there's no one joining here. Maybe.
Yeah, it'll probably be fine.
Yeah, like now it's just the two of us, yep. Oh, you even got a title, Kalimos' best friend. Who's Kalimos?
Big friendly kitty.
Hmm? That sounds cool. Are you petting?
You're just in time. They're choking the forest with
They're
their
choking the
flames.
forest, yes.
You must reach the shrine before they do.
It's at the shrine.
Why do they
I spent forever in the last one, like trying to find the shrine. It was great.
There is something
Sometimes it'd be like that.
this place, but Otis is not quite sure
We go in.
what it
Do you have a speed boost or something? Why do we go so fast?
Yeah, I dropped the flower. Flower?
It's the flowers. Okay, Mooney was also dropping flowers the whole time, and then we were just going like crazy. I was like, wait, what? Why do I fly through everything even faster? That's amazing, but why? How? What's happening?
Flower power.
Whee!
Yeah, Whispers one of my favorites.
Whee. Do you have a lot of frames?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, I can imagine if you finish everything. Like, I literally just have 3.
Warframe, I think I like average like 120-ish. I have it on unlimited, but I mean that's just what I average.
Whoa. I have 3.
Sometimes it'd be like that.
Like, wow. But that's the thing, like as I said, like I played like it looks like my account is like very OP because it's really old. And I have like I didn't know like at least 150 hours or something in it, but yes, no, I used to play like a lot like at the very beginning with just Excalibur. And I started it up again last year after not playing for like over 10 years. Like my friend bim. Bim bim bim. But yeah, then I just had still like only Excalibur basically, and I was just getting to the first basic missions and mastery and all that stuff. So only beginning this year, I think, I got my first 2 other ones. Then I got Volt and I got Banshee. And I have almost all the stuff for your Rayleigh.
Oh, nice. Rayleigh's pretty fun.
The Silver Grove is timeless.
There's so many now. That's also the thing. Like, yeah, it kind of overwhelm a little bit. But that's also with the quests. I don't know. I do like it that it helps you progress a little. I really like the Duvary stuff. That's cool. But the Duvary stuff also felt like a different
Either hit or
game.
miss for a lot of people. It's either you like the Duvary stuff or you hate it. It's like, you know.
Yeah.
It's just a different gameplay.
Yeah, but it does feel like just playing like a different game, sort of. Like it caught me up by surprise at the beginning, but then I did like it a lot. I don't know.
Well,
Did you like it or no?
Soulframe.
Yes,
Oh,
I
yeah,
have
like-
Soulframe.
I have it. I have not touched it yet though. Like I launched it. I think I made my personal whatever, and then like that was the extent of it because I was gonna stream it. That's as far as I like wanted to boot it.
Okay.
And I never touched it. Never got
I
back
have the same. I started it up because I was too hyped to see what it was. I made my character. I played like just the first steps or something, and then I was like, okay, no. I'm gonna pause and I'm gonna keep this experience for myself, like to keep everything fresh to do like the whole playthrough so I can stream it. And then
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I still didn't stream it yet, but it's still on the backlog.
It's the same.
But it's still like completely brand new, basically. I just exactly the same.
Same.
Okay, sunrise up at the Batik imprint.
But when I look at what I've built at
Okay.
Titania, I feel sick creep up my throat.
Was that your? How many flowers have you done? 'Cause I think we had to do 4.
A killer
So if that wasn't the
made
4th.
by a healer. No
I don't know. She's updating me now.
believe this. The Silver Grove isn't natural at
Like I
all.
did the moonlight, I did the twilight, so I at least did 2 now. But I don't know if I have done any of them before already. Because as I said, this was like one of the quests that I still had open for long.
Yeah, it's fair.
I'm done here. If the Grineer want to destroy the Silver Grove, let them.
Oh my god, now she hates the Silver Grove.
Dramatic perspective.
Indeed.
Operator, you are a product of similar meddling, and yet you are good. Your actions have meant more than your origins. Ordis believes
Yeah.
we must complete our mission.
Like, oh my god, it's not natural, so just destroy it, fuck it. Oh, she was protecting it.
Have you found any Vestin moss? Neither have we. But our scholars theorize that it could thrive in damp, cold rocks.
Okay, now we need the sunrise one, yeah. Okay.
Oh, I got oh my god, that's a lot of. Yeah, I got none of that. Yeah.
What do we need for that? Okay, but
Dude,
that's the thing.
Sunlight
Can I
Gateway.
give you stuff or?
No, not resources. Like we could trade like blueprints and stuff, but you can't give like resources.
I put the stuff in the end so you can.
Only to use it in the clan. I mean, you can't craft
okay.
with it. I wish.
Otherwise, I could
That's
just
really
like I
the
already have
only
like the
thing I can
Morphic stuff and the Sunlight Jade leaves, but I need the moss and the frost leaf.
Yeah, it's like the same with me. I have a lot of Morphics, but I don't scan plants, so.
Yeah. If Venus, Neptune, Pluto. But still need to get the plan, so we can just. Like, I also don't have enough. Yeah, we can just do some stuff on. What is it? Venus, Pluto? Wait. Let's check. Want to do just some notes, gather some plants?
Yeah, we can.
Frost leaf. I am looking up like which nodes contain which. Yep. It's an endless search. That's how I started the mission. Okay, I'm just gonna find some plants, and then I just collected like the wrong plants the whole time, every time, and it was so
Well,
frustrating.
if you set it to private, we should be fine doing it.
Yes, I will do that. Thank you for the reminding. They're friends only, and then we can go. Where to go? There's something that I still have to. Oh, it would be win-win. Leafy. What did it say that doesn't have? Oh, it does. Oh, okay. Do you have another one? Those are no fun.
It's the sun leaf is on Earth. The moss is on Mercury, Saturn, or Sedna.
Don't we need
And
a
the
frost
leaf
leaf?
is on- Yeah, and
Yeah.
frost leaf is on Venus, Neptune, and Pluto. Yeah, we need all three.
Yeah. Yeah, I do have that one, so but then we can get some more. Those are pretty. Oh, I still need to unlock. Nice. Trying to see stuff to combine. Like in the ones on Venus are like just level 5. That's just that. Nah, that's too simple, too easy. I don't know. Mr. McNapkin, how's the Warframe going? Having fun? Yes, actually, yes. Like I started with the intention of just joining Mooney and Carnage, and then checking what to play next. But then Ripshot was like, I have Warframe, and I'm actually enjoying myself a lot always with Warframe. I just keep forgetting about it, if that makes sense. I play it a little bit and then I'm like, yeah, and then I forget about it again. But I have missed playing Warframe. Last time I played was with McNapkin. If you want to join McNapkin, you can join as well. Yeah, also, I like your wings.
Capture mission. You must find, capture, and extract our target.
They get annoying. They block up like 60% of my screen.
Careful.
They look cool.
Oh my god, worth it!
That's the trade-off. I'm blind, but they look cool.
But worth it, yes.
Literally.
Oh my god, you really can't see. Okay, but it really looks cool. So okay.
Like it kind of goes invisible while I'm fighting, but like while I'm running around not fighting, they reappear, and it's like, well, now I'm blind while I'm running.
You cannot let our target know we're here. Track them down quickly.
Track them down quickly. Gonna loot everything again.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'll do that real quick. And yeah, you do that. Because once we have him captured, we can take quite a bit.
Excellent work.
Hi.
Now we can
The captive back in
hunt
Yeah.
him,
Your part is done here. Heavy robotic signature detected. Lock and load.
Oh yeah, I forgot that we need a scan. Oh my god, this is what I mean with like I am tired, so if you didn't say that, I would have completely forgotten that we were here for plants. La yeah yeah. I'm playing with my brother tonight. We did some Baldur's Gate earlier. Nice. Rifheim is amazing. You're one quest away from every main quest completed. Awesome. So Magnapkin, yeah, Ripshot, you finished every... Did you finish every side quest as well? Just literally just every quest?
all of them except one. There's no way in hell I'm gonna sit on the fucking plains of Earth for a whole day to finish that. Oh, there's trophy here. Cool.
Yum, 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 yum. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I can just revive, but... I was drinking. 2 side quests remain for me. Okay. Thank you, Weep. I do need to get some more drinks. Thank you for reviving me. Okay. I'm full focus again. Yeah. Yeah, that was just like I needed to hydrate. And I was standing in a corner and I was attracting all the enemies and that didn't work out.
Oh, fair.
Okay, but I haven't seen any flowers yet, have you?
I wasn't looking for them yet. Oh, I found one right here.
Ah. Right away, that's awesome. Okay.
And another one. And another one. There's 3 right here.
Another one. Oh, I'm falling. Okay. Whee! No. Yes, hi.
These ones that you actually pick up.
Yeah. Like, that's the thing. Normally, you can just scan them. The thing is, yeah, okay. Wait. How much do we need for them?
I think it was like 80. There's another couple more down here.
Yeah, you can pick them up, but then it's like one person can pick them up. But we both need to craft it.
Okay, so we're gonna have to run this a couple times.
Oh, but I got them as well. No, I'll get 3 frost leaf. Oh, so if you pick them up, it still counts as a shared loot. Okay, that's good.
Okay, so we both. Okay, so only one has to go.
Okay. I was thinking because with Mooney, like she was like, okay, you have to pick it up, but then like she was like, okay, check it, but no, okay, so it still works. Get out. Otherwise, we had to do double the flowers. Okay, good. I don't remember how much we needed. Did we need 3 or more or 6?
I want to say 8, but I could be wrong.
Well, I have no idea, so we're going with 8. Oh my god, everything's dying. Jesus! McNapkin, have fun gaming, by the way. Are you still playing Baldur's Gate? I may also give big shouty McNapkin. I never can say your name like in a normal way because it sounds too good to say Napkin.
Stay focused. There's a
It's just, yeah, it rolls nicely.
Oh, lots of flowers. Damn.
And oh, there. Oh, all the flowers. Awesome. I also need to scan some, but you just need to pick them up for the quest. Oh! Yui! Holy shit, that scared me in the best ways, okay. Yui, thank you so much! Yui came in the chat just right away with gifting 5 subs. That's amazing! Awesome! Okay, how are you, Yui? Wait, can I give a big shout? Because I just did one. Otherwise, we're gonna wait. Yeah, okay, I have to wait 1 minute. Oh, then I can at least do this. How are you doing tonight, Yui? I think we should have enough after this one.
Ooh, no. Get that there. Get there.
Okay, there is
Get
a
there.
bunch.
Get that bear.
I'll be straight away fishing as
Get
well.
that
Oh my
fucking
gosh.
Baron. Pussy! Get Baron! You can fucking get that motherfucker!
Oh, we have 13.
Hey,
Okay,
you
okay, we're
ain't
good
doing
on the
shit.
Presley. Oh, I'm falling in a god.
Bro, you
Fuck you, Esther.
Okay.
Inside of fucking Tom and still old. That's crazy.
He's inside of me while I'm inside of Tom. Okay?
What is this clip? Oh my gosh. What is this? Is this your flower? Yeah, that's your flower.
Yeah,
I'm like, hey, flower. Same, oh my gosh. Guys, fishing away. And I'm claiming your muffin. Muffin noise. Oh my god, I have to adjust my audio on my headset for 1 second, but oh my gosh.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you.
Oh,
now
the
back to our show.
Love you, Yui. Thank you. Okay, wait. Now I can give the big shouty. There you go. Yes, big shouty. Okay, we got all the flowers, right? Do you wanna leave?
Yeah, we can extract.
Yeah. Whee! Whee! We're playing some Warframe tonight, Yui. I was playing more League, like more off stream this week. Like people go crazy, but it is kind of like a sort of wind down game nowadays. Like just to like 2-3 couple of rounds of Abram before bed.
That is wild that you can wind down the league.
I know, people are like, what the fuck?
At that game.
Well, it depends. Like that's the thing. Like with the normal like Summoner Rift ones, yeah, like because it takes like the time and the effort, and then if you just get wrecked, and yeah. But like with the Mayhem one, I'm just doing that as well, like to just learn more about like the heroes and stuff. So I just see myself like, okay, if I'm not the last of the team, then I did good. Like I just have very low expectations. And it's working.
I mean, as long as you're having fun should be the motto, but not everyone lives to that.
I know with the Aram ones, they are fun. I am getting like a little better. Tigress! Well, it's a Tigress. It's a Goku. Oh my gosh, there's so many people. Everyone's fishing. Tigress, so good to see you. Tigress has the best fishies. Oh my god, everyone is fishing. I'm Bloknox Eiffel. I'm coming in here to fish. I love it. Curly? But how are people fishing? Are they fishing through the... I'm so confused.
I have no idea.
Are you fishing through the... No. Are you fishing?
They're sneaking into your pond.
How? What? Like what's that nephew? Oh my, wait, what? Littlefoot? Oh my god, thank you, Littlefoot. And welcome back, hun. Welcome back. No, but the thing is, like, it's amazing if you guys are here, but I didn't even see the people like in the chat that are apparently fishing, which is just like, I'm so confused. How's everyone fishing? Is there another way you can fish?
Maybe?
Is it because of the subs? Wait, Scrolly, Goku, and Bloxia, Eiffel, Tigre. It's because of the gift subs. That's amazing. Okay, that did not make any sense because I was like, I haven't seen Tigress in the chat. Like, I don't think she's online or whatever. How can she fish if she's not here? Okay. But apparently, if you get a sub, then you also automatically fish.
Oh.
I've never seen that before. This is the... Okay. But Littlefoot is now... Yeah, so Littlefoot gave 100 biddies. And now Littlefoot is fishing 3 times in a row as well as a reward. Awesome. I literally only know the exclamation mark fish. Oh, this is cool.
Okay, that's
Thank you.
yeah.
That
So
yeah.
when someone subs, it gives them a free fish, I guess.
Yeah. Oh no, she's fishing 4 times. How many times per biddies is it?
Oh.
Maybe it's more. We're just gonna okay. Littlefoot is ranking up the leaderboard. Fuck yeah. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like I can okay. Yeah, I have to read up, but the settings are like tiny. Because the screen is just as tiny as on the screen. Long day, need to get to chicken stream. Oh, have a good stream to chicken. I hope I can check in. I have been missing the marbles every time. Because every time I either fell asleep or last time I was like almost falling asleep trying to stay awake till the end and then I went to Walkarma and then I checked in on the stream. It's the marbles again. But say hello. Can I tag him full to giving all the big shouters. Yep. Wish him a good stream. And again, thank you, Yui. I think maybe Yui is just listening. I'm not listening. How do you say it? Just watching. I'm gonna hype him up. We still have lots of chances. Nice. Okay. Okay. Which plans do we need now? We have enough or no? Double check.
No. We still need to get the moss and 2 of the other one.
Yeah, that's the thing. If I just could give you them, I have 9, but yeah. But they're easy to get, so we can get some on Earth.
Yeah. Earth during the day for that one. And then moss.
Oh, finally, Yui. Was Yui stuck in ads the whole time? I was worried about Yui. He came in here, he redeemed everything. Oh, okay.
Redeemed while he was on ads.
Oh, now I see. I was like, okay, you just jumped in, you did all the redeems, and you gave all the subs, but you were so quiet. I was worried about you. And then everyone started fishing Yui. Oh my gosh. So you're at work, so you couldn't connect, but thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I am actually just like, yeah, I slept for like 2 hours between last stream and this stream. And I didn't think and I didn't put on any makeup. This is just, I put on my glasses and I woke up in the same outfit as yesterday. Just outing myself here, but thank you so much. I love this top so much. It's so good. Yeah. Thank you so much, Yui, for the subs. And have a great day at work. And I'm sorry the signal is being a meanie. Okay, does it matter where we go on Earth? Is there specific ones? Yes, right? Yeah.
I don't think so. It just has to be day on Earth. Which, let me double check real quick.
And I'm gonna check us what a moss. Amazing! Thank you.
Yeah, it's day for 11 minutes, so we should probably do that right now.
Run! Run! Okay, I'm sliding to my ship. Go.
Yeah, I don't think the area entirely matters. As long as it's like actually on Earth, so like, I don't know.
One division, yeah.
I think E Prime is okay.
Okay. Okay. I mean,
I think. I don't know, it's just an exterminate. And I'm sure we'll get it done
best because chat wouldn't connect. I'm like, how do I get her attention? Well, you got my attention, Yui. So I was like, hi, Yui, how are you? That. But as I said, I was getting worried about you because you came in with such a grand entrance and then just never replied. Well, like, I hope he's okay. But yeah, thank you so much. I am leveling up my league account, by the way, Yui. So yeah, I am over level 20 now at least. So one day I can play ranked. But I still suck very much. So if you wanna play with a noob one day, I have played in Angel's stream as well. But at some point I just felt bad. Like she was so nice, but I have to work on like more getting better. How do you say that? Just need to kill all the enemies, right? Wait, plants! Oh, I'm
Yeah.
getting it again. Okay, there are a lot of plants here, I think, if I remember.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye out. Haven't seen any yet.
Hi, Doggos.
Not the pine cones, but
Yeah, I
really
think...
need pine cone.
That's what I mean, I'm not sure in every map. It should be... League! I can't wait, drop subs, then died. Yes! Yes, so that's how it looked like. You dropped 5 subs, redeemed the stuff, and then you just died. I was like... Is he okay? Is he okay? Thank you. Yeah, like, okay, so I have a US account for League. I've been leveling that up. I think I'm level 20 or 21 now on the account. So I need to get like to level 30 to actually play ranked at some point. And I do main bot / support a little bit. But yeah, most of my experience with the League was like also just the same as Warframe, like games that I started ages ago. And I played a lot like over 10 years ago and then never touched it again. So I'm relearning everything again. Whee! But I do love playing Morgana. That's my best one. Have you found any yet?
Yeah, I found one.
One. That's not enough.
Thing is, I don't know if it's the right flower though.
What's it called?
Sunlight Gave Leaf is the one I found.
Then exterminate the guy. Oh, I love hack and slashing. Everything explodes. That's Warframe for you. I've never seen this game. Everything explodes. And you fly through the map. That's that shit. Oh, okay, you're welcome. You had so many edibles on your cruise? Oh my god, can you do edibles on a cruise? Can you take them? Do they have them there? How does that work? That was amazing. Did you have like the best holiday ever? Did you enjoy? Are you fully rested? Attack the whole world now. I'm happy you're back. I hope you had the best time. Robos.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now
Yay, we killed him. We. You. But okay. I helped a little.
I'm also just looking for the flowers. My drone is doing all the killing.
I'm trying to, like, I'm scanning everywhere. There's a lot more of these sunlight trash cone, but we don't need those. Maybe we need a different map? Still a couple minutes? Fish, fish, fish! We definitely have to have a collab soon. Fuck yeah. Like if you're up for some ARAMs or if you're up for like normals, then I'm fully in. Like if you wanna do purely ranked, then let me grind up a little more first. Okay, this is all just sunlight trash cone still. I feel like there's only the pinecone thingies here. Oh, I did get a...
Some like Dragon Lily, which is a completely
Oh,
different
that's
flower,
it. No, yeah, you need the Dragon Lily.
Okay, so I found one of those, and I found another one of something else.
Where are you?
I'm not a flower person. Wait, is this another? Okay, I found another.
No, but I needed to get like the other one, and then I continuously kept getting the Dragon Lily, so that's why I have 9.
Oh, fair.
Because I kept
Okay, well, I
messing
got
them up.
2 lilies now.
Oh, that's all you need. Nice. Okay, and we're in time. Okay, I'm just gonna loot everything here, don't mind me. I love the fact that my doggo opens the things. It's like, I think she missed my Eternal Nightmare. I did. Okay, as I said, I only slept like 2-3 hours between last stream and this stream because yeah, I had a collab. Oh my god, why do you look like a tiny spider? Oh, not a tiny. Oh, which frame is that? What? Oh, I never seen it.
Orexia.
Why didn't you sleep more? Well,
One of them
okay.
do her-
Eternal. So I did a 12-hour stream yesterday by accident, sort of, because we just had too much fun. That's how it goes. I now set a cap at least. Like at the beginning of the year, as I said, like when we had too much fun, I streamed for like 20 hours. So the cap is now at 12, so that's better. Yeah. But I had a collab planned already, like 5 or 6 hours after I ended last stream. So I took a power nap. But yeah, I that's the notice of the day. Like maybe I should just put this here. Yes, okay. If you want the muffin attention.
Oh wait, it's the jade leaf I need. We got 3 minutes until it's night again.
Oh, do we need that in night or no?
No, we need it. We still need it to be day. It's jade leaf I needed.
Okay. So I'm not going to pin this, and now I'm going to read up because yes, I was now focusing on saying hello to Yui. I'm missing everything. Where's Eternal Nightmare? I think she missed my comment, but where? There! Had to come see my favorite muffin before bed for work. Oh, okay. Okay, best part of my night is hearing the love and seeing that smile. Makes me sleep better. Okay, I'm happy that you got my attention back to that comment because I wouldn't have wanted to miss that. That is way too sweet. And have some good rest. If you need to get to bed, go get your butt to bed. But your cousin brought a bunch and had so many drinks. Oh my gosh, you really nice. Definitely have to collab. I have to get back to pretending that I'm working lol. Okay, I'm all caught up. Okay, and I now edit a notice. Because yes, I am just having fun existing here today. That's the vibe we're having. So if there's anything that's going on, you need to do try your best. And I do think that is a good idea. Like a Man of Letters had it as a time thingy. That's also like okay, if things get crowded or we're focusing in the games or whatever, please feel free to tag because that. Oh yes, I need to accept the vote. I'm sorry. No, yes. There you go. Sorry. You as well. If you need to get my attention or you have to wait, feel free to just say a muffin. Let's go.
Oh no, no. I was gonna say something if it was like a minute or so left, then I was just gonna force it. But no, I opened up a menu and it closed the vote on me, and I was looking at my codex.
Okay. Hanging about watching you help me tire faster. Second win is going.
There is a large platoon of Grenier Marine Station.
Eternal Nightmare, have you ever played Warframe?
Grenier prey on the weak, but we prey on the Grenier.
Okay, eliminate. Which one do you need here? Do we need the moss here?
No, I need jade leaf.
Jade leaf?
Yeah, like the big looking flower.
I don't know if I have to have one.
You should. It's the one we need. We need 2 of them.
Oh, is that like the white one thingy?
Yeah, it kind of like almost looks like a lily pad with a dandelion coming out of it, kind of thing.
Moving.
Yeah, yeah. No, I have like 30 of them, I think so.
Yeah, it's the big looking ones. So harder to miss, but you know I don't scan them, so I miss them easily. Or I guess you don't need to scan them anymore. It's just old Warframe, you know. It's got to have been a recent change too, cause you know.
No, well,
it
it's
wasn't
still
that
like
long.
most of the flowers. It's still like a scanning, but it's I think. No. Yeah, no, you're right because they used to be able to only scan. But
Yeah,
I
like, you
think
scanned
since
it and
this
then
mission you had to pick it up, but that doesn't make sense because you are not. You're not picking them. I don't know.
Like, I don't
Maybe
mind,
they just
you know,
updated.
holding the
Oh.
use button on them. I always hated opening my gear wheel just to scan one thing, so it's like I never did it.
Yeah, it was nice. Like, did you ever use like the scanning robot?
Oh yeah. Same as if you get Dante, he's the Codex Warframe. He scans enemies that he kills with his book.
Ooh. Sounds nice.
So if you're trying to like 100% the Codex, you know, to just like know all the lore and everything, he's definitely
Eventually,
a full
yes.
one.
Like I am
Especially since,
still like a
you
collector at
can't
heart,
stand
so
any Indiviri. If you
Oh,
want to
that's true.
stand anything into Viri, you need Dante or you need the Helio Core Hammer. Cool flowers, where you at? Oh, found a Dragon Lily. It is not what we need, but I'll grab it anyways.
Nice to have extras.
Yeah. You never know.
Yeah.
Might end up playing with
Yeah, I'm
someone
just
who
getting like
also
all
needs
it's done like
to
trash cones, but I have
some.
yeah.
Oh, Kubro egg.
Cooper egg?
I forget how to ping on this.
Oh my god, I do love that Yui just came in just to get my attention. He gifted 5 subs. That's amazing. That's dedication. It's amazing, yeah.
You know what's up.
Oh, Kubrag!
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm seeing your present buttons like, how do I ping this thing? Like, I know you can like ping drops. I just don't know the button on keyboard anymore. It's been so long.
Yeah, me neither. I tapped the last one. She did highlight all the stuff the last round.
Also, if you need any genetic tags, well, let me know. Like, if there's any Kubro breeds you're trying to get specifically.
Well, I don't have any. Except the one that I just have. Like, I never breed it? Kubro yet? I do want to,
Breed,
but
hatch, kind of both.
hatched, yeah. Made Kubro.
Yeah,
Just gonna go with that.
Like, I have one of each. And it's the Kavas that I'm having issues with.
Oh.
So I think I grabbed like, I want to say like 17 Kavats, but there's one that I can never get because the game just doesn't want to give me the good RNG for it.
Aw.
It's like, man, I just want the one key. I haven't even touched the other ones. There's wolves as well, or are they wolves things? I don't know what they are exactly.
Yeah.
And I haven't even touched those yet.
You're also like a collector mode that you just want them all.
I'm just trying to like level up my mastery rank at this point. Just trying to get to legendary rank. Oh, come on, game. There's got to be one flower in here. I really hope there is.
There's
It's
one
gonna be-
here. Oh, this is Dragon Lily again.
Damn. It's hiding all the jades on us.
The other level? No, but there should be.
There could be
Everywhere.
one near extraction too, but I want to make sure everywhere else first.
Yeah. Yeah, because maybe this is the last time for daytime
Yeah,
for
'cause it's
now.
gonna be nighttime. Yeah.
Yeah. Like half eating some sort of dinner because I kind of forgot to eat. When I'm eating bites of potato sometimes in the middle. Don't mind me.
I do that all the time too. Well, not with potato, but just like with food in general. I'll just like take a bite, play for a bit, take another.
Yes. Like chill, slow eating. I don't know. Hours. What is what? Excuse me. I was trying to scan something and then I got smacked in the back. Just rolled through. Like it is super green here. We should have run into some. Like they're the biggest ones, right?
Yeah. Just lilies from what I've seen though.
Yeah, we got like and a lot of the still the sort of pine cone thingies. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, a lot of pine cones.
They're just everywhere.
I don't see a single pine tree. Why are there so many pine cones?
Yeah, and they should be here during daytime, yeah.
Oh, another lily.
Again, I'm sorry if it gives people motion sickness. I do fly through the map like crazy sometimes. Oh, there's a Cephalon fragment.
Ooh, nice.
Wait. One more. G.
Oh, fair.
Oh.
I was pressing like every button around WASD thinking it was one of those.
But G is also like the pinging in League. So it's like, I'm just gonna try it. And it worked.
And that's how they get you.
Pine cone. So many pine cones.
I feel like using the scanner is actually making it harder on me.
Yeah, sometimes. It got me a little disorientating.
Yeah.
But it's also kind of impossible to find the flowers without.
Pine cones. Really? I'm
just gonna stay in this map forever. Because if we leave, it's night.
Yeah, forever. We're scared of the night.
And then by the time we get out, it's day already. No, I hope not. But I have a feeling like we might have to go for the moss first.
Yeah.
We should have found some. Like we haven't found. Yeah, we have found none. Like if we had one at least, then we would have known that there are here in the map. But
well, I only need one too. Is the thing. So it's like it not spawning one is just like it's slapping me in the face for that one.
Just the one.
I just need one, and there's not one in the whole level.
I know I've been here already. Okay, what do you say we get out and then get the moss?
Yeah. Because I'm almost all the way back at spawn. I still haven't found one.
Hey guys, no. Oh. Ooh,
yeah, I feel confident to say we just got bad energy on that. It's fine. I know some resources you can buy on the market for plat, so I can see if I can just buy like a pack of 5 or something on the market.
Oh, only if you have like blood, otherwise no.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
what's it called again?
I got
Jade.
I used to do a bunch of trading back in the day, so it's like I think I got like 700 or something still.
Jade leaf.
Yeah.
Sunlight jade
Not
leaf.
Yeah, jade leaf. Yeah.
They're only finding Grenier Forest. But we were. Which one was this? What we were doing? E Prime. They should be at E Prime.
Yeah, that's one thing I was worried about. Was like, am I even picking a forest?
Yeah.
We were finding dragon lilies, so I assumed it was.
Yeah, no, Mantle, E Prime, or Servantus.
Yeah.
Maybe because it like turned to night. No, but that doesn't make sense. Okay, well, let me get the moss first. Yeah. Wait, how is that called? Western moss. There you go. Is Mercury or Ceres?
Oh, I guess that's not a resource you can buy from the market. Wow.
Oh wow.
One of
Oh,
the
I
few
still need to
resources
do this
they don't
one.
sell for flat.
I like your image. Like the profile picture you have.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was Admiral Baru's old Twitch picture. I'll run this build. Don't need to.
What?
But I mean, oh,
Did I do it? Did I do it?
I rated up to.
No, it was good. I was trying to figure out if I could change my video image too.
Oh, fair.
But I'm curious because I clicked something like on the moment we were loading in, so now I don't know if I have a new one or no.
Great camera angle game. Shows us in a lot.
Yeah. It was, yeah.
You are here to distract the enemy.
No. Okay, I gotta change it later. Regular alarm. First loot everything. Okay, we're here for Festin Moss. And it can be found in rocky terrain, away from light and out of sight. And this says as well, like, that it has to be scanned.
Use it. Search for traces of the target.
Maybe. I'm thinking we just pick them all up.
Fallen enemies will drop crucial life support.
Yeah.
Be on the lookout.
Are those your lancers? No. Why are they so weird?
Oh, they're mine.
Yeah, okay. Why are they so weird? You're welcome. Sorry.
I'm playing the Necros, so I rise them from the dead.
Yeah, that's why they're weird.
Yeah.
Have you found some already?
I have not.
Life support on the way.
I have just been hacking and slashing to keep our oxygen up.
That's good, that's good. Yeah, well, oh.
Delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
I love how it keeps scanning people and then just murdering them right away. Like, scan, thank you, bye.
I'm just taking their ID and then slapping them
murder.
after.
Yeah.
Open this button. You can do it, Doogie. Good job. Oh, not good job, but you try. You try at least.
Life support incoming.
This is all like living quarters and buildings, so I'm not sure. But there should be just rocky
Yeah.
parts as well. This is a big one. Ooh.
Additional life support has
Okay,
arrived.
this feels like it's.
There it is, right for synthesis. Tame this creature so you may perform the synthesis
Oh, okay.
I require.
I'll protect you.
No. I'm not quick enough with scanning the points. Okay, go. Last one. Did I have him? No, where did he go? Where is he? God damn it. God damn it. Okay, almost. Okay. My gosh, there you go. Oh my god, he's running way hard.
Alright, trap.
Oh, nice. No. Oh, scanner. Got him, right? Yeah, I got him. Oh, thank you. Was a nice extra bonus.
Field monster daily synthesis.
Always nice. Okay. Still, this is a place that looks like there should be some moss, but... I don't see any moss. Land.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing much like outdoorsy tiles. That's what it needs, right? It's like an outdoor area.
Yeah, it's like rocky terrain, so it makes sense. It's like in the more cave kind of areas, but...
Yeah, I'm not seeing any in this one. It could just be bad RNG because the tiles are random.
Yeah?
It's like the theme of the tiles never change, but like the exact room and placements do.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, maybe this is not a good one. 5 more minutes.
I don't know, that's how long we survive. We can get out whenever we want it.
Oh. Oh, I see something. Oh, this
is kind of creepy.
I found some. It's out of sight, so it's beneath here, beneath the stairs. Okay, it's like in hidden spots. It shows up as like a little weird plaque. It's hard to find.
Yeah.
That says like it's in places that are kind of out of sight. My gosh, I can't see shit. There's so much explosions. Okay, but hope we don't. Everyone don't remember again like how much we need it, but I do know now better where to search. So, like dark places on the rocky terrains. We can do it. good. This looks like a place where there might be somewhere.
Keep looking like the room corners, hoping like maybe it's like mold or something, and it just forms in the corners of the room.
Oh, I'm finding some. Yeah. Here.
Oh, nice.
Okay, got 2. Do you remember how much you needed?
I'm gonna say 8 to be safe, but I feel like I'm just saying 8 on everything.
I feel like that is a lot, but like still, I still have no idea. So yeah, if you want to call 8, sure. Like better too much than too little, right?
Yeah.
They're
Definitely one of those
hard.
things where better to have too much than not enough.
Yeah. Hmm. Hey, oh. Still trying to scan people. Schmick.
No, we're open sword here.
Oh, I see more. Eh? Okay.
I think I'm just blind.
We'll all share in this bounty. Hold out as
Hmm?
long as you can.
I think I'm just blind because I'm not seeing any. It's like, I keep this full on oxygen though while you look though. Because I can't find shit.
Are you getting them in your inventory? Like, are we close enough? Still?
Progress. Oh yeah, I got one of my guns.
But just one?
Yeah.
Okay, then I do have to wait, like, if I find more. Because I think I have 2 or 3 now, correct? But then if I'm too far away, we don't share inventory? I forgot how that worked.
I guess? I'm not sure. I know I haven't picked up a single one, so the one I do have, you picked up.
I can't scroll down to see how many I got. Wait, can I do that now?
Pause, like press escape, and then go to view mission progress.
Oh, okay. I got 3, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so maybe it is proximity based.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah, if I find one, I can just wait. Or I can mark it, and then we pick it up together. Oh my god, there's so much shit happening here that it makes it even harder to find.
Yeah, this is the nature of a survival. Just keeps going forever until you either leave or you die. Which hopefully we don't die. If we lose our stuff, we don't finish the mission.
Oh my gosh.
So
I hope we don't die.
Yeah, no, we should be fine for quite a while. Like, my Necros isn't that built, but I mean, you could survive a fair chunk. And I guess we use this reaper.
I think I might have checked almost. As I said, this is also really hard because like every time you try to scan, there's so many enemies and there's so many things just showing up on the scanner that it makes it even harder. But yeah, we got some. I don't know where to look now. That's good. Yeah, they're basically like in dark like corners or stuff. So I found 2 or 3 like underneath stairs in the rocky areas. And if you scan them, then it literally shows up as just like a sort of a puddle.
Fair.
My god, there's more and more and more enemies. Thank you for scanning and killing. Okay. What's this? What is this?
What? That's a fancy looking waypoint.
What is that thing?
Oh, I'm home one too. It's bypass.
I cannot do anything with it or pick it up. I already have one in my hand.
Oh,
So-
you gotta go stick it in the computer. It's telling you to. And then it boosts the time or something? I actually don't know what it does in this mode. Oh, it does. It just doubles the time fast. I was gonna say, I don't even know what it does in this mode. Actually, I know in defenses it makes it so, like, you know, it's less.
Okay.
Has just been aided by a security bypass.
Maybe we check if there's another map where there's no continuous enemies to get the rest.
Yeah. It'd be more efficient if we just refresh the map now.
The longer you fight, the more successful they will be.
Oh, bamity 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 bam. I am getting like a lot of for the Nightwave stuff, like I needed to kill all the yeah, the special guys, big guys, big butt.
Oh, yeah.
I only need one
more
more.
often when you stay in a survival for a while.
Yeah. We can still just slash in one go basically, so it's nice. Just need one for the mission and then I'm done. Going the wrong way. Still trying first.
Fair.
But nah, I'm done here. I'm so done here.
I'm just stacking stuff. Just farming.
What is this? There's another one. Okay, but that we don't need that. Ignore the waypoint. Like it keeps loading me to it as a mission thingy, but I don't know. Like I already have to pick it in.
Speed through it.
Take the elevator. Oh. I thought I need to go up there, okay. Oi! Oh nice! Got the Nightwave thing. Eximus. I got all the Eximus. Dirty. Hello. Okay, there's a computer here. This does not work. What kind of computer?
Windows 95.
Where do I put this in?
Oh, I should be highlighting it if you have an override.
Okay, that is probably like just weird because I am already holding something. But it is highlighting like every time, like the thing that I can also pick up. I cannot pick it up because I'm already holding it.
Oh.
Yes. That's why I'm like, what? It doesn't make sense.
Look what our Tenno operative just found.
Yay, relic.
They could not do this without you.
No idea what 09 gives, but relic.
We can also do the one there's an exterminate or like a rescue. Maybe the terminate one. But you got at least one. I'm gonna check how much we need. Yep.
Oh, I got 5.
Oh, you got 5?
Yeah, it said 1 on the screen, but now that we're loading out, it says 5 now. I don't know where the extra 4 came from.
Nice.
I got
Let me
5.
check.
Did not pick up a single one, so that had to have been all you. I was just.
Okay, we need 12. Damn, that's a lot. Okay, I have 6.
Oh my.
How do I have 6? Oh, I have 3 already. How the hell? Because I have 3, I think, in total. But okay, you need 6 more still. Can do. It's called the M Prime one.
It's still night for another 17 minutes, so we got lots of time.
Yep. Oh, I still keep forgetting to grab a drink. Okay, after this one, I'm grabbing a drink. Yeah.
Fair. Ooh, crossfire.
That just kill everything?
It means there's 2 factions here at once. But yeah, this isn't a extermination.
Oh.
Yeah, we just everything.
Kill everything. Yeah, I want to look for the mods.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so like last time, ooh.
I can actually help you now that I don't get bored with oxygen.
Yeah, and now it's gonna be a little easier to find, I think, I hope. It should be like in the rocky places, and then
I'm still detecting a
yeah,
lot of
like
infestation
under stairs or in dark corners or stuff like that.
Frame fighter data.
I know your every move. The murder
will
not go unpunished.
Boop, boop.
Your sentence is death.
They're being mean.
Oh.
Mean voiceover. What is it? This is a boss. This is Shadow Stalker. Okay, I killed him.
I unlocked the door. Yeah, he locked you in, so I couldn't help.
But I killed him. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm trying to find moss. I'm busy. I have important things to do here. Frame fighter character data. What?
Fighter.
Ooh.
So I think that's lore for Warframes, as well as I believe in the Ludoplex, which is like a little game console you can get for your Orbiter.
Ooh.
There's a fighting cave in there, and I believe that unlocks characters in that minigame.
Oh,
like
that's
Mortal
fun.
Kombat for Warframe.
Awesome.
And if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong on that, but I think that's what that is. I've never played it. And, I have all the data, so it's like I don't know anymore. It's been so long. So I think that's what it is, though. Oh, is this a puddle? Is it a puddle?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit
I
approaching.
found my first moss.
You find it?
Yeah, it was just in this corner, so you should have been close enough.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's in the rocky areas and then like in the dark hole. Or under the stairs. It's not in the light. That's the only good big clue we have.
It lingers in the dark.
Shashas.
Found another puddle.
Wow, okay, now you're finding them all. I'm not finding any, but good job. Oh wait, did you mark it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, like we could pick it up together, thank you. Whee! Hello.
Okay.
Awesome. Yeah. Yes, then I have it too. Nice. Okay, we have 2 already. But yeah, it does look like sort of like a puddle, right? I don't know.
Yeah. That's actually the easiest way for me to remember it, just puddle.
Yeah.
What are you looking for, moss? Nah, puddles.
But it looks, but that, I don't know. It shows up as a puddle on the scanner.
Yeah, it really does.
I know. They are hard to find still.
Yeah. I'm not even dealing with the enemies, I'm just letting my followers do it.
No.
I'm on puddle duty.
Puddle duty? Yeah.
Ah, puddle.
Oh, I found one! Oh my gosh, you're good.
Puddle duty.
Let's just walk past it. Are you over there? There.
Oh, I'm way over here, yeah.
Whee! Hello. Nice one.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, that's a tree. Okay, so good to know they're also like on the stage there. But I suck at climbing up like that.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
You get up there so fast. Like so high. Can you jump to there? Or do you jump straight up like?
Oh, bullet jump. You hold crouch and then you just jump while looking up.
Oh.
Oh. You can also use bullet jumping to go forwards faster, so you can like slide, jump.
Oh no, but I do use that all the time. But like I didn't know you could just like I thought you had to jump and then do it. Like I do this the whole time. But yeah, okay.
Fair, yeah.
I just forgot how to go up.
Fair, yeah. It always goes towards where your camera's pointing. So, like, if you look up and do it, you'll go up.
Yep.
So
Okay,
you'll
I
see,
was
like,
like
a lot of
going
hardcore
diagonal
players,
or
shaking
like
their
a
camera
little
all the
bit like
time.
this. Every time I kept missing it. Oh my gosh. Okay, thank you. Oh my god, I'm still yelling in the chat.
Puddle.
Puddle. Water.
We love our puddles. I don't think I used the air support. Let me see if there's any secrets.
Not bad.
No, no secrets. Cool. Claro.
Yeah. Are you checking them with the scanner the whole time?
Yeah, I check on it every once in a while. It's like, so the way I do it is like I look at it for like a split second and then I get out of it for like a whole second and then go back in for a split second. Like just long enough for anything green in front of me to highlight. But then I get out of it so like I'm not stuck in zoom in.
Yeah, okay, that's nice.
Yeah. Oh, puddle. Just ran past it.
What? What? Okay. I was like, yeah, okay,
Oh my
got
God,
it.
yeah.
And then literally just run right past it, yeah. Yep. Right? Oh, no, that's it.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I think it's all you.
Fine. Need one more.
I like how patient this mission's been with us. And back in the old days, the timer would have popped up by now, being you gotta hurry.
Nah, the game's like, nah, okay, you're chilling. You're still killing an enemy like once every hour.
They have too much resources to be rushing people all the time now. Like every update, they have like 10 more resources. Like, goddamn, just reuse your old stuff, please. Another paddle.
You found it? Oh my gosh, amazing. I need one more. No. Yeah, do you also already have 6 or how many do you need?
Yeah, I have 6. I think I needed 7.
Okay, I think I got 6 now. Yes, and I think I needed 6. You got 7 now?
Hold on, I gotta scroll. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, there we go. Just kill everything now. Yep. And if we find more puddles, then it's nice. But...
Find a bonus one, we'll grab it. But yeah, now we're not hunting every corner for
The issue so many times when I try to scan like enemies, then my monster, like the doggo, just kills everything already. Every time.
Yeah.
And like, I'm gonna scan. Oh, it's dead. I'm gonna. Oh, it's dead again. Oh no.
Oh, is that 2 more puddles?
2 more?
2 more.
Whoa.
There's one here, and then there's one just over here.
Nice. Then we have bonus puddles. Okay, we should be good now.
Oh. Yeah, that should be the insurance, just to make sure we have enough.
Good idea.
We've been here long.
You're now an expert puddle finder.
Another successful mission.
You found like, what is it? You found 9? Yes, holy shit.
I don't find the puddles. The puddles find me.
Oh, that's super. But it is still like, yeah, I love that. Like, that was the most accurate description, and you got it right away, and now you found everything. I'm just following
Yeah, no,
along.
I knew exactly what to look for after you said that. I was like, wait,
Yeah.
puddles? Pull up my scanner. Oh, puddles. I think that was the biggest issue. I didn't know what I was looking for.
Yeah. Oh, but that's just, it looks kind of weird.
One on the scanner before, and it was like, nah, that's not what we need. Probably like.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I have seen them before as well, but oh, like I never picked them up because I didn't know what it was.
Oh, fair.
Ah, I found extraction. Okay. Yeah. Oh, but there's more chests. Just opening in here. Yep. Open, please. You can do it. Yes.
How in the heck? What? Oh, that way.
Okay, while we get back, I'm gonna quickly set it to be ready so I can grab a drink. Because otherwise I'm gonna forget again, and then I just want to continue to the next mission. I have enjoyed this. Yeah, now we can check if we have enough of the stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back, yeah? 1 second. Feet! Omega, this is your moment. Omega, feet! Omega, feet! You can still guess the feet! They're saved for you. Yes! Omega, feet. Okay. I'm gonna screenshot this and post it to Sailor. Thank you for that, Dolphin. And thank you everyone in chat for letting Omega have that one. Awesome. It's long ass joke about the feet song. It to be updated. Yeah. Yeah, but I think all the mods were. Ah, no!
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
What happened?
She may or may not have got jump scares.
And I thought you went out, so I went out again and you went in.
Oh,
So that was...
that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Did you eat? Are you stocked up on your food? Yogi Silk?
Yes. I have 14
Okay.
minutes on it.
Okay, and drink 1 potion resistance right now, yeah?
Yeah, there's a skeleton behind the.
I built a way better ladder. Too.
It's like a giant slime monster.
The skeleton was destroying the. Oh, it ran away. Never mind.
Okay. Do you want to take 1 poison resistance?
Potion resistance. What's that?
Yeah. Poison.
Poison?
Oh my gosh, sorry. Poison resistance.
Okay, I took poison.
Yes.
Alright.
And go. It works!
What happened?
Oh my god. Okay. So Conundrum was saying that he was doing more improvements, right? And I know he was working on transcribing. So the bot is actually listening to what the streamer says, so it can understand like the context for the stream and everything, and it can help with commands. So you don't even have to type anything or say anything or do any commands. You can just do what you do, And it will do. Oh my god, yes, he said, like, I'm all good just watching you try to take down that boss. I was a bit busy with my own game, but I'm not doing any improvement. What? Hey, it's talking back! The bot is talking back! It's gaining its own intelligence!
Oh my god. I'm getting worried now.
Okay, the thing is, I said it would be cool to clip that later, and I added a stream marker, and then I switched back. And he said, I created a clip from your voice call. I wanted to spawn a health pack for you, but... I did duels. Oh my god, but that was it. That was too big of a board, indeed. Yep. Okay. People. There you go. Okay. How much do we need? Okay. Good. I need. Still need the other one. I can solo the. Save the rest of the flower. Do we have the sunrise up the tick? I gotta aim it. Equip it. But no, we have him grinding those flowers, so I can do the other one. The other quest that we're doing. In the meantime, maybe. Okay, oh. Always forget. Okay.
Mine. Said there's a dump, but it's my dump.
What? So then we go. No, not this one. This one. Yeah. There we go, because that is a single player one, so we do have to do that single player anyway. Yeah. Okay. The right frame is here, I just have to find it.
Operator, please be careful. He is not in control.
Wait, Sling, that's a jump. Yeah, okay, I gotta stun him. Come back here. Okay, done. Done. Oh my god, that was good. And there's a Pokemon. You get the Poke catch. Oh, but it was a good one.
You have relived this moment countless times. But our minds are linked now. We'll face this together.
Because now they're dying.
This poison he's given you, it has taken your will away. You are a victim as much as your son.
See, that's the bad guy. The blue guy is the bad guy.
Sorry, Isa. The time has come.
Like he thought he was getting a medicine or shit, but he's just poisoning him.
I am honored to be.
Yeah, it's a really difficult time.
Ballast did this. Not you.
Don't worry, old friend. I'm not going to kill your boy. You are. Father? Father!
God. Oh no. That's kind of sad. Oh no, I thought just that meant just him dying. Oh. They're supposed to look like this? Oh. This looks really trippy. Am I stuck in Isaac memory? A Shawshin? I don't know. Am I going the right way? Do I need to go there to the tree? I think so.
I'll never forget the time I finally beat him. Father, you alright?
But he keeps reliving every time the memory that he killed his own son because that guy forced him to... Oh, that's sad. Ah! Hey yo! I'm finishing the Umbra quest thingy.
Nice.
So it was a single player, so I was like, you know what? I was half doing that in between. So let's just...
We had created monsters we couldn't.
The story is so sad.
We drugged them, tortured them, eviscerated them.
Yeah,
we
it has its
brutalized their
moments.
minds.
Like he killed his own son.
Until they came.
Forced to kill his own son. Better, yeah.
And it was not their force of will, not their void devilry, not their alien darkness. It was something else. It was the
I was just having a good heart-to-heart. Let me switch it here so people can see everything. Oh, now we're getting all the exploding emotes first. They are leaning more toward dark now. Doing everything and... Well, the thing is, he did it, and it was not him, so he has to accept, like, and forgive himself, basically. I'm going to choose, like, the balanced answer. Accept it. Yeah. Nothing you can do about it anymore. It wasn't his fault. But then we can move on and let go, and then hopefully get out of the loop. That will be good. Oh god, do I have to fight him now? Oh no, I am Umbra! Where do I go now?
You did it! Your transference signal is clean, synchronized with that warframe.
I'm a pretty Umbra.
Path to extraction.
I'm a pretty Umbra. That's just, yep. They're all black and gold. That's, yeah.
Quickly, you may be able to
keep epic. I don't know where the extraction is though, so...
Let them come.
It is a little issue. Eliminate all sentience. Oh god, don't do it again. Where is extraction? Okay, there's one here. Ooh. Ooh, that was good. See, I was going the right way, okay. Yeah, I like this.
Could just stun everyone. That's cool. Wait. No. Done. Okay, where do we get the jade flowers? Were we just looking in the wrong place before? Because there should have been on that map, right?
Yeah, I think it was just bad RNG. All it was.
Missing that, but I'm just trying to get out quick as I can. Whee! This one looks really cool.
I am on Earth right now trying to find it while you're doing that.
Mission complete.
Hey.
Excellent work, Tenno.
I'm out.
And speed. The Silver Grove is nearby. I don't think I actually need the Silver Grove.
What? But then you already have this stuff on you, no?
No. When you finish that mission, there's a chance when you're doing the mission, like Earth missions, that a Silver Grove can just spawn.
Oh.
And that's what has happened to me because I'm in solo right now. The area I'm in right now just has a Silver Grove chilling. And yeah, so if I was farming for those parts and stuff, this is where that's how you would like farm your apothecary and stuff.
It's that time again.
Hey, I got a daily tribute.
Operator, we have no idea what Ballas is capable of. Please reconsider this. Why would you risk it?
Oh, do I need to go in my base now?
Yes. Yes, of course. Accessing data store. Which should I play?
My child, so beautiful to
A lot of
behold.
dragon lilies, no
How
jade
do you
flower.
feel?
Operator, there is much to be done. Please consult the navigation console.
Okay. But I'm Umbra. Return to Earth? Okay, should I finish this or should we... I think maybe I have to switch just because I'm now Umbra.
Yeah.
Nightleaf. I keep clicking stuff when I keep loading in, like, right on the get-go, I'm like, fuck.
You're on that gotta go fast mode.
He is waiting for
Yeah.
you, but
Gotta
I'm
go, gotta go,
detecting
gotta go.
powerful signals emanating from the courtyard. They are calling out for reinforcements across the entire system. You don't have long.
More banker. Hey, this is Dragon Lily. Like if I can find. So I know how they look. Where they can be. Ooh. Free chest. Always nice. Flying through the map, holy shit. Fast. That's it. Fuck, wait.
I tried to release you from
Wait, are the
seems those devils
flowers here? Like I can't check now, but this looks like a place where the flowers might.
Ballas, where is the
Yeah,
lotus?
it's earth and it's grassy.
Has the wolf become a dog?
Yeah, I already have enough, but I was just checking like to see
Or some tenor?
Oh yeah.
I needed
well,
to do
it's always
this
good to get
one.
extras.
Yeah.
If you ever want to do farm the Soul Pearl drop, you're gonna need more apothec.
Ow, ow. It hurts.
Which they don't necessarily drop that much unique. Most of it you can get elsewhere anyway. But, you know, it's one of those things where it's good to have it, and then rather than not have it.
I'm more ashamed you. Sorry, I'm fighting for my life.
Survive.
Smack, smack. Round finisher. Smack. How are you? Then, oh, there's more. Done. Yeah, okay, now I'm done. Yeah. Ooh! Oh my god, he can just freeze me like this?
You think you can defy me? Not even your Tenno Devil can.
Yeah!
Wow.
That's Dad. Dad! Hi, Dad! Lurking Muff Master. Thank you for the lurk, Dad. I mean, in this epic, epic cutscene, mid cutscene, just shout out. Yep.
Come on now. Fight me. Fight me.
You don't need to see this murder. It's fine.
Step between that instead. Take it. Again.
Ooh, squirm like the maggot you are. This was inevitable. Cycle squirm like the maggot you are. Fuck you.
Like the maggot you are.
I am just a stone. She is the hand. What does that mean? Are we trying to be cool? Who is she?
Yes.
Lotus?
Where is she? Where is the Lotus?
Yeah. What the? Oh my, no, what is that? Oh no. Ripsod, help, there's a monster. What the hell is this? Silky! Silky Luke! Oh wait, is that Lotus?
Oh,
No.
yeah.
I am here.
Finally learning about those guys.
What? What have they done to you?
Yeah, they're no fun. I mean,
I'm
they're not hard to
stressing you.
kill, but I mean, like, they're just no fun.
This is what I am.
I don't want to fight that. No, thank you. Oh god. No, please. No, bye-bye. Okay, have a good one. Goodbye. That was the mission. Okay, I didn't need to fight her. Yay! Jesus.
And you're just learning about them.
That was scary. A silky lol, I know. Okay, conclusion.
I don't know.
Wait.
But I'm going to find out.
Scarf is so pretty. Okay. Quest completed. New quest? I'm just stuck being this Tenno now? Do I have this ring now?
Yeah. If you're done the quest.
Yeah, we're gonna start that another time or just go back to.
And the story doesn't really explain how Excalibur works that well. Or sorry, the Umbra version of him. He has a unique passive where if you go into Tenno form, Excalibur still attacks. So it's like it's one of the frames that are like sentient. So if you go into Tenno form, instead of your frame just standing there waiting for you to command it again, Umbra actually fights with you.
I'll call this one Umbra awesome.
Yeah, it is just a full-on upgrade to regular Excalibur. So if you like Excalibur,
yeah,
I mean, there's no real reason to hang on to him anymore now that you have Umbra.
My god, okay. Let's switch to that one. And then I want to match my. I want to be the copy boyfriend. We're gonna be really badass. Turbo. We can customize everything later, but I paid everything purple, so we're gonna make everything black and gold. I do like my black. Match everything. So everything is black and gold. Black and gold. Black. Matches like the Conan colors. Yeah.
Fair.
And I'm swapping over every weapon because then I'm maxing out every weapon basically. And then if it's a shitty weapon, I'm just selling them. But then I did max them out.
Alright, so now I have a sunrise on me.
Oh, you were done already?
Yeah, I found it like as you were finishing that mission.
Nice. Well done, well done. I'm gonna try this one. The Dextrakra. Yep. Okay. Volume Umbra, awesome. Yeah. Gorgeous. How you do? What the fuck was that animal? I just casually traumatized Silk by showing my monster. This is Kubra. He's adorable. He's my pet. The fuck was that animal? Silk. My god. I got a, what is it? A Sunika Kubro? Oh, but I can make an egg now. I can incubate one.
So if there's any specific breeds you want before you throw it in.
How do you add that then? Oh, that's the imprint.
Yeah. You when you go to throw it in, it'll ask if you have any tags you want to add with the egg or whatever. And if you do, it'll increase the chances of it being that species, and as well as like having those fur patterns.
Well, I only have this one, so any other one is awesome. I only thought it, and that's only a face another mother could love. I know, but he's so cute. He's so ugly that he's cute still.
Well, actually,
yeah, he's ugly cute.
On your other frame, I think it was Volt, I think you were playing as, you have a cyst on your neck, don't you?
Have a what?
A cyst on your Volt's neck. So switch to Volt.
Wait. What am I doing?
And then look at his neck. Is there like a red blister on his neck?
Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna want to put that in the egg.
What? How do I get it off my neck?
Now let me double check the steps just so I don't screw this up. Hold on.
Like, do you have a cyst in your neck? I was like, am I hearing that correct? And then, yes, okay, put it in the egg. What? What?
So I'm assuming it's fully mature. The cyst on your neck. So in your orbiter. Okay. So yeah, just start up the egg, and then a option saying to drain the cyst will appear.
Begin incubation?
Yep. And then apparently you'll have the option to drain the cyst.
Drain.
Once,
Yeah.
drain it. Drain it into the egg.
Yeah. How did I get a cyst?
You got it from another player. So Nidus is the frame that actually infects other people, and if you play with a Nidus or another player who has a cyst, your frame will get infected with a cyst as well. So it's like a pass the virus sort of thing. But if you
what does it do to the egg?
Unlock, it changes it to a Helmet Charger. So like here, I'll show you what mine looks like. Let me equip mine real quick. Wow. So this is mine, and mine's really unique. In the sense that I got 3 of the rarest colors. And
wait, how can I see yours?
I've had people offer me lots of plats to tag it.
Wait. How can I see yours?
I'm DMing it to you. So in-game chat in a second. But this is my Helmet Charger.
Whoa. Whoa.
He's a good boyo. And he actually got that birthday hat for free from the devs because I was saying in one of the global chats I was happy how I've had this Helmet Charger for a whole year or whatever. And I guess one of the devs heard it and gifted me the birthday hat for him. So I was like, yay!
What the fuck is on his hat? So it's a birthday hat. It looks really cute. It looks really like the way that his ears poke out.
Where I was like, that's so adorable. I love that.
That's really cute. Oh, but that's so nice that the dev was just like, yes, this guy deserves a gift. Just celebrate the birthday of his little.
I've had it for a year. He's been my best boyo, and he's like, you know what? All right, you can have a hat for him.
Other than that, it is cool. Silk is in the mood. Oh, but this is really cool. So you get this from the. Do I get one of these now? No. Yes. No.
Yes, but the colors it'll be the like design it'll be like if it's skinny or fat, if it's female, male looking, all that is random. So mine's like a very rare, unique, like because it looks like a very nice puppy kind of design, and it's like red, green, and blue. Which is, like,
oh, but mine can be also like an absolute abomination.
So like, oh yeah, no, it'll still look like a charger type thing. It's just like the way it looks will differ.
Okay.
Like I've seen people have all 4 legs being like the weird tentacle looking things instead of actual paws, whereas mine only has 1 tentacle.
Oh god, no. Oh god.
It's random. They randomize. That's why like, people trade tags, because if you get a really rare like cat pattern or something, because there's been like people sharing like there was one a long time ago that was like a blue furred cheetah looking cat. Someone sold that on the market for like 2,000 platinum.
Holy shit.
It's like, yeah, when you find really good patterns and stuff like that, people will pay big money. But the effort to do it these days is not worth it, so no one does it anymore. But yeah, so yeah, once that finishes,
Yeah, it's in 2 days.
Well, do you want to rush it?
I'm broke.
I can give you plat.
Multiple spy, yeah, you can. You have platinum? If you want to, you can rush it. It's 15. I have 1.
I got 700.
Holy sh! They're rich.
I wouldn't say rich, but I've done.
Yeah, you're rich. You're Warframe rich. Yep.
It's like I used to be super rich when I was like hardcore trading in this game.
Nice.
It's like I gave a bunch to my my buddy because he was trying to start up his own dojo and everything. So I was like, you know what? Here, I'll hook you up because buying Forma and stuff is annoying. I think I gifted him 1,500 plat. And that's one thing I love about Warframe. It's literally a game that's free to play to where it's like literally free to play. Like all the plat I have, I got for free. I just grind stuff and trade with people and trade chat.
That's true. That's true. Never know how to. Like, I never got into trading. What? Invited you to Game Dojo. Oh, then I'm gonna go to your dojo. Dojo key is required to access dojo?
Oh, I can't. You can't just join in now? I guess. Oh, I guess they took out taxiing. What the hell?
Wait, I gotta get a dojo key. Can I make that here?
Yeah, you make it in your country, but that'll still take a day to make.
Ah.
So even if you did do that, it's fine. I can go to the bazaar and trade you there.
Okay.
Give what you can, Tenno.
I do like the fact that, yeah, Silk said your pet, you can just hold him by his spine and like pet him there. Just...
Yeah. Someone's trying to sell rank 1 shivers. Good luck with that one, buddy. Just looking at what everyone's selling here in the bazaar. It's a couple cool things, but like, you know, now I was expecting the bazaar to be popping.
You know, it's kind of quiet. You have to.
Hurry.
Yeah, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
She's on her way. She's on her way.
Oh my god, I keep numbing on the sea salt crackers. They are too addicting.
Yeah, I was that way earlier today with goldfish crackers or whatever.
Oh yeah, there's also, yeah, it's the same kind of thing. You're just nom 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 nom
Yeah.
nom nom nom. Like these are also, they're like little squares, like this. You're like, they're good to nom nom.
Fair.
Alright, let me run. Where's the
here. Which one is you?
Not here yet.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm here yet, but I have to walk like to the where. Can I just not fast travel? No, I cannot. Where should I go?
There's only one main room here, anyways. Why? We can't trade out there.
Hello.
Hey, did you hear, Tenno?
Oh, hello.
Ziatan treasures into Endo.
All right, so here, let me set up shop. Accept.
Oh, here. I was standing like right in front of you. I was still trying to look. You've already. Oh, okay. Can I give you anything back? Do you want anything?
If you want to throw anything in, I guess. But I mean, actually, you have to because you can't gift anything anymore. So like, just throw anything you don't care about. There's like a random relic or random blueprint. If I'm not mistaken, they took away gifting because people were getting scammed all the time. Like you can gift from the shop. I mean, like trading without getting anything back.
Gonna give you shit then. There you go.
And acrylics.
150? Oh my god, fuck yes, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. That should, you know,
I'm
get your
rich!
doggo right away. And then try to save most of it for extra slots, for like Warframe slots and weapon slots, because once you start crafting up, you're gonna run out of room hella fast. You're limited on inventory.
Yeah, my
So you're gonna
weapon
have to buy
slots,
more
like, is it
Yeah,
still for
so-
like Warframe slots or more for the weapon or the...
Both. It really depends like what you start grinding for. Really, like if you don't grind frames that much and you just do weapons, then you're gonna need a lot more weapon slots. Me
And
personally,
the thing is, I already made like another weapon, and then the weapon, I can't put it in my inventory because I'm full. So
Oh,
that's
yeah,
already
yeah, so yeah,
happening.
exactly.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah, you use that plat I just gave you for that. Then yeah.
Oh my god, fuck yeah.
Ideally.
Thank you. Okay, awesome.
And now we leave the bazaar. All these random people just staring at us.
That was a good trade, good trade. Okay, wait, then I can finally pick this up as well. Yeah, because I made, what
And
is
then
it, the Gorgon one? Yeah. But then I
Yeah.
have to buy weapon slots. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, which I think weapon slots are 20 plat a piece. Well, you get 2 for 20. But you can only buy them in 2, so.
Yeah. Okay, and then we can check the cover. So we should I rush the incubation? See what it is?
If you want the doggo right now, yeah. It's up to you.
Yes.
I gave you the plat for you to use.
Yes. Yes. Oh my god. Name your pet. Male Helmet Charger. Incubated. Name him. Oh my god, what are we gonna name him?
Oh yeah, you gotta name it. I forgot what I named mine. What did I name mine? Okay, mine's just named Doggo.
He's gonna name my puppy. I'm gonna put Pupper. Yes. But
You can rename it, but I think it costs plat to do it.
He's called Pupper now.
Yeah, it costs 15 plat to rename, so make it one you're happy with.
Wait, and then I gotta equip him, or where is he now? Companion?
I think that's the mature.
Pupper! Pupper has not been matured. Room the Arbiter, mature for combat. Okay, Room cannot join until you... Okay. Wait, should I mature it?
Oh yeah, you gotta select it in the incubator or whatever and age it up, I think.
Pupper will grow to adulthood and become ready for combat. Or something? I'm just gonna mature him, I wonder. Ooh! Oh, it looks very similar to yours. With same legs. And then purplish with red spines. And weird side flaps. What are weird side flaps? Oh, now they're in. Oh. 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 Silky's got a fish spontaneously. I do like it. But you can still make it another color, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you can still get dyes and stuff, but that's its natural colors. Which I don't know if you can tag elements anymore. Maybe you can, but when you tag a pet, it only takes its natural colors in the tag. So if you ever like want to trade it or sell it or whatever, people want the natural colors.
Yeah. Okay.
That's still a really good pattern, though.
This is nice.
It's so cool. Okay, okay. I'm gonna match it to my Warframe.
Like I've seen a lot of potato patterns before where it's just like all gray or like all white. Which, you know, all white's kind of cool, but on a helmet, I kind of just it looks like
Yeah.
a unfinished game model.
Okay,
Like
yep.
white on a helmet charger doesn't look good. Maybe like on a dog or something with fur, but like helmet charger pure white, like bruh.
Oh. Hmm. Fully black? One. I'm trying to match it to my Umbra.
Fair.
What? It can also wear emblems? Yeah, but
Yeah.
It is cool, but okay, wait. Yeah, that could looks kind of cute. Oh, and then you can buy different patterns and stuff. Okay, that looks up. Okay, I'm happy. Wait, I gotta change my back to Umbra Awesome. Oh my god, this is like I made so much progress in this one stream with Warframe. Yep. Wait, why is Mormulchi here? I have my other one equipped. No, gotta change it. I have to make sure I'm taking it with me. Companion. Copper. Whip. Gosh, yes. 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 So we went from a fluffy to this. This is strawberry shake is heaven in my mouth. No. So I also still have the fluffy. So I have two pets now. Like I also have some robots and stuff. Like you can check your companions here. So I do have like this one. This is the Helios. We have Texan. And then we have like this one. I literally call it just basically like little creature / monster in Dutch. And this is now the new one. Oh, but that's awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, no. Okay, are you ready to finish the flower thing? Did you make the sun thing?
Oh yeah, I have it equipped.
Yeah. Oh, but this is so awesome. Like, oh my god, I got a new frame, got a new pet. This is the best ever.
Progress. There's plenty more
Yeah.
pets and frames where that came from.
Oh my god. Okay. Look now. Ooh, yeah. So now we have more pets.
And I don't know if you like the robotics in this game, but there's a MOA you can make, which is like a walker pet, and you actually have to build them piece by piece. And depending on the pieces you give them, actually changes stats.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I knew you could
like,
build things.
You can make a support one. You can make like an attacker, kind of like depending on how you build them.
Awesome.
They got real creative with some of the pets and stuff in this game.
Look, you match your shirt off.
Have you returned to protect me once more? The last apothec. Quickly.
I like him. Admiring the pupper.
I forget how to spider. How do I do my spider stuff?
Fueling my own destruction. Titania, stop them!
A mind within the forest? This is an abomination. Let it burn.
Let it burn!
Child of truth, you reject me but are blind
What's
to our
this?
shared purpose. Would you
Our
rather
flowers.
this world a wasteland in spite of me?
Damn.
I don't know. This goes against everything I believe.
Truth has a way of doing that.
Ooh. This. The star. Yeah.
Oh, that's a Kubro egg.
Fish. What is this? What's that flying thing? Fish. Look, we learned something new about the fishing game, by the way, while we're fighting here. But did I waypoint this, or did you waypoint? Do we have to go here?
Their egg.
There?
Another one.
I can't see it. And I got with it. I got it. Jesus, that was a word vomit. I have it. Okay, thank you. Whee! It was like under the thing for me. I was just walking
weird,
circles,
yeah.
like, wait,
Well,
where? Whee! Bam! But yeah, okay, so yeah, we learned a new thing about the fishing, that if you get like gifted a sub, it will automatically fish for you. If you gift biddies, then it also will fish. So Littlefoot gave like, what was it, 100 biddies? And then it fished, I think it was 4 times or 5 times. I forgot to count. It was more, but at least 4 times. But it was cool.
Yeah.
I know, right? Yeah. And I was super confused because yeah, people got gift subs, and then the people started fishing, but those people were not even in chat. So I was like, they didn't type fish in chat. I don't know. Everything was just, yeah, my mind was very confused, but it was because they got the gift sub. It was cool. But then you get a gift sub and a free fish. That's now a new perk. If you get a sub here, you get a fish as well. You got a rubber ducky, nice. That sound effect of the rubber ducky, that was great. What do we do here? Annoying shrine?
That's it. The clarity. And now I realize you're not my beloved Titania, but another like her that has come to protect me.
You're welcome.
Titania's old guardians will still attack. I have no will over them.
Okay. It's fine, we're gonna kill them. Damn! Oh gosh. Oh no, my shield.
Poison. Oh, it's fire.
Go!
Fight them the best I can. You have just a moment to escape.
Okay, thank you. Super revive.
Super speed.
Ready yourself. I was wrong. We can't let.
See, oh my god, now she says that. Yeah. My god, this girl doesn't know what she wants. Like, I hate this place. Burn it down. Oh my god, we gotta save it.
She just can't make up her mind.
I know. Whee!
Oh, I liked Excalibur. I noticed like his power-ups best. I was not using any power-ups the whole time still. It was silly. I keep forgetting. Okay, I'm going too far in. Coming back. Just destroying them before they came here. Oh, you're also doing the same? Before they could even jump down, you're already killing them. Nice.
I'm just hanging on the wall, doing my spider stuff.
You fight with the same determination she did.
Ah! Oh my god, I got stuck. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, we're good, we're good. Loki's fishing like crazy. Holy shit, you got 13,000 gold already. I'm just gonna level up my grenade launcher. Why can't I shoot anymore?
I'm getting control. Hold on.
What?
I can help too.
Okay, goodbye then.
That's it. Thank you, whoever you are.
You're welcome. Bye bye.
Welcome to my forest.
Oh, that's how you
back.
spider. Okay.
Forgive me, Sylvana. I doubted you.
God, what?
I thought you were just another.
I don't get how the spider works. Why do I keep latching behind me?
I once thought the same of Warframe.
You latch onto everything?
When the Orokin found out
I can, yeah.
They set their dax upon the great trees.
Jumped inside of a tree. That was not what I wanted to do.
Oi!
Oh wait, there's enemies.
I let out a deep earthen
Oh, I'm going too fast. There we go. Fast as fuck, boy. I gotta level up my weapons a little. There's still an enemy.
The mighty dax began to fall, swatting hopelessly at some unseen menace. Others were snared, drifting upward in mesmerizing light. And then, all at once, shredded by that unseen force.
You're just shooting everything.
Take him down.
Oh my god. You look fucking close as fire. Hi, I'm back. Hi, my napkin. Hello, hello.
I felt her beating wings through my branches.
Nice.
I felt her mortal wounds.
Ah, that was good.
She fell beneath my canopy.
Wait, so was this the last one, or do I need now a spring one as well?
I think that was the last one. Because now that should be mission complete, I think.
Yes!
It's only 3 parts to Titania, and then finishing it should give you the main print.
In the eyes of our doctrine.
Titania blueprint. Yep.
Yeah, so you should have all 3 parts to build her.
Manapkin, need another teammate. Well, Manapkin, I saw that you were just starting up, and I love you for it. But I have been playing Warframe for 6 hours straight now. And again, I am doing it at like 2-3 hours of sleep. So I am gonna take like a quick Karma walkie break, and then probably like I'm either gonna decide like after if we're just gonna do words or marbles and then end, or if we are gonna do a little Stardew with Silky maybe. So I'm probably gonna stop with Warframe for today. But I am loving it again. Thank you as well, like for all your patience with me, Virpshot. And for doing the flower quest and stuff. It was fun. It was really fun.
Yeah, it definitely was. I think the only annoying part of it was how like we did that Earth mission twice in a row, no Jade Flower.
Yeah.
But hey, we got it at the end.
Yeah. Yeah, the flower collecting part is like a little, but that's why like doing it together was that's more fun. Like it was one of the missions that I kept postponing.
You don't get to do it again.
Yeah.
Doing all that just to unlock Titania, and now that you have her, you technically only need her once. You get her to 30, you use her for the helmet subs, whatever the hell it's called. And then the Prime version is the one you'd want to keep and, make your main if you like her.
Okay.
So if you do like Titania after you get her built, we can try to farm her pieces. Which, yeah, actually, you should queue up her pieces, because all the pieces, I think, take, like, 12 hours each, and then to build a frame takes 3 whole days, so definitely log in and queue that stuff up whenever you can.
I already can make the neuroptic, so I built those.
And you could technically rush it all, but, like, rushing is, like, hella expensive after doing it so many times, so...
Operator, are you enjoying the view?
Are you enjoying the view? Yes, I am. Yeah, like I need the Nitane extract.
Ooh, that's from Nightwave.
Yeah.
So any of those Nora creds you've been getting, that's what you'd be spending them mostly on.
I know that's what like I'm trying
Now,
to
just in case
boost
some
up
of
for
you ain't
now.
doing all this out of
That's
the
what.
kindness of your
I
hearts.
completed 5 now. That's a lot. I'm happy with. Because I need them to build like any frame at this point. Also per Uri. So I think I need like 4 or 5. So that's a lot. So.
Oh yeah, no. The community has dubbed Nitane extract called Unobtainium because you really only can get it from.
Oh, but I have 150. Oh whoa! I can buy a shit ton now.
Oh yeah.
Okay, never mind. Problem solved. I couldn't buy any at the beginning, so I was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, because like
I'm
every
stuck.
frame needs it. And like I said, it's people call it Unobtainium because the only real way to get it is Nightwave. Like you can get it other places, but the drop rate for it is like maybe under 1%.
Wait. I got a shit ton now. Yeah, I got 31! Nice. So happy with myself. Okay, wait. So for the Aurelia, I still need the scrubber stuff? That's the fishing stuff?
Oh, yeah, it's...
Oh, and for the Titania, I still need the Tellurium Archwing mission.
Oh, you don't have to do Archwing. You could do that in Uranus as well, I think, or Neptune.
Okay.
One of the two.
I can make like other chests. Should I queue these up? Power chest.
Yeah, queue up anything you can that you don't have yet, because like things take forever to craft. So I mean, might as well have it going. And also another thing is, it doesn't actually take inventory space if you leave it in the foundry. Like for example, I think I have like 40 weapons in my foundry that I can't claim because I don't want to buy the slots for.
Oh my god!
Because I haven't claimed them yet, they don't take slots. It's just like literally like if I screenshot, like I just have weapons upon weapons that are all 100% ready to claim, but I don't claim them because I don't want to buy the slots. So it's like
Well, then you can just but then you can be selective. It's like an extra storage in that sense. It's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to
get rid of weapons and stuff, and switch out with new. But then you got to recraft old ones if you ever want them back. So it's like
You got so many, Jesus.
Yeah, this game is a lot.
Okay. New war. It is new. It's a new. Yeah. Okay. Well, that was a shit ton of progress. That was awesome. Okay. Just fuck it. Okay, I really want to do Stardew, but okay, I gotta go for walkies first. So I'm gonna put it on words, maybe like AFK word mode. We can work together while walking. Otherwise, you guys have to stare at like a BYB screen for 20 minutes, and that's no fun. So much for playing, Ripshot, and let's play again sometime.
Yeah, I'm always down for it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go now here so then I can switch over to phone. Do a quick vlog with the doggy.
You have a good doggy walk.
Thank you. I'll talk to you
We'll talk to
soon.
you later.
Bye bye. Okay. Let me set this up for you guys. Words. 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 Doop. Okay. But my napkin, thank you still, and have fun playing Warframe. It is really fun. I have enjoyed it a lot. But yes. I am gonna switch you guys over to Words for a little bit now, so we can take a little karma breaky. Let me just update the Words. Okay. Okay, done. Move the Warframe stuff, then add the word stuff. Which. Ba-doop. Okay, everything updated. And we're gonna switch over to here. Oh my god, I look so sleepy. Okay, I'm gonna switch over here and then go walkies, and I'll see you in a minute. My words. There you go. Words, music. The music sounds a little higher. There you go. And yeah. Nope. Did it work? Oh no, I still need to post a mirror here. Now it works. Okay. Okay. Everything is working. All looks good. I'm gonna go over walkies and I'm gonna see you be right back. I'm gonna go in the chat mode, so let me put this on the BYB. Nope. And hide myself here. Nope. Put my words. Big here. There we go. Okay. We're gonna make this. We need one word. Do you want to do one word too, Key? Yay, Salty, thank you. Welcome. Okay.
Ooh, close one.
I get me my bag.
Ooh, close one. Ooh, close one. Ooh, close one. Ooh, close one. Loser! Loser! Loser!
Yeah, I'm back from Rockies. I've got the karma bean. Gonna grab a snacky, and then I will be
Ooh,
there.
close one. Ooh, close one. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby. No, I know. Let's continue. Oh no. Click. Click. Mhm, mhm, mhm. So, hi, Karma Bean. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Lunch. Ja, goed, Snoetje. Hey, je hebt net gegeten. Just finished your food, hon. Let's go, Mr. Set. Okay, I'm gonna until we die. Until we die. I'm gonna take a quick breaky for my headphones. Oh no, I'm hiding the words. That's not what I wanted. This one. Hey, hello. Hi, guy. Sausage. Yes. Wait. Okay. No. No. That's not a... Okay. Oh my god, jackpot, Silky. Okay, we can do this. Gasp. Oh, that's also with a P. I will never let you beat me at fishing. You take your fishing serious. Okay, wait. You search. Yes, the B is fake. Yep. But we're not gonna get farther, no. Is it a thing? There's a level at like which you can, I don't know, finish it with the words. We did really well. Thank you, Salty. Thank you. Karma, I know you're begging here. Okay. Karma, come here. I'm a little Karma Bean. I'm a little cute doggy. I just had a big wokey. I had a little bowl of food. You got some fresh meat. You got some kibble. You got fresh water. You got a cookie and kisses during wokey. So now you're just gonna go sleep. Kom maar, ga lekker liggen. Oh my god, you're gonna give me the puppy eyes? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I beat Muffin. What? Oh, yes, you did. Okay, wait, look, come here. It's a puppy. And she's like, Mama, I need cookies. Mama. So, okay, just so I can, don't beat Muffin, that's mean. Never happens. Good job, Salty, good job. Muffin, what's your leaderboard stats in fishing? You can check here. Let me make it really big for you. Can I do that? Wow. Oh, yeah, okay. After you fish this one, hi Eagle, hi. Good to see you. Okay, I think now it will show the leaderboard. Yes. So Silk, you almost have 15,000 now.
Somebody come take a hit
My
for me.
gosh, 15k.
Somebody come take a hit for me.
That's insane.
Take a hit for me.
And this is the top catches.
I got it open.
Fish.
I don't care.
Look, this is also a fish.
Everybody for themselves.
It is dog sushi. And it's a literal swirl. It's called dog sushi. And it's with salmon and kabeljauw. I don't know how to translate. White fish. Fish. Okay, Karma, say hi one more time. Hi, I'm a little puppy. No, come here. Come here. Ow! That's my booby. Alright, where is she? Okay. Come here. I love that she's like, oh gosh. Okay, but that was a little Karma Bean. Yup. I am gonna hop back in the Discord and we are gonna wind down together with the Silky Poo. Are you ready, Silky Poo?
Continue doing it. Oh my god.
I should so be going to sleep, but yes, I think I have like at least 1 to maximum 3 hours in me. Okay? I'm setting you at a max of 3. Because then I might just pass out. Maybe 1 hour, maybe 2 hours. We're gonna see. But I do want to start up. But I never slept. Like, my gosh. But yes, Stardew. Fuck yes, Stardew. Winding down. Wait, I need, okay, wait, egg. Emote. Egg. Oop. Check. Continue. 1 second, let me update here. Double tap. Chicken. Chicken. Oh, chicken. We need, what do we need? A cow. And a sheep. Oop. Okay, this is good enough. Very fairly emotes. Okay, done. Click. Stardew. Valley and Chill. Stardew. I fucking love Stardew. So that's the thing. Like, you never have to ask me, like, do you want to do Stardew Valley? Like, fuck yeah. I always want to do Stardew Valley. You can wake me up in the middle of the night. Do you want to do it? Night, love. Night, night, little food. Night, night. Hope you have a good rest. Hope your arm is doing better. You can do this and take enough rest. Don't listen to the people still making you do stuff. Yeah? Take your rest.
Salty's gonna use this as an time to, while I play games, to catch up. No.
He's gonna battle you to the death.
Yeah, Conan.
It's good. Wait, just give Littlefoot extra huggies. Littlefoot is like, with this warm weather and this heat, she has to wear Mitella and like cast and shit over her arm because she hurt her arm. And that's just, yeah. I hope it gets better soon. And thank you for lurking and thank you for being here, and say hi to Chicken for me. Okay. I have giant fishies. Let me make it a little smaller again. There we go. Do you just want to do vanilla Stardew? You never played Stardew, did you?
Yeah, I have.
You have played Stardew?
Yeah.
But just vanilla, or do you want any mods?
I have 99 hours. I was thinking about adding mods, but I don't have the mod pack added to it, so I deleted my mods from it. Unless there's an option to put mods in the.
I think maybe like it depends if we both need the same ones or no. But let me check 1 second.
But the main mod I was gonna do is the fishing mod.
Yeah, I know you hate the fishing. I want to check like if I put it with, no, not with the Thunderstore. What's the other mod thing again?
The fishing is so hard, but I got recommendation on how to do the fishing, so.
What's the mod manager again? Oh my god, I forgot the name.
Smappy.
No, I use a different one. Shit, okay. Mod manager.
I use Smappy and Nexus mods. Nexus Valley modding. Let's see. Sound. Headset. Oh, so nice.
Yeah, I forgot the name. Like I know I've used mods before.
My
That's not
headset's in just fine, so why is it not?
Okay, let me check. Because I did play like a little bit of modded stuff with Killer. Get her online. Just gonna play vanilla for now. We can always check.
I'm trying to figure out how to fix this.
It was like Nexus mods, but
There we go. Yeah, I use Nexus mods and it's a little complicated. I haven't used it in a while, so I kind of removed it from the system to do it.
Yeah, but I cannot find like I had like a launcher thingy.
Apparently, I had my own post. I don't
There's
remember post farm. Probably my Mero character, because it's saying Sinclair Farm, so.
What? Oh, I did not use it. I don't know if I used
Let's see.
it. Must have been Curse Forge. Okay, I
Nexus
got
is the only one I know how to work for.
it.
I've never used any other one. Yeah, eventually I want to do the expanded Stardew Valley expanded.
What's that?
It's an expanded version of Stardew Valley. It's a mod. It's a big
Sorry, but
mod.
that's like, what's the extended? It's an extended version. Thank you, Silky. Thank you. I'm sorry.
You should. You have to watch videos. Or it's huge. I've watched a lot of people play it. It's so
Oh.
big.
Salty, thank you for the stream streak. 15 streams. Fuck yes.
I'll read it to you. The major expansion includes over 50 new NPCs. Comes with new NPCs, location, events, and more. There's a Ridgeside Village, an entirely new village, 45 plus NPCs, 15 plus locations, cable car system, East
Cable
Scarp
cars.
major area expansion, east of Pelican Town, new location, sword and sorcery, enhanced gameplay, over 90 total mods. So.
Salty gave me a heart attack for checking in. My sound is so loud, but thank you. Like my sound on my headphones was like 10 times louder, so whenever the blur plays, it's like Jesus, but it's a good wake up call. My gosh. Okay, I do have the mods here still and they're up to date, but I don't know, like I was gonna check if I have them. Do you need them then as well, or is it like host side only?
I think if you use the mods, they only work for you, but I can still join.
Oh no, but then we can also, okay, we can just set it up like for another time if we want to do like modded Minecraft, and we can do it like a big Minecraft. This is what I mean. Stardew. Jesus. Stardew. If we want to do modded Stardew, I would like that because I have seen some really fun stuff. And then we can do like a
the
full...
same modding thing too. So
Yeah, so I can use like the one that you use, or you can use the Curse Forge. But I have two different ones apparently as well. Like I have Thunderstorm and Curse Forge. Yeah. But that's what I mean. Like I'm too sleepy to go figure that out first. So we're just gonna play.
Let's just play a bit, Nilla. Nilla's fine. Nothing wrong with Junimo. I like making the Junimos.
Loop, loop, loop. Stardew Valley. I feel like for Stardew, the full overlay thing is really nice. I don't know, a pixel kind of overlay instead of me just blocking half the screen. Maybe I gotta make a fishing spear over chat for here, so the whole game is clear. Yeah, we good, we good. Oh no, is my game not starting? Oh yeah, it is.
It's the alien. I'm playing with the starting screen. I like pushing all the buttons. on the little secrets. Butterfly. I haven't played it since they've done a lot of updates either, so this will be fun.
I played like a little bit when I'm getting a little bit with Woody, but we never really progressed like further than, I don't know, the next season. Oh my god, you can make yourself also, there's like blue skin color, everything.
Yeah, you can become
Yeah.
You got an invite code ready, or are we not there? An invite code, or are we not there yet?
Yeah, I'm making my little character.
Okay.
I'm trying to hurry up.
No, me
Hmm?
Me, Fisher, man, woman.
Do we want to skip the intro? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, look how high I am on the leaderboard. I'm sorry, it makes me happy. They added like a couple new farms.
Do you want to have Four Corners Farm, Wilderness, Hilltop? Like, do you want a special one? I haven't tried a lot of the special ones.
Let's see. Not the monster. That's all I can say.
Like, we can do maybe the one there's a lot of chickens.
Best for growing crop.
Like, one is like limited, but then you're really close to the forest. One is really quick to the beach.
It limits the amount of space. And we don't really want space for all our building. We can, well, we don't want to limit a lot of our space if we want to build a whole bunch of stuff.
Like, the beach farm has a lot of open space, but then there's no sprinkler, so you do have to water every time.
I think we should just go standard.
Yeah, and with the two of us, we don't need the four quarters. I do want to have like, but I want to figure out how to have like, if you can also just have like a Stardew Valley server running as well, like that we can have like literally just a big farm where people can join us.
It'd be nice to have more than just 4 people.
Yes. Maybe. But even like if we just have like already like a farm with 4 people, so cool. Like I never did that. Okay, let me check social now.
Did you go co-op, by the way?
Me? No, did I do that or no? Yeah, start. No. No.
Did you do start local co-op? Not local.
Okay. This is here. I have the cheese farm, the ADHD farm, the gas cook farm is great.
Host.
Yeah.
Whichever one you are.
Oh gosh. Okay, Turbo. This one.
You can make whichever one you want. Looks like day 6 here. The ADHD farm. You didn't make it very far.
I know, but that's what? Oh my god, you got another rubber ducky. Salty's fishing like crazy.
Salty, stop it! Stop it! It's not fair. I'm not there.
What was?
Another day and fish my life away. What was that other otter farm. What's there?
The other two farms or the bottom ones? Or?
Yeah, the two upper ones. There's like two water options. One looks like a
Yeah, the beach farm and the Riverland farm.
Oh, what's the Riverland one again?
Your farm is spread across several islands and scenic riverbanks. Fish are more common. You start with a fish smoker.
I haven't done this in forever, so I don't know how spread out it is. Are we just gonna do normal? Or... We could. Those are like a couple options. I know if we do the beach, we'd have a lot of money.
It is nice.
Straight off with all the
But I add the
stuff.
sprinklers. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want sprinklers. So.
Yeah, I cannot live without the sprinklers. Oh, thank you. Okay, I grabbed drink. Thank you, Whip. You're keeping me moist all the stream. Okay.
Who are you, Roman?
This looks like Pikachu.
Who are you gonna romance?
Silky Muffin Farm?
Silk Muffin?
Silky Muffin? Muffin Silky? Silky Muffin.
Whatever works.
Silky Muffin. Okay, it should be, yeah, we can just do a normal one, I don't know. Like, I am kind of curious about the Meadowlands. It is nice to have a lot of animal space. Okay, I really have to lower the volume on my blurbs, I'm sorry.
I'm curious about it too, because I'd love to have the animals. Animals are always my favorite.
Yeah, I know. And in the winter we have like all the animals. Okay, fuck it. Should we try it?
Yeah, let's try it. It's better than just going straight up vanilla.
Okay, and then starting cabins. This is the thing. So we have one starting cabin and one extra. Because last time I did two and that was not... And then we want them close together or spread out? I think just close together. Shared money. All good, right?
If you keep them close together, we have more space.
Yeah. And I think I can just do one. Like if I have no starting cabins. And we have the main house. This is just the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Cabin right now. Is one.
I think you can play with 8 people. Like if you can see here, you have 7 cabins. Like, but you have like one is the main house. Because I did 2 last time, and then we had 3 houses.
Oh.
And it was like very waste of space, and I was so annoyed because it took up so much space of the farm. I was like, God damn it, I don't want that. Okay.
Do we want to do? I do like having shared money. It helps, but it can also irritate each other if you're not careful.
Yeah. Okay, where's my invite code?
It's the game one. Options.
Got it? I can also directly invite you. Invite the game.
It's good. That works. I love Stud. I haven't played it in forever, so this will be fun.
Like that's the thing, the ADHD farm was like the farm, yeah, together with Billy, but we only started one day, I think. We did play once or twice, maybe.
Does our favorite thing really matter? That's what bothers me.
Yeah, I have never seen it like matter in the game or...
I'm just making it a cake. Give me cake. It's worth money.
Yeah, so we have one cabin here.
Diamond. Give me diamonds.
I just put muffins in there. Maybe it is so you have like just the same bio as like the villagers have, so it matters what they give you, yeah. But would people then give you diamonds?
So many hairstyles.
Would be awesome. Oh my god, Salty's fishing. Oh my god.
112 shirts. Oh, there's so many shirts off. Oh, okay. Well, at least they kept the pants just for her. Accessories, 31 accessories.
Oh shit, I destroyed. Okay. I already make a fence.
Make a clown nose. That's funny.
Oh, there's a raffle, and also hello, Gil. How are you today? Good to see you again.
Hi, Kim.
Oh my gosh, Salty, you're fishing so hard.
Salty's trying to catch up. I challenged his.
Oh my god.
His authority.
Okay, I gotta move the
his male
fish.
sensibilities.
Oh, okay, let me see. Can
It's
I
so
make?
funny that you can make a female and then have a beard.
I know, I like it. Every time I'm like, maybe, no. Fuck! Okay. Wait, we need to... Okay, there's a fence. There we go. I accidentally destroyed the fence of our chicken. But I fixed it again.
What?
I was chopping a tree like right next to it, and yeah, that game did not like that. But they have nice grass. We start with a coop. That is fucking nice. So we have 2 chicken and a coop ready and already, like, and a little fence with grass and everything. Nice next to the water. This looks pretty.
I don't want to look exactly like the one character I'm thinking about romancing this game.
Oh, you already thought about that.
Oh yeah, I was already thinking about it. I've been thinking about it for a while.
Who do you have in mind for this round?
Elliot. Nobody really cares much for Elliot.
But yeah, he is kind of nice. Dreamer, yeah, the beach rider.
Everybody goes for Sebastian, and I get it. I get it. But, I need somebody different. There's a couple characters that are just plain no's for me. If there's anybody, there's one who I'd just straight up just be a best friend for, because becoming his wife seems to just ruin it. I don't remember his name, but it seems to ruin it for him. He's an alcoholic.
Oh yeah. But if you become his wife, he's still not happy. I think, right?
Yeah, he's not happy. But if you stay as his best friend, he's happy. So
yeah,
like, I'm not gonna ruin a good thing.
Fair. Yeah, that's the guy that lives in the trailer. Yeah. Forgot his name. Shane.
Marine. Shane, yeah, he lives with Marine and daughter.
That's his mom,
what
no?
What kind of eye colors? I don't know. It's something.
I'm taking a nap.
Okay, that's probably good. I'm having trouble figuring out what eye color I want with this hair color.
Like, that's probably good. I just started. Yum. Okay, I haven't drunk coffee in a while. Now I'm gonna stay up all night. Wait, I'm gonna put my coffee pot away 1 second. I have too much shit here. Getting icky.
I received hay.
Okay, what?
Feed your chickens each day by letting them grass outside or placing hay into their troughs. Mature, harvest, and egg. Weather report. Okay.
maybe. Mm-hmm.
Oh, so we have Coco, Goldie. Oh, I like Goldie already.
I did bet them already. Those were the names that the game gave them, but I think it's fine. I started clearing on the space, like around the coop a little bit.
Oh, broke it. I
And
pulled him up and...
oh yeah, that's what I did just now.
I forgot what buttons do. Sorry.
Oh, but that's literally what I just did as my first thing as well. I walked to the coop and I destroyed the fence. You can build a new one. Like in the menu. Do you need wood?
Yeah, I'm getting wood. Whoops.
Okay, this is like also a 2D game, like just like Don't Starve Together. It's also sort of like survival through the seasons. Yep. But this is so much better. This is like chill, wind down survival. Like I still want to try again, but I do feel like I should, like, I don't know, just watch some tactics or something because yeah. My gosh. Yeah, I needed this fight.
Ah, there we go. Right click, not left click. Right click. Open up the chicken door so they can come out when they want to eat instead of just...
Oh yeah, that's better. My god, I spent all my energy again. I'm gonna take another nap.
Man, you're a sweepy girl.
Yes, I know. It's so relatable. It's like real life. But now we are more prepared for next time. I know, that's true, sir. Like, we were improving.
Yeah, we were talking about what to do.
Yeah.
We were coming up with strategies earlier.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Bong, 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 bong.
What kind of strategies did you come up with?
You put me on the spot like that. Star? Star answer.
Darwin's suddenly very quiet. Like, I'm not here.
To keep the fire, you know, tidy.
Ooh, you look pretty.
And away from us. I got a Pikachu. It looks like on my face.
Oh my god, Silk, look.
Oh, we were the same shirt.
Shirts of all the options we could have chosen.
There was a lot of options too.
Yeah, they're like 30 or something. I don't know. It is awesome. I was like, this looks like a Pikachu.
It does. That's why I chose it.
I like that. Like, I normally go for like the overalls or like the skull shirt, but I was like, let's do something different.
Our main thing is gonna be that we're mostly gonna focus like on food, building a wall, armor, and weapons.
Oh my god, I was like building a wall in Stardew, but okay, sorry. Yes.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, that is important. Oh my god, I don't have energy anymore. Can we build a basic farm already? Do you have some energy to make like a first couple of spots? But yeah, no, we do need like armor and the wall. Yeah. Like backpacks indeed will be set. Backpacks are nice, but inventory space, less priority than just staying alive.
Yay!
I go by threes.
Yes, that's nice. And that's good because that's also nice for the. What do you call it? Sprinklers?
Yes. That's one of mine. It's too dark, I can't see. I'm scared.
The terror, the terror.
The dark. It scares me. It frightens me. Stab it! My fish! Oh, I do like this plushie.
Hey, that's bad. Clip, 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 clip. Good night, night.
Night, night.
Oh shit, fish. Yay! Oh my god, another jackpot. Okay, okay, kill. Like I did have like a sunflower coffee cup earlier, and that makes me think of the sunflower flower thingy again. What?
Oh, I am male. Come down to the beach. I'm coming. Oh wait, I first.
Are you gonna meet Willy?
Yeah, I gotta go pet bird. Pet.
Keep finding cool stuff. Come by the general
You
store.
wanna pet? You wanna pet one? I pet one.
What? What? Where?
I pet one bird. You can pet the other bird.
Where?
The chickens?
Like, how can you pet birds?
I pet that one. The
Oh
other
my
one's
god, where's the
over
other
here
one? Oh, he's hiding. There he is. Okay. Oh, you big cutie. Love it.
This one's name's Goldie, so.
Yeah, it is fitting. Okay, do we wanna go into the town?
Yeah, I gotta just south.
I'll finish the day by managing stuff. Okay, I did make us some torches for if it gets dark, and here's some basic chests. Put like the resources in for now. There we go. I'm on my way, I'm on my way! Oh my gosh, Salty's fishing. Fish, 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 fish.
Stop it.
Oh, yes.
Oh, carrots.
Oh, I got him. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I was just behind you like, how am I gonna grab these carrots? No, that was like, I don't know. Fully unintentional. Unintentional? Yeah. There's the birthday calendar. Catch and show fisher. We don't know how to fish yet, but sure. Oh wait, we need to go in, yeah.
Lewis always gets a turnip. Or a parsnip. I don't know which one. I don't remember if they get turnips or parsnips here, so.
What? I don't get one. Normally you have to... Oh. Okay. Wait, do you want to buy... Wait, do we have money already? Do you want to buy some starters? See?
Yeah, just some parsnips. This would be a good idea.
How many should we get? We have 500. We can... It's 4 days, so we can just invest like a... I don't know.
Take my Pencona.
12 now? And then save the rest for now?
Yeah.
I'm gonna break in the house to say hello. Hi, Caroline! There's Caroline. What is this? Why do they have like... The altar of Yoba? What is that?
It's yoga. Oh, this is their church.
Oh, hey, Abigail.
It's weird that they have a church in here, but they do. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know if
I don't understand.
I probably
it,
didn't.
So... Oh,
no.
Abigail.
Yeah, so we got 3 people already.
I don't like you, Abigail, but
Oh my god, Salty!
I don't like her in romantics. Salty, stop it!
Oh, nice! Hello, Jody! Oh, nice! Everyone's going shopping. Emily! Okay, behind you. I like it. Oh my god, another one!
Emily's crazy.
Yes. Robin?
I like Robin. Robin's alright. Oh, Maureen.
Hello.
Marnie.
Oh my god, we met so many people now.
Marnie.
Marnie.
Oh, wait, come here. Come here.
Oh, Alex is
Play
here.
with him. Where'd you go?
I'm here. Oh wait, here's Lewis. I'm at the dog. Like the dog pen. Where there's no dog. Look, there we have Lewis. And there we have Alex. Can take up this. We found a book. Okay, do you want to go down to the beach? Oh, I'm gonna follow you there. Oh no, you scared Salty away from fishing now. Like, oh my gosh.
Yes.
Luke's gonna get mad at me.
Is there a cat? I never realized is there a cat stuck up there?
I think so, yeah, they own a cat.
Well, it's stuck up here. Look up. Look, look on the roof. It's holding on to the top. You see
Or no, is that the trophy hat?
Do you see the cat though?
Is it too big to be a cat now?
It looks like a cat. I see 2 eyes, I see 2 ears, and I see arms holding on.
And you're like, ah! But I was like, maybe it's like a trophy hat, like, because I do feel like George would have like a trophy hat, but I do like the fact that it can be a cat better, yeah. But there's no one here. Okay, we said hello to Lewis. I can drop the book off real quick.
Okay.
Oh, there's a kid. Oh, that's both the kids. Vincent. Oh, a stranger, not to talk again. Mom and Dad, it's not okay to talk to strangers.
That's cool.
Already talking, so I think it's okay. he's shit. Shit, did it close? No, we're not. Okay, Gunther. Book. Book.
Come on.
Okay, we're doing good. I'm meeting the people. That was lucky. Oh, Salty fishing again.
Salty, stop it. Oh, cutscene.
Oh, I met the football guy Sam.
Cutscene just happens.
Oh, it's fishing cutscene.
Yeah, I forgot it just happens.
Elliot.
I learned that the best way to do this is to get like the beginner rod, not like the beginner rod, but like the one thing, and then the one that helps you catch things easier. Trainer rod, a training rod.
Wow.
And just catch a whole bunch of weak things until you level it up.
Yeah, then it gets easier. That's very fair. Like it can be really frustrating. Okay, I'm gonna skip.
I can do that.
A boss fight? Oh, there's no boss fight. Okay, Salty, this is a cozy, chill game. There is a fighting element. Oh, you have a boss fight here. Oh, join the dungeon boss fight. That's what you mean. Join. Everyone help. We have 2 people against the giant orc. We need more people. That's in the dungeon.
There.
Oh, yes, we have a silk. Oh, you're nicely equipped. Do we have Kill? Yes. Oh, nice. Kill joined through the extension, I think. Because I recognize that red character everywhere. Awesome. Okay, 4 people. This should be okay. Yeah, that's why I skipped it. It takes so long. Ah, whoa, my god, you just spawned right next to me. That scared the fuck out of me.
Oh, I'm so sorry if I scared anybody. I had a very bad chill.
Come on. Come on. Yes. I caught a fish. Okay, bring Lewis and anchovy. That was the mission
God, I
I
hate
picked up.
how.
Okay, we're still alive. Wait, let me move fishing 1 second. So we can see.
Why is this so hard?
Oh no!
Ah!
Where do we? Ah, you got one. Yeah, at the beginning it just takes forever to actually hook one.
I can get more first, so... Wait. Give me this fish. Oh, I'm done. Until I can get a training rod. I need training wheels, people. I may be a fishing master on the stream, but not in this.
You gotta practice a little, but that's fine. Oh shit, we still gotta plant the parsnips and everything. Okay, I'm coming back after this fish.
No, I'm trying. Let me throw it away, damn it. E, not tab. E.
No, yes, yes, got it.
Carrot seeds.
I got a herring. Okay, I didn't get an anchovy yet.
No. Ah, damn it, I ate the sap again. I'm trying to kill myself. I'm trying to pick these seeds up. Yes, I picked them up. Yay! I don't have enough inventory.
Oh, I'm fishing in the beach. Yeah, we need the backpack. But then we need a money. Yep.
I forgot. Does it apply to both of us? Or just one of us?
I'm not sure actually.
I guess we'll find out.
That's the thing, like with the ADHD farm, I haven't played long enough to even get a backpack or something. Like it was literally an ADHD farm adventure. We did go in the mines and I think then after we quit, I think. I don't know. Okay, I can just sell. Oh no. Do you know which fish we need for how do I say that?
There's lots of fish.
For the community center.
No, but oh yeah.
Yay! Okay, because then I will make a community center first. Oh, we need more wood for that. Well, I can just clear stuff. Okay, I made some light, so we have some light on the farm at night now. Yeah. Lucky! He was fishing like crazy too.
Stop it! No.
Like there was one thing that I did know, like when I played with mods with Killer, that was so good. There was a mod that just showed like basically the wiki or the bios, like from every character as well, and like the items, and it showed like if you needed it or not, and that was so nice. But we can just check like the wiki or have like a little checklist. I might have it in the Discord. Wait,
I keep wanting to press tab to open my inventory. Oh no. No, give me back my size. Take tab.
I could also sell them to another dungeon, but thank you for the boss fight, Salty. Thank you so much. Did we win? I was distracted now for 1 second. My god, I was like, oh my god, it's intense. We had 4 people. I think we won, right? Did we get something epic? I'm sorry for my lack of attention today. Did we win the boss fight?
Did we win something?
We were busy fishing. Yeah, we'll just put the fish. Oh. Then we can check. Come on, we'll open. Okay, I'm gonna stay over at yours.
These are just for now. Hey, what are you doing in my room? Hey, come my bed. My bed. I sleep on top of you.
Like that's one of the things I discovered. You can just go together, but like it doesn't matter. But now you just sleep right above me. That's nice, nice and comfy. Thank you for staying over. Okay, let me check. Stardew Wiki. Well, Stardew. Overview Community Center.
The spirits are annoyed with us today.
I know.
Right. Close. Oh, they grew up. An egg!
Yeah, I can just put this.
I left one egg for you to pick up.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I accidentally pet both chickens, though. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking.
Right.
Build a silo, Robin.
That, yeah.
I sold an egg. An egg. Not all the egg.
Yeah, I think I have found like a whole list. I can just copy paste this in Discord. There we go, and then we can just search here.
Should put my fishing rod away. Why didn't I?
Search, and then I can just search for the fish.
I like to use the wiki for this game.
Yeah.
So I gotta have a list of all the things I need pulled up.
Touch. Don't touch.
No touchies, no touchies. Let me check.
No
I want to
touchy.
check. Do we need a sardine? We don't need a sardine.
Man.
Oh my god. Hi, Gray.
Hi, Greg. You're so quiet.
I'm just gonna check it on my phone because I could switch back and forth.
I got
Hey! Thank you for the streams, Decody. Holy, that's so 15 stream streaks.
How are
Thank
you
you.
today, Greg?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
I'm
you.
good. What about you guys?
I was so tired.
Evie? Evie.
Salty lost every single one of their muffins. Oh my gosh. Gamble all.
Nothing.
Now, where is Jody? That's who I need.
There you go.
Yeah, Jody. I think Jody is the one who lives over here, maybe?
Okay, I do have a disclaimer also now for you, Gray. Like, yes, that's also why I said, yep, I bought like that tired. Like, I had a 12-hour stream yesterday. We played Don't Starve for, I think, maybe 8 hours or something. And we starved a lot, we died a lot.
But it was a fun dumpster fire.
It was a fun dumpster fire, yeah. And I have slept like 2 or 3 hours in between the last stream and this stream, so like my focus is just like it's just floating somewhere in this room. Like if you've seen it, like let me know. Okay, I'm just gonna
If you
search
see
like
my
if I
voice, let me know. It's Runaway.
yeah. Okay.
Oh, bye.
I'm just like I'm checking my phone just to see so we can sell this. Because like every time I have it on borderless window, but every time I switch back and forth, like it flickers like out of the game. And in the past that just crashed my whole
But
OBS.
you asked for this, Jody.
Do we need a herring? No. Do we need the sardine?
Yeah.
Bundles. Yes. Okay. What? You got Count Quackula? Oh my god, there's more. Oh my god, I don't know if we ever saw this one.
I love him.
Yeah?
He's cool.
Awesome. Count Quackula. Oh wait, I need to pick up the egg. Okay, I finally figured out which fish we could sell.
Yeah, I left you an egg.
And cool.
Moo moo.
Have you ever played Stardew Valley Grey? Oh, Grey left again. Oh no.
Yeah, he came in and then he was.
No. No. Just no. Wait, we can sell the eggs for now. But we need an egg as well, right? Okay,
I don't know. I sold one egg.
But we can get more eggs, so we get daily eggs. Daily eggs, baby! That is a really nice starter perk. Okay, this is done. Getting started. I need an anchovy.
A fish.
Where can we catch an anchovy? My god, I want the wiki. You know what? I'm gonna put the wiki here in the web browser in this. Yes. Big brain. Stardew Valley wiki.
This one I'm
Wiki
pulling
wiki.
off, so.
Anchovy. Where's the anchovy? It is at the sea. Bring a fall. Okay, I'm just gonna go fishing at the ocean for a bit, then I can put my stuff.
Some things you can only catch at certain times too.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to check. Like, I have it for the quest, which is nice. Then if it's not possible for me to get it, then I'm gonna do it. But it seems it's okay. I'm gonna go with as much.
I got us some money.
Ooh, how did you get us some money?
I did a quest.
Which
Jody
one?
wanted a dandelion.
Nice.
I got her a dandelion.
Foraging is really nice to get easy money at the beginning.
Yeah, when is the rat problem done? Spring fit.
Like the thing is, I know the beginning of the game. Like I don't know. I can dream the beginning, but I never made it like in the later years. I never married someone.
I don't think I ever have. I've watched people though do it.
Yeah, yes, that's it. I watched people get married. I never married someone myself in the game or in real life.
Communities. Fandom one maybe.
Dungeon. Okay, but now I still gotta switch out.
I need a wild horseradish. I got a wild horseradish.
I have one daffodil needed for something.
And we need a daffodil, a leek, and a dandelion.
By the way, Odie, how are you doing, sir? You doing good tonight?
Spring.
Or the morning, or this time zone? What? Fish, fish. Fish, fish. I'm also fish fishing. I'm determined to get a fish like an anchovy here. Because and it's raining, so we don't need to tend to the farm. If the chicken, they have enough stuff.
Then you can go see people.
Yeah. Like, I love to go to the mines gnarly as well, but it's not a good day, and we haven't covered the mines. I think that's up to date 5 or 6. We're just gonna fish. Well, everyone fishes. This is very fitting. Like, I've fished in so many games. Even this is okay. I am gonna put it on the other one still. Because I do like this a lot now. We want to see everything, like if we're gonna mine or make stuff or whatever, I could switch it to the other one as well, but I kind of like this overlay. Wait, I'm not done yet. Then you just have to move it down. Tanja, Tanja, Tanja.
This is the first time I've seen a boss fight.
Click, click. I think this is better. Let me check. Oh, dang. What is it, Odie? What is it? You won 5,000 muffins. Nice. You also won muffins in roulette. Oh my god, everyone's gambling muffins. Kill, fuck yes.
I will say a majority of the time I play this on with
roller?
Sorry, I got distracted. Yes, and that is not something you want to play with on
With fishing and stuff. I know. I have played it on the beginning, like with controller as well. When I first started playing the game, the fishing was a nightmare. It was, yeah. It is better with mouse. It's better to control than with the controller, I feel like, but sometimes it's like this fish doesn't want to get big caught. But I need an anchovies. Come on. Get up, get up. Okay, is this an anchovies? Highly boot. Hey, boot. That's a big ass fish. Another boss, I'm salty. I think that's queued up then, no? Because we're still dungeoning.
Dandelion. Oh my god, spring onions know the. And for one of the words with what we grow, the parsnip, green bean, cauliflower, and potato.
Oh, treat Bendo. Nice, nice. Thank you for Bendo treats. Bendo, appreciate you, kill. Bendo is already like level 26. Like every treat, every hydrate, every event Bendo experiences actually levels Bendo up. And the higher level Bendo is, like the more colors and customizations we get for Bendo. I gotta update him soon again. I didn't know, but he actually gains XP. It's awesome.
I got some neat.
So can you maybe look up for me if we need a halibut for a bundle?
The fish bundles.
Please let this be an anchovy. I need stuff. I need to go home.
This is a fish type bundle.
My gosh. Come here, you fucking fishes. No! My gosh.
Okay, sunfish, catfish, shad, tiger trout, largemouth bass, carp, bullhead, sturgeon, sardine, a tuna, a red snapper, tilapia, walleye, green eel.
Oh my god, I got an eel. Okay, I'm going home.
Okay, keep eel. Need eel. It'll get us a glow
Okay.
ring.
We have a sardine herring. But oh yeah, do we need a halibut? Halibut.
I do not know.
I fall asleep. I fall asleep. I fall asleep. Oh no, I was fishing way too late. I didn't watch the time. I have 1 hour to be in my bed or I'm gonna pass out. I think. Yes. Oh god. Oh god.
Let's see.
Sleep.
This would be easier if I used a different type.
Yeah. Level 1 fishing. Nom.
There's a chub. Wheat, hay, apple.
Wait, I can look it up as well, like just to check. Like I just search for the type of fish. And then do this, and then okay, we can sell. We're gonna be rich. Herring.
Community center.
Sell the
There's
herring.
gotta be a better version of this. Sorted by season. Nope.
Okay,
What?
you want to continue?
You did a what? Oh.
I'm looking it up and the start. I forgot. Like I put it on the shift tab now, so I can look it up like this. That helps. I have to change like my settings from the game a little bit, I think. But I'd have the wiki now in the in-game browser. And every time it almost crashes the game, and that's not what we want. That sounded great. Oh my gosh. What a crappy voice. It's so like wow. I would take the doctor, like the chicken to a doctor if it makes that kind of noise, but yeah. Okay, let me check full screen. Okay, we're lagging. I know. Bear with me, people. Because my game is at full screen, and that's why everything was a little. Okay, I can display windowed. This is so much better. Yes. Okay. Fixed. Fixed. Oh my god, I'm fishing in my bed.
Stop it.
Oh, Denji. Did we miss the boss fight? Oh, we didn't miss the boss fight. Or Salty, did you ask if you want another boss fight? Because I'm never gonna ask people to spec BD. If you want another boss fight, I'm happy to join you for the boss fight. Only if you want to.
I left Goldie to be petted.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm using like every stuff that we need for the fishing bundles. You got it. You already have it sorted. Karma cookie. Okay. Karma bean. Cookie wookies. I summoned the baby. Yeah, there she is. Oh my god, she's tired as fuck. Hi, boy. Okay. Chat. Welcome back, Salty. Okay.
Which one are you?
Which picture? Kom maar, mama. Maar oppies. Hi. Hi, oppies. Okay, kom eens. Okay, kom eens hier. Kom op. Oh. Ow. That was my bad. I love you. Okay, kom eens hier. Kom maar hier op. En geef mijn pootje. Mijn pootje. Met dit pootje. Met die. Met die pootje. Oh, wat is goed voor jou. Wat ben je pootje. What are you good girl? You're such a good girl.
I got everything for the spring foliage. It's forage. Word.
You get a sushi. Another sushi.
Where'd my mouse go?
Okay, you get the sushi from Odie. Say thank you, Mr. Odie. Thank you. So you get one, baby. Oh my god,
Okay,
you keep standing.
From the ocean,
Get two and that's
we
it.
need a sardine, a tuna, a red snapper, tilapia.
Fancy shit.
Pufferfish,
Okay.
fish, wood skip,
Okay, come here.
crab pot, walleye, bream, eel, is nightfish.
Okay, I'm gonna sell everything I have in my inventory. Party. Bloop, 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 bloop. I still didn't get a sardine though, and I think my quest has expired, yes.
Vault room bundles become available. 4 bundles have been completed.
We already watered them
Boiler
though.
room.
Bye, baby. I think she's too warm here. Go. Where's Goldie? Goldie. Okay, they're happy. Happy little chickens. She's a good pup. Beats the pup in the nose earlier by a husky. Oh, you got like bopped in the nose? Or no? Yep.
A big pop.
And she is such a cutie patootie. But the thing is, like, when I say, like, okay, come on up, she's like, like, she wants to hold me. So then, yeah. They put his head right into the hunker. Oh yeah, they love to do that. But that does mean that they like you. Yeah, true. Chromia, is that like the 2 different eyes? That's so pretty. Is that your husky? Your doggo? How did you find this magnificent being? Where did you encounter this one? Lop lop lop. Lop lop lop. Huskies are so pretty. But they are a handful. We were dropping off. Oh, and then you just, okay. You're like, okay, there's a package. And you just get like a hatch right in your, yeah. How did you call them? The hunker?
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I need to stop doing that.
Like Karma does it like only like with yeah, I don't know, with me and
Did you
people
pet,
like she's really cool.
Goldie?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know what to do, and I thought like, okay, we do need like a shit ton of wood to fix the bridge on the beach. And then we can sell all the shells and everything. That's really nice always. I need just a lot of wood to build the silo, so I'm just clearing the farm. Got 5 treats for me to sneak. See, that's why he puts this face there. He's like, yes, I like you. I OD. Time for my treat. Thank you. Level 40 in the dungeons. Holy shit. Gil, you've leveled up like crazy last few days. It's awesome. They started to when I pulled up. Some of the drivers are paranoid of dogs. I spoiled them. And he's singing? Yeah. But that's the thing, like sometimes, okay, it depends what kind of dog as well. Like sometimes the dogs can get aggressive towards like delivery people. But it's 9 out of 10 times when they start barking, it's more like they want to defend their home. And they are surprised, basically. Like, what the fuck you doing here? Who are you? Are you going to play? But yep. Depends as well if they're properly trained, I guess.
Are you making a pathway towards the other exit? Cause
yeah. Yeah, I'm like clearing wood. Yep. But I think I gotta take another nap again. That's why I was taking all the naps in the first day. Because I'm just like, yeah. I just learned that, like when I first started playing Stardew, I didn't know you can just take a nap. But you can.
I did not know that either.
No, that's the thing. I just learned it recently. Like I thought if you go to bed, you always go to sleep for the night. And if you press no, I think I just assumed you would just move out of the bed. So I thought the only way to rest up was like in the saunas. But you can just go in your bed. And then if it's daytime, you close your eyes and you take a nap. But then my energy recharges.
That's cool.
Yeah. I do have a husky emote as well. Is it a husky? It is a husky. No, yeah. Doubting myself for a second. Oh, and a raffle. And I was gonna have fish. Okay, what do we need for the silo again? Oh, I can't type. What else in the silo? Stone, clay, and copper bars. So we do need to go to the mines before we can get the copper.
So do I just stay in the bed? Oh, I
Yeah.
guess I do. Just stay
Yeah,
there.
yeah, if you just stay in the bed, don't move, then it just regenerates. It's pretty awesome. I didn't know until like the last time. I didn't know Killer or Willy told me, but yeah. I know, right? Like I every time I was like done for the day, I just walked around that tired through the city, like talking to people and chilling because I thought there was nothing else to do. Fish, fish, fish. Oh, another dungeon, another dungeon. How was your work day other than the hunker in your hunkers? Or the boop in your snoot? That's just, yeah. I do love the fact that Odie spoils the doggos on his work time as well. Do you carry dog treats with you, Odie? Or do you give like the dog treats that the owners have available? Do you just carry dog treats just in case you see doggos on
To the
front
bar.
door? I was fair busy. Are you free now? Fuck yeah, so you always have dog treats on you? Oh my god, I love that. Oh my gosh. Awesome. Okay, I think Karma, Silky's dog as well, like, would love you as a delivery man. So Cody's saying in the chat, like, during work time, he always carries, like, doggo treats. He buys 5-pound boxes. That pound, I think, like, and vacuum seals them into portions and treats all the doggos during work. Meow, 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 hydrate. This is the biggest side effect from long streaming and yapping continuously. I'm losing my place. I have to not talk for a full day tomorrow. I can't see my inventory, so I'm just chilling when I'm just gonna lay in bed. Am I in bed? I think so. Oh, Salty and Odious won weapons each. So I have 2 winners and there is a whole number that split in the middle. I think maybe the emote is a Malamute, yeah. Thank you, Gail. I did rest up a little already. I am already in the bed. Oh yeah, I didn't press yes, I'm sorry. I couldn't see the yes because I only saw the bongos. Okay, oh, level 2 foraging. Look, we got some money.
Come on.
Did you sell a rock?
Wrist hurting right there. I don't remember doing so, but I might have.
Oh, Marnie is just in front of my door. Oh, we got the doggo. You see this dog here? Yes, I do. That's a doggo. We got the doggo. Fuck yes.
Okay.
Yes, this is our doggo now.
To our valued JoJo Mart customers.
Okay, what's gonna be your doggo name? Because we have to. This is our shared doggo. Choki, do you have a preference?
Dumpling?
Okay, I like that. Well, Dumpling, you be a good pooch now, okay?
We can call him Dumpy.
Dumpy. Come here, Dumpy.
The landslide's been removed, so...
Oh, now we can go to the mines. But we gotta check if it's a good day. Okay, the doggo lives here. That's quite a nice spot. I can remove the trees after. We got another dungeon. There's so many dungeons, so many fishing. I do love the fact, like, with the little mini games, it keeps, like, I don't know. It keeps it, how do you say that? How do I explain that in English? My brain is done Englishing.
My brain is not braining.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm like, it makes me feel like everyone is actively, like, alive. Yeah, the chat is alive. Like, it makes me feel like supported just by having everyone just fish and dungeon and everything. I'm like, oh, look, there's everyone. There's a kill. There's an Odie. Like, I just love seeing everyone, like, play while we play. It does make sense.
I switched to controller because my wrist is hurt.
Okay.
I don't know why it's hurting, but I just...
Well, we did play a lot yesterday as well with the keyboard.
Parsnip! Carrot. Carrot.
Okay. Oh, nice. Ooh, we got our first. Okay. Do we need
The first parsnip goes in here. I don't think we need carrots.
I can double check. Carrot.
I will go ahead and sell the 2-star for the...
Oh, you can choose one of the carrots as an option for the remixed spring bundle. No, but that's a remix. I don't know what that is.
Do you want me to just sell them then?
Oh no, yeah, we need a parsnip, green bean, cauliflower, potato, kale, or carrot. So we can keep one. We need 4 at random.
Yeah, I kept the parsnip, but do you want me to sell the carrots?
Let's keep 1 carrot. And we can already complete like the spring bundle if we want to. We need like one of each basically, but we can choose which one we want. So if we save 1 carrot and 1 parsnip, we already have half the spring bundle. And then we need like either a cauliflower, green bean, a potato, or something else. Potato.
I'll go buy some of that.
I'm just clearing like all the trees. Fish. Oh, Pokemon! There's also a Pokemon. Poke. Fish. Poke. Like for all my active fishers, I still haven't got off like the official first, second, and third, right? Like the official first and second, yes, but the third. Or we're just gonna do a first and second place, but I kind of feel like with all the fishers, first, second, and third would be fun, but if you have any input for prices, let me know, because I can't think anymore lately. Oh no, the Pokemon is already gone.
Poke.
Oh, literally on the timing that you threw the ball, it was escaping. Oh my gosh. Like the message that Pokemon already escaped, loaded before Salty threw. No, loaded after he threw his ball. Yeah. Yeah, you missed out by like half a second. Half a second delay. Like it was like on the second probably. Ayo. Very slow now. I got like 220 wood. I don't remember how much we need for the bridge, but I'm just gonna grab everything.
Just as much as possible. As many as you can get.
Okay, but then I gotta keep to move again. I'm just napping all day, every day. Oh my god, the dog is going into bed. No, no, the dog is in the bed too. Okay, this is literally just my life. Me sleeping with Karma. Like, this is how I'm always just spooning with Karma Bean. Like, whenever I'm making like my bed, like a new bed, and I'm always like the first 1 or 2 nights, like, no, I have a fresh bed. You sleep in your own bed because she's a spoiled bitch. Like, I love her. She has her own memory foam bed, and then she also has like another cushion here, and then she has the entire couch in the living room. But she still sleeps in my bed as well, like half the time.
Where she's happy.
It's so comfy, right? I don't know. I sleep better with a Karma. Yeah. Everyone needs a Karma in bed. God damn it, I keep picking up the TV.
Let me up. I mean to sit there.
Oh yes, it's gonna rain all day. I guess like as a farmer, you're always happy when it rains, maybe? And you never have to water your crops. No, you also need sunny days, but still.
We can afford oh no, never mind. Thought it was $500. We can. I like.
How much is the backpack?
2,000. But I was gonna get us some more
seeds?
Seeds, yeah.
You can buy like a lot of seeds if you want to, because
the cauliflower and potato.
yeah, get them, get everything you want to. We have 1,600, and like we get all the money back in the beginning, and then basically just double it. So get all the seeds you want. Like it's super early in summertime, so everything is profit. 300 pieces. Okay, nice. I fixed the bridge at the beach. Oh my god, Odious is gambling his muffins away. Are you gambling every muffin again? Oh, Salty. Okay, you got your muffins back. Yeah, but Odie, he got like triple the muffins at the beginning. And he lost every muffin he had. He gambled every muffin away. Holy hell. Yeah, Skill, you always have the most muffins. Do I have muffins, or did I turn off that I can collect muffins? Oh my god, I'm number 8 in my own thing. Oh, that's funny. Oh, there's a raffle going. You can spin? No, spin does not work. Does it? But you could? Well, Gale is my stream elements genius. Do we have a spin command? You can play roulette, but I think that's with the gamble one is the roulette one, yeah? Yeah. Let's check if there's other one. It's quiet now that the music has stopped.
Yeah, that was weird.
Gonna look over first Stardew Valley lo-fi music. Put in the back. The Stardew Valley music is not loaded. What? A Stardean friendship has begun at the beach?
Go fishing.
Oh, I am. Nice.
Drop all this stuff. And I'll come fish. And switch to mouse and keyboard when I get there.
There you
As
go.
long as it's still on when I get there.
Oh, that's the slots. Yeah, you can do slots and you can do the roulette. You can do duels. So, Salty, you can do no exclamation mark accept or deny. So if you want to duel with Kill, you can duel for 1,000 muffins. You do exclamation mark accept and otherwise exclamation mark deny. Yeah, no, he already challenged you to a duel. Yes, yes. Salty 1,000 muffins.
I've made it to the beach.
Fish a little. Yeah, it's 8. Yeah, fish a little. We're gonna get rich. Congratulations, Salty. I have too much shit on me. Just gonna eat this. Okay, I'm gonna throw away the seaweed.
No.
I might.
No. Oh.
Hmm?
I never caught it. I didn't catch it.
I have too much stuff on me. Oh no. Where are you fishing?
Well, I'm at the dock.
Hi.
Site. It's not going well.
Oh shit, but I keep having to throw stuff away.
Yeah, that scared me.
Okay. Maybe I'm gonna go back home because my inventory is so filled up. Okay, did we need a coral?
I caught a fish. I caught an anchovy.
Nice, congratulations. Not in any bundles. Do we need a sea urchin? Sea urchin.
I swear sea urchin or somewhere.
Yes, yes, for the dye bundle. Do we need an oyster? Oyster.
And it's
Yes. And then finally, what did I have here? A clam. Do we need a clam? A clam?
yeah for the
Yeah, the crab pot. Okay, wait, do we need a sea urchin? Yeah, for the dye one, so I can sell all the fish. Quack, quack. Someone got another rubber doggy? Quack, quack. Quack, quack, quack. Every time I hear the sound of the rubber ducky, I think that someone is doing like the quack quack sound in Discord. Quack, quack. Coral.
running.
We need 3 coral eventually. Then we just can get coral. Herring. Seafood. Can I sell the sardine as well? I think so. Sardine here, yep. And again, we're getting rich!
Oh.
Wait, what kind of gonna be? Spirits are somewhat no, but it's today. Wait, are you sleeping in my bed? No, the dog is sleeping in my bed. They're literally sleeping in my bed. This is actually karma. Jesus. You want to go to bed and the dog was just blocking me under the blankets, so I couldn't get him. Fish. Oh my god, Salty. How did you get... Oh, there's the tigris fishies. Yeah, I want more of... I want a fishy mode too.
VHS tape.
I do have the tigris fishies too. Fishy
Yeah,
squishies.
Fishy mode.
Fishy. Yeah, it's Tigris has like fishy thingies as well, like on her channel. And she has like a fishy song, I think, and like fish emotes and everything. Okay, spirits are ferrets. Silky, are you okay with me going to the mines today?
Yeah, you can do that. Okay.
Do you want to come or no?
No time to. I don't want to die.
Okay.
Parsnips.
Okay, let me... Should I pet both chickies or do you want to pet one and I can pet one?
You can bet them this time.
Okay, okay. I did both, and then we have 2 eggs. Oh, I want to get the mayonnaise machine. For fish sakes, yeah. He says like fish instead of fuck, I think. Everything is fish. Fishing hell. Fuck fish sakes and all that fish. Oh my god, Salty's fishing so much.
What do we need for a silo again?
Copper, that's why I'm heading to the mines. And clay, so you can dig up some stuff. And stone, so you can also just mine some stuff at the farm. Or get more wood again, because I did spend like 300 wood to get the beach. My god, I can't think. Beach bridge, yep. Another dungeon. Okay, I'm at Linus. Let me join that dungeon. I really need to get like still a string like that I can just press. Join the dungeon. Okay, the cat cheese. Yep, if I go in here, I should get a rusty sword. Yes. See, here's the adventurer guy.
I'm hearing ghosts.
Ghosts?
Yes.
Maybe just the ambience from the spirits are very happy.
Is that what that is?
Maybe it's just like the ambience from a rainy day. Okay, so Marlon is keeping an eye on us and we have to prove ourselves, and then I think he will think about making us a member from the Adventurers Guild. But that's the thing, we are gonna be a member of the Adventurers Guild because we're gonna rock here. We're gonna just rush right to the bottom. Like every 5 levels you get an elevator. And the thing is, Silk, if I get to like level 99 or whatever and unlock the elevators, you can still take us well the elevators. So if you don't like the mines that much, I do like the mines a lot. And I can just unlock a lot of progress for you.
Nice.
I'm trying to get copper here for us. I will get like a shit lot of stone in the progress probably as well, so. Only problem is that I'm getting oxidized, but I have 2 leaks on me. I'm coming on them. Okay, now we do have music. You know what? Yeah. Now I gotta turn the music off again, but the music sometimes randomly stops. Yeah, fish. Gamble all! Oh my gosh. It's not working, is it? Odie is protected from gambling away all his money. Why is it not working? Maybe the stream elements is on a cooldown? Don't gamble everything. Or do. Who am I to tell you what you want to do with your muffins? They're your muffins. You earned them fair and square. Oh my gosh. We're getting a gambling addiction here. Yeah, I kind of want to see. More like fair and round. Fair. Oh, okay, I have 1,000 muffins. Nice. Okay, I did find us a little copper already. I don't know if we already can make a smelter. I don't think so. Okay, so far so good. Like you do get a lot of nice resources from the caves. Okay. Bloop. Pew, 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 pew.
Should I go ahead and buy the bag?
Yes. And more seeds. Now, do we have both the bag? No. Maybe no.
Find out. My inventory size has increased.
Okay, maybe I also still need the bag, which is kind of silly, but... I'm getting us so much money from the cave, so it's gonna be fine. Nice, nice. Missing any copper here? How did we get the smelter again? From Clint's recipe?
I'm not sure. It's been forever. I just let things happen. That's how
I like
when
that.
I play this game. I just go with the flow.
No, but I like
Something
that.
happens, something happens. I'm always relaxed in this game. Unless I'm being a fighter like you are.
No, but that's the thing. Like, I do like the caves a lot because, like, the easier levels, this is still just click, 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 click. I'm not in danger. This is just all good. But, like, I played Stardew now as well, like, one time with Killer, and he was like, okay, we need to do this by day that and this by day that. Like, everything was strategized. That's also a way to play, but I'm not getting so stressed. I'm now just trying to remember, but I think, like, if we find something, then he comes to our house, I think. Like, you unlock it at some point, and then we can make the copper for the silo. We are doing pretty good at the beginning. Like, we just got a farm. We already have the chicken, which is awesome. It can help a lot with just having eggs and steady source. Yep, yep.
I wonder if
Nice.
Elliot's even in.
I have met Elliot.
You have?
You can meet him like at the end of the day. 9 out of 10 times he goes out of his cabin to go to the bar for a little bit or something. And then he walks always like on the bridge there. South of town. When we got to Willy for the first time to get the fishing rod, I ran into Elliot. Jesus, what is that? A guard? That was so loud. Oh, I'm getting a duel? Okay. Accept the duel from... Oh, no. Accept the duel from Kill. Ah, Kill won 1,000 muffins. Congratulations, Kill.
Seaweed.
Oh my god, what is that? That's a rare fishy.
I know. That's a cool looking fish.
I got some fertilizer stuff. Wah, wah, another ducky? Oh shit, I want to get to level 10. I think I might have to call it a day now. Yeah, I'm not gonna push. My energy is like that done.
Yeah.
Keep the mine. But I already made it to level 5. Now I'm just gonna farm like every 5 levels. Like I'm not in a rush. Oh, Abigail is dancing and singing here. Like if I keep going, then I will just die. Now I can casually dump all the stuff at home. But I got some like amethyst and quartz. What is that? Topaz, earth crystals, all the beautiful stuff. Ooh, I can put this in the soil. Can we use this like this? Yes. Because it's raining and that's nice. We have tree. Why not? It's basic retaining soil? Yeah, in the bushes, right? So if you put this on here, then they will stay watered probably. we need an air? Yes, amethyst. Probably. Quartz.
There's the ghost again.
Oh, I need all of them. It's raining outside now. My feet are wet. What? Why? Are you not wearing shoes? or are your socks wet? It is nice maybe that it's raining outside, like with the heat, no? I'm sorry. My first was, well, you're not wearing shoes, but you know, that's... Yep. Oh, we're gonna sleep? Okay. I got the doggo is blocking the bed again. Okay. No socks? No socks? Ah. It's rosy in here, so it feels nice. If you go, like, I don't know, wearing shoes without socks feels weird. Depends what kind of shoes.
Catching turtles. Stop catching turtles, damn it. Flower beds.
Oh, the Queen of Sauce is on TV.
Oh, they're not happy with. They're
Oh,
not happy
definitely.
because we didn't put hay inside the house.
Oh, I did put some, but not a lot, yeah. I just put it one time. Okay, if you go to the TV, you can learn the recipe from the Queen of Sauce.
Okay.
Ah, Clint. Clint is visiting me.
Why do I have a decorative lantern?
Now we can make a furnace. Thank you, Clint. Bye, Clint. I already slayed 10 slimes, I think.
Look, I'm gonna fix it, Coco. I'm gonna fix it.
Oh, I need so much more copper.
There you go. I fixed it, Coco. Hey, you guys could stop being angry.
Did you pet them today?
Yeah, that's why I knew they were angry. They were disgruntled. Lots of
Yay, I'm good. Oh wait, I need to water the doggo. I still don't know what it matters if you water it or not, but I also feel like it's essential.
I don't. I've done before where I've never watered.
And it just doesn't matter, no?
I need a scythe. This grass is starting to be angry.
Yeah, but we gotta wait like until if you have the silo and then you have the scythe, then it automatically gets stored. Oh, that's true. Otherwise it gets automatically stored already like in the silo, but then it will become hay right away, right? Or no?
It depends on what one you're doing. It's the fiber that's...
Just like all the little bushes thingies, yeah. You made a site, I think, right?
What?
There's a site in the box, in the chest.
I'm confused. I have a scythe,
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just had to grab it.
Oh, I thought you were like, oh, I need to make it, but I thought you already made it. Yeah, yep. Okay, I'm just gonna grab all the copper we can. This is gonna be a challenge because the spirits are not happy with me. They're not like very mad, but the thing is like the spirit thing matters apparently because then the
I never
decides.
understood how that worked.
No, I always thought like it was maybe for something lucky in the farm or whatever, but that killer told me like, oh, you cannot go to the mines today because that's bad. And I was like, wait, why? I will go to the mines whenever I want to go to the mines. Don't tell me what to do. Because like no, but if the spirits,
Like where monster spawn, maybe.
yeah. So then you get like worse spawns. Yeah, yep. But still, like they're annoyed today, so they're not like angry. But then you get like the more difficult, or you get more of the random spawns with all the bugs and stuff. That's not nice.
Salty is really fishing it.
Yep. Like I keep hearing fish continuously in my ears. I'm gonna dream fishing sounds. Oh, I got our first geode. Nice.
I got one too.
At the farm, nice.
Yeah.
Do we have copper at the farm as well, or no?
No, I don't. I wish I stopped catching thongs. The little flip-flops.
Who's throwing all these tongs in the water as well?
Yeah, like, who's littering? Why are they throwing their shoes in the water? Why?
Oh my god, I have a pirate hat? Wait. I found a pirate hat?
Nice.
Oh my god, I feel so badass now. I'm happy now, Silk. I don't know where I found it. Tried to figure out like how to get more in my inventory. And then I had a pirate hat in my inventory. Probably like one of the chests or something here. Okay, but I'm getting more copper, that's good. Fish. But Odie, don't get wet feet and then like without socks in your shoes, because then your feet will move and it's just then you get blisters. It's not good.
Yeah. I like that. Little duck.
Found it. Okay, Poke. Oh my god, why do I?
One day, Salty, you're not gonna be on here, and I'm gonna get my points back.
Like it goes also lucky, like sometimes you don't even have to fish that much, but you just get like the legendary one, which is worth a shit ton. And you raise up the leaderboard.
I would like to stop catching junk.
Okay, I'm at the 8th floor. You know what, I'm just gonna keep ahead. Oh, we have a slime floor. I have an infested slime floor. So this might have... There's some slimes. Goop slimes everywhere.
Oh, cool, you caught right on. It asked me who. Oh, god damn it, I don't want a tire!
Okay, well now I'm immediately part of the Adventurers Guild.
Salty, stop throwing all the junk in, so that's what I catch. I know it's you.
He's sabotaging you. Oh my god, is this a mega slime? It is. I just need to go one floor down. Can I please? Do I need to kill every slime first? Probably. What is that? What was that noise?
Kale caught a PC this one.
Oh my god. The old PC made awesome noise. That was the Windows 95 sound, yeah. Oh my god, I'm gonna die from the baby slimes.
Don't, you'll lose your stuff.
No, I'm okay. There's so many slimes. I've never defeated the boss slime. The baby slimes are faster. Okay, there was one. Oh my god. I need one floor. Okay.
Hey, another Tio.
Okay, how do I go down here? There's one more slime. Okay, got it. Finally. Finally! Oh my gosh, do you see my health? Oh god, and I gotta throw the stuff away. I got shoes. Okay. Okay, I unlocked level 10. My god, my health! My health! Do you see that bar? Oh my gosh. I pushed it a little. It's literally like, it's bleeding. It's like shaking and bleeding. Like on the very bottom, like if you're exhausted, you know?
Hermit crab.
I'm gonna go say hi here. Oh, it's closed, never mind. A rusty cog. Artifact. There is already a raffle. Kill already started a raffle again. Do you want to join the raffle? Do exclamation mark join, just like you would join a dungeon. There you go, dungeon. Hey, honey, I'm home.
I'm home.
Do I already have an earth crystal? Yeah. I can sell all these, yeah. Yeah. Oh, good night. Oh, okay. If we cut down that one, I can also put this. Oh, we don't have. Do we have any coal? Yes, we do. Okay, nice. We're making our first ore.
Nice.
Okay, and I'm alive. I'm proud. I think now I'm little done with the. Oh wait, we can make it more. Wait, is it? Wait, I'm gonna smelt one more. Fish. My god, Silk. That doesn't work. I did see, by the way, yeah, timeout. That's the thing, she's a mod, so that's why she can spam. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to.
Give me the bitch.
Mod abuse! No. But yeah, Salty's also a mod, so then you're gonna have a mod wars. Oh my god.
Mod wars.
Okay, officially hitting the hay. Ah, okay, good, good, Odie. Have a good night. Get some good sleep. We're also getting to sleep, you see. After this stream will end, I will sleep for like, I don't know, 24 hours. So you will see me back in the weekend. So Odie, like I'm back on Saturday. But have a good night. Oh my god. I did see, so like, I don't know if you would be interested in it. Like you have options. Like I saw a lot of channels that have like the fish biddy thingies as like the custom award that you can do like for 10 bits or something. You can fish like 10 times, but we'll be on once I get out of work. Nice. Night, Odie. But I don't know, I like the fishing thing to be free, just like the dungeons. Like you can spend money, like with the duels or with the boss fights, but I do like the fact that it's basically free. Electric catfish. Okay, what is the weather gonna be tomorrow? Partially cloudy. Oh my god, what did I pick up this time? A lamp. What's a fortune? Spirits are very happy today. But okay, I kind of want to see. You guys say I have now 1500. Like I want a backpack. What? What's the honking? Did you catch a car? You got a car? You got a full car? I was like, are you serious? No, that's junk from Salty. That's 12. Holy Jesus.
Salty is cheating.
Salty, that's 12. That's 13k. No.
Salty out here dumping his junk and catching it. And then also making it so we have to... You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's dumping his whole gold car in the river just so you can catch it. No? No, but the thing is, the car is still worth a shit ton, so that's still the best junk. My guy. I never saw the car. I think that's...
Cool.
Hmm?
I caught a tiger shark.
Ooh! Yeah, thanks.
That's cooler than a car.
Oh, that's true. Yep, it is.
Sharks are cooler.
Yeah, have a good point there. 5 copper bars. Okay. Okay. Silky, I need smooches before I go adventuring again. Like I need a hug for good luck. Goodbye. Because we How do you do emotes?
I don't know, but they should let you. You should
Yeah,
get
because
the bag the next time you can. I want to see if I can get the training rod first. I don't know how much it is. Who's fishing?
yeah, I sold a little bit from the thing again, but I'm getting us all the copper for the silo. But we only need like 500 more. Do we have enough seeds now, or do we need some more? Because otherwise you can also extend the farm a little bit more. And tomorrow we can probably get the bag. Or just fish like crazy for like 1 or 2 days. Oh shit, wait, before I'm here, I need to go back. Stop with the coffee cups!
Yes, stop throwing
Kill, yes, like he got so many coffee cups.
Mahi is delicious, by the way. I love that. I love it.
What, the Mogi Mogi?
Mahi.
Mahi?
Yeah. They're so yummy.
I don't know if I ever ate that one.
What's this bot conundrum say? The mortals are fishing. Silky, Salty, and Kale cast lines repeatedly. Odie prepared to retreat to sleep, while others sought loot. A tiger shark appeared for Silk, and a black red-eye claimed its spot. The noise of mechanical commands persists as the cycle of casting is collected. sleeping.
Okay, oh my god, it's shopping cart again? Yeah, shopping cart again. I hear the sound effects from the fishing pretty loud. I don't know if you guys hear... Do you guys hear anything from the fishing sound? Yeah.
Yeah, I hear it. If I'm watching it.
Oh my god, I forgot my sword at home.
Elliot! Finally.
I forgot my sword!
I forgot what gifts I'm supposed to give Elliot. Why are you in the mines without a sword?
Yeah, I don't know.
Why'd you do that?
I fucked up.
Oh, fireworks.
I was like, I'm going on an adventure.
Without a sword. To back me in.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make it to floor 15. Like, the bugs are easy, but the slimes are super annoying without a sword. Oh my gosh.
Chat is gone.
I just wanted to get a little more copper for us. Because we need 2 more bars and then we can... We have enough copper for the silo, but we need clay. Can you maybe dig up some clay?
I've been getting some clay.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So
I think we only need like 10 or I don't know.
4 pieces.
Oh no, there's a
I don't
flying
know if
bug.
I can just get clay, so I'll find out. I
Oh
figure
my
you can only
gosh.
get clay when you do the
Might have to flee.
worm spots.
No, I can't go. Yeah, no, but if you just dig up like earth, then you get clay 9 out of 10 times as well. So what I used to do was just dig up like the whole patch, like some roads, and then people got mad at me. Yeah, like that's what I've been doing. Then normally people got mad at me every time. Like, why do you keep digging up every? But then you have a shit ton of clay. That's nice because you need clay.
Well, I'm not digging up the road. I'm digging up our garden. I'm not getting anything done.
Gosh. Okay, 1 floor. Am I gonna survive? I don't think so. We're gonna run for it. No.
I'm gonna go dig up the road.
I fucked up so bad.
You did it, not me.
And I was still gonna make it, but no. The thing is, I need 1 more floor. But I can't kill the bugs without a sword. I can't go up here? No, where's my... Oh, fuck. Where's the upstairs? Where's the upstairs stairs? Oh no, 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 oh no. Leave mine!
Run.
My god, I'm alive, Silk, I'm alive, I did it. I'm bleeding again. I pushed it to the very fucking bottom again. Oh my god, I'm living on the edge. It's not going well. But I lived, I survived. Okay, wait, I can get a rusty. We have a rusty sword and we're gonna get better swords. But that's the thing, you get better equipment pretty soon. Okay, but we can enter Adventurers Guild now, which is nice. Yeah, we cannot go here yet. Oh my god, my health. Okay, but I didn't make it to floor 15, so I still have to go again, but okay. Hey, I can't hear you right now because I'm going back to sleep, but I only wanted to say that I feel better. My magic is cleared again. I know, I know.
We got 6 now.
Yay, huggies from Salty. And get some sleep. Dungy dungy.
one. How is everybody doing? Amazing
Welcome,
human
Detective
beings.
Pretzel. We're happy to have a new unicorn.
My bot is going crazy. How is your day
Welcome,
going?
Acidic, and we're happy to
You
have a new
just
unicorn.
made my day like 1,000 times better.
Oh, blue
yeah, you
discus.
all get
Health is not living. I think we need earth crystals or something at some point, but fuck it. Oh my god, that's loud. Another shopping cart? Yes. Oh my gosh. Let me check. If we have 4 more clay, then we have enough to get the silo. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Hi.
No.
Are you taking a power nap? Or are we just gonna sleep for the night?
No, stay there. I got a fish.
Okay. But I'm awake again.
Get a fish.
Goodbye.
Okay, let's guess. What are his crab cake stuff. Feather. Pomegranate. That stuff's hard to get. Amethyst, aquamarine, like bee, pot, ears. Blackberry, blueberry, circle. It's a lot of stuff he likes.
Can already go down. Yes, we can go down to the other place. To the forest. Nice. Eep. 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 Eep.
Oh, he likes green beans, huh? I'll grow a whole bunch of green beans then. And then he'll have a whole bunch of... I'll have a whole bunch of his, like, gifts.
I don't know yet who I want to pursue.
I haven't pursued Elliot before, so... I figured I'd do... I'm up! I'm up! I'm up!
Oh, treat Panda, thank you for the treat. Like as I said before, it is pretty cool actually. It's that Panda levels up from every treat and every drink and everything. We do need 5 refined pork. Oh my god, who got the jackpot? Silky, a sailfish! Oh no, the Amberjack lantern. Who got the Amberjack lantern? Salty!
Damn it!
What's that Amberjack lantern worth? That's a legendary one. Almost 1,000 one.
F you!
Oh my gosh!
F you!
Oh my gosh! The fishing war is on, people.
Where is it? Come here. There it is.
Did you watch TV, by the way, Silk? yesterday with the Queen of Sauce?
Yes.
Yes.
Going to
Job,
bed,
job.
going to bed, running. I'm in the bed.
Yeah, good job, good job.
Where does he even get the fish from? Yeah, my
Rabbit!
frog flipping you off.
The fish is from Tigress. As I said, like Tigress has, I think it's also from the fishing game, and she has like a lot of fishing stuff in the, like, yeah, themed like in her channel apparently as well. So she has like fish emotes. I normally only had the hype emote, the hype trade emote from the
think I
fish with
missed
the little
another
heart. Hmm. Good morning! What is the weather today? It's gonna be clear and sunny all day. And the spirits are neutral. Oh, raffle! Join the raffle! Gale basically just always has a raffle running. He's amazing. Oh, we need 75. Oh. Robin wants to make us a surprise. But I think with the quest as well, we do need double the resources. Okay, we still need... But I'm done with mining for now. I'm scared. Gotta farm. Ooh, you dig up a lot. Okay, I'm working on the silo. I think we might have enough now, I'm not sure. Oh! I tripped on a rock. Oh my god, that's a dramatic adventurous life. Death by rock. That is how I almost broke my back in high school. With skateboarding, because I literally tripped over a rock.
There's like 6 green slimes in the local mine. 360 GP4.
Oh, I can kill the slimes. Yeah, that's true. Wait, I can come accept. I want to kill more slime tomorrow. Just not today.
Not today.
We get all the clay, all this, all the stone. Put this in, that in. And put this in. Right. Okay, I gotta do a turbo power nap because I overexerted my character from getting clay, but we have exactly 10. Fish, 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 fish.
I hope I didn't step on it. Found it. Oh, cutscene. Yes, what are you doing now, Lewis? What is this, Lewis? It's a new program.
What? Why check after stream boss spawns done? Yeah.
Spirit of goodwill among townsfolk included. It's pretty simple. Sometimes when you help out others in town, you'll receive a prize ticket. turnip boards. Some special stuff in there. My only worry is that people will just go after tickets rather than cultivating the true compassion for their fellow man. I just want to help. Yep, I'm in it for the prizes. I just want to help. I'm in it for the prizes. That's under my breath. Just
Okay,
saying
okay,
what
Salty,
makes us happy.
what only can spawn one at the moment? What do you mean, just one boss and that's it? That's why you didn't spawn another boss? Like, we can check that stuff during, that's also fine. Like, I did get that message back, I'm so happy. Yes. Yeah. Okay, oh no, I'm picking up my entire fireplace. Okay, because I do have it set up that it's only possible to spawn the boss fight with, how do you say that? With biddies, I think? Because otherwise I had too many channel red point redeems every time. But,
Why do I keep catching that same plushie? That's my question.
and I still have to add some rotating stuff. We have custom loot, some custom loot, but I do want more.
Look.
Join time, maximum players, cooldown. I don't see any settings for that.
Elliot, wait, I need to talk to you. Okay, go now.
Okay, I'm just gonna post it in the Discord. Let me know where I can fix that. Biddies are fine, but you're not allowed to do it. Yeah, I checked like the options, but I don't see an option. So, if you know where I can change it, let me know.
Walter.
Oh, I should have taken the geode. Oh no, the geode take.
Walter
Wait.
size posts.
Wait, do I have the same quest on the board? If not, yeah, the green slimes. Okay, good. I can slay the green slimes tomorrow. Yeah, I have 2 days. Okay.
Walter, why aren't you at your post?
Oh, I haven't talked to her yet. Nice makeup. Oh wait, are you wearing even any? No, I'm not. We like to that we're right. I'm scared. I have such a sleepy face, but crappy lightning help. Fish.
Big Roth.
Oh, Sebastian. Why is Jody not here? God damn it. You're free on Tuesdays or something. I brought all the stuff to build the silo. Okay then.
Well, be that way, Walter. I want your fishing rod anyway. Yes, I do.
Walter? Willie?
Willie, whatever. It's similar enough.
Walter is the grumpy man in the wheelchair.
It's close enough, okay?
That's true.
Itchy ear. No, that's not join, that's Joan.
Oh, join. Hey, Elliot is over here.
Yeah, I talked.
Does he like fish?
I don't think he is. But you're welcome to try.
Yeah, I gotta first meet everyone and then just do who to pursue, but I will pursue something else. Someone. Yep. I'm not gonna be your love rifle. Yeah, Salty, can you maybe, yeah, if you want to, you can Google it, like, if you know where I can set that, like, I checked the dungeon settings, but I don't see an option to change it for now. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you. Maybe need restart? The dungeon restart? I can restart the dungeon. But no, resetting the dungeon is... no. Wait, let me test. Dengia.
Wait.
Interactions. Dengia. Oh, a dungeon. No. Close. I got 10. How is it called? Dungeon boss.
Hi, Leah. My house. When you first saw it.
Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna make the boss like, I don't know, 3000 biddies and save it. Then put it back to the 25 biddies it was on. And save it. And a boss key will drop is a record. Half of it. Okay. Oh my god, you can have merch discount code drops in the dungeon? That's awesome. Yeah, okay. Join! I don't know, I just changed the price and then put it up again. Which channel points, etc. Yeah, maybe. It works. Oh my god, I'm fishing here. Okay, I was not doing anything. I have 2 fishes with me. Are you already in bed, Silk?
Not yet. On my way.
Yeah, me neither. Hope we can get the backpack. We're fighting Grog the Mountain Orc again. Okay, this time I'm gonna pay attention if we... I got a river jelly, nice. I'm gonna pay attention if we survive this or no. We are pretty high level, so I feel like we're doing good. But last time we had 4 people, now we have 3. But still, we are all pretty high level. We all have armor on.
I think I'm ready to go bed now. Excuse me, everybody.
In real life or in game?
Both.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna finish one day in the mines and then call it, I think. Yep.
I wanna check my skills. Okay. Oh. Hi. The dog's
Oh, the Queen of Sauce is here. Ooh. Okay, the spirits are not really on my side. But then I'm just gonna go for the Oh, I can buy a backpack, finally. Okay, are you okay with finishing one day? You can also just fish and chill. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah, we can do it.
Then I can do the backpack and the quest for the slimies, and then we can see how we're gonna continue next time. Do we need this one? Fallout base is not used in bundles. Is river jelly used in bundles? Nope, okay. I'm gonna oh wait. Let me put my stuff to go in the thing. Oh, we have another dungeon. This time I have to bring my sword. Good idea. Join.
Go get
Join
the
the fish,
bag
join the
like
fish.
down.
Yes, I'm on my way. Oh, and before I go mine, I actually kinda have to rest up or eat everything I can find. Oh! We got the community center. Ah, see, okay, this is a nice point. Yep.
Or skip.
Oh, hi there.
That cuts.
Yeah, this takes forever. The Junaboos are really cute though. They're really cute.
Yeah.
Oh, if you want to, you can bring the community items that we can already. Like everything from the chest. Okay. Oh my god, the smallmouth base. Okay, I just got it and sold it, but okay. Very low on energy though, so this is not the best idea, but
I have a design I haven't made for these guys. For crochet, I need to make one.
yes, construct a silo. Paint the building? Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Where should we build it?
I can't read what the Junimos have said. I forgot how this works.
Oh, we first need to go to the wizard.
Ow. Freaking wizard.
Okay, should I put the silo... Where should I put it? I can put it between our houses.
Yeah, that works.
And we never walk behind the house anyway. Yeah, that's kind of nice.
That's a good spot.
Yay!
Bird.
The silo, finally. Okay, awesome.
Bird agreed, apparently.
Okay, the thing, can I just be really rude and sleep in someone's bed? No. Okay, I wanted to try, but okay. How many slimes did I need to kill? 6. Like, I am only... Oh, okay. I found 1 horseradish. Like, I'm very low on energy because I didn't sleep enough because I was exhausted. But that cost me half my energy, apparently. Not a good one. And I didn't notice that before leaving. So I just should have taken a power nap in the morning. But we're just gonna roll.
Buy the expanded bag before you go.
Fuck yes, I forgot the backpack. Okay, fuck it, we're going back. I was now focused on the silo and distracted by the community center. Oh my god, what's that? What did you fish?
Okay, Billy. How much is your...
What was that?
25. Okay, I'll buy one.
Bird. Broken sword. That is that noise. Oh my gosh.
I'll give you a clam to put my money back.
That's such a loud ching. Oh no, the shop is closed on Wednesday, Silk.
Oh.
I went all the way back again. Okay, now I'm going home to sleep for a little bit. Now I'm sad. I came here for a bag. Especially today it is closed. Like, goddamn, it is mean. Okay. I sleep angrily in the bed. Not a dungy. Dungy. Putu. See?
Thank you, sister. Mr. Wizard, open up.
The wizard is in the forest, but I'm not sure if we then have to sleep for a day. Or if we can just go to the wizard already.
It's busy doing some humble jumble in there.
Okay, then we maybe have to go to sleep for a day first. Oh my god, we forgot to pet the chicken. Wait, if they have eggs, I'm just gonna take the eggs. I'm gonna try to see how far I can get. In half a day, I've wasted so much time, but okay, we're going. Okay, we ball. I found a book. I love how books are hidden in worms. Super relatable.
Yeah.
You lost a book. Have you looked already? Like under the dirt? In between crawling worms? Sticking out of the earth? Just take out your shovel and you might find your book. Fish. Okay, I was at level 14, but I have to go back all the way, so yeah. We're just gonna try to get as far as possible while killing every slime that we see. And getting more.
And a statue of an alley.
You got a statue?
I got a stone owl statue. Just in the grass.
Oh, ow. The slime had slimed me, so I was stuck. Oh no, again, I'm slimed. Ugh. They're so cute though. Another Dungy. Salty Dungy. And a Pokemon. What Pokemon is that? What is that? Limit?
That's not where I wanted to put that, but okay.
Oh no! I heard the thing, but I didn't see it. Oh fuck. This is the thing, they are still annoying, but with a sword I can attack them, but I still have to find the stairs here. Come on. But the spirits are not happy, so this is gonna be harder to beat now. Which means I am gonna definitely make the quest, but yeah. Because there's now just enemies on every level, and normally you can also just be lucky and have a level where you don't have like enemies or like easy enemies. Don't need fight there. Ah! Okay, I completed the bounty. So I gotta talk to Lewis, but then do I have to talk to Lewis on the day? Completed?
Check
Yes.
Okay. Just gotta check.
Yeah, the description says talk to Lewis, so I still gotta get out to talk to him as well. Oh my gosh. Very.
Can I make it? Yes, we can. I still have a ladder here. And I only have to find the ladder here. One level, we got this. Then run to Lewis. And then we cash in the money. Where is Lewis now? Is he at the bar?
Maybe. Or at home. One of the two.
Okay, nice. Level 15. Go uppies. I found a shirt. We can change shirt. Nice. That's also new. You were not able to change your clothes, I think. Like, oh, except for like the things that you could actually equip, like the shoes and the hat. What? Oh, this is Linus eating from the trash can cutscene. Okay, I love you, Linus, but I don't got time for this because I gotta run to Lewis.
Give him a leak. Poor dude.
Yeah, like I don't like that people get mad. Like he's hungry. I give him everything at always like just in veggies if I have them.
I just give him veggies every time I see him.
Yeah, but often like there's veggies laying next to his house, so that's
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, like, there's a vegetable right there. Here you go.
because Lewis already back in his house.
Ugh, Salty lost his watch in the water and I caught it.
Oh no. Oh no,
And
I
sold
think
it.
I'm
I
too
just give it
late.
back.
Lewis is no longer in the bar, and his house is closed.
Dun, dun, dun.
Wait, okay, Lewis. It is a Wednesday. It is spring. What day is it? 10th. Yeah, no. He goes to bed at 10 p.m. So fuck, I'm fucked. No! But I completed it, but it says final day because it was 2 days. And then I killed all the slimes, but it says tell to lead us to complete the quest and he's off to bed.
No.
I don't think I will get the reward now. That's a shame. But yeah, I made it to level 15. I got us a third piece of hardwood as a little gift. That's what I'm gonna keep for now. I'm just gonna get my butt in bed. Yeah. You know, I still want to buy the backpack. Oh, enjoying the raffle. Oh, you gambled everything again? Oh my god, Salty's living on the edge, man. Oh.
No, at least you can get your thing now.
Yes! Backpack. And look, she's building the silo.
Sources of time programs.
Oh, I did get 500 from, we have the favorite X quest. Yeah, now the quest is gone there, okay.
Aww,
You can put stuff in your wardrobe, that's nice.
Lost my app.
Oh, we need more seeds as well. Oh shit, I need water. Water!
Hi.
I got it. Hi.
There's so much fishing going on tonight. Oh my gosh. Sugar water. Yeah, the exit's also in the forest.
Yeah.
Okay, now, yes, I'm moving my butt and getting that back.
Remember exactly this.
Fish, 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 fish. It's still mean. I slayed all the slimes for him. Just because he went to bed early, I couldn't get my reward, but I still did all the work. Meaty. Okay, let me check. What do we have?
Where is that axe?
Ooh, nice. I'm gonna leave for 20. Okay, I got us new seats.
I don't remember where the axe.
Yeah, somewhere in the forest. I think to the left. I can come with you if you want to. I'm gonna plant this stuff back at the place. And I'm also gonna go to the fish, 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 and another dungeon. Join and fish, and join and fish. Oh no, not fish in the streets.
I've been playing at the sewer drain again.
Oh my.
I want to explore the sewers. No, what? Any kid wants to explore the sewers.
There's nasty sounds coming out of the sewers. Like, don't go there. Just. Oh. My gosh. Our farm is a little bit of a mess, but still it's working.
It's coming along. No eggs.
Fucking love Stardew Valley so much. I am happy you asked me. Like, I should have gone to sleep like ages ago, but still, as I say, you can wake me up for Stardew Valley. Fucking love it. Ooh, the owl statue looked nice.
Yeah, I found it in the grass.
Hey, look at the farm now. We're making progress. Good,
Where
that's
the
good.
frick is your axe, you dumb B-word?
I think I know where it is. Are you still down in the forest?
Yeah, I'm for it.
Like, it is either there to the left or just down. Oh my god, yes, you're playing in the sewers. Ew, it smells. Yeah, don't play there, sillies. You silly billy. Hello. I know you're not supposed to talk to strangers. I don't want to talk to you either. Bye-bye. I think it's either there or to the left. I don't remember. I check. Yeah, okay, it's here. Silks are near the... Yeah, there it is. That's why you get the hint to the sewers, so you go down to the sewers and then you find it. It's like, wow! I never would have guessed. But then did you already check at the wizards?
Yeah, I went to the wizard.
Is he home now or no?
Yeah, he's home.
Oh wait, this is dead end.
We both did it.
Sorry. It looks like you can cross, but no. Now you have to go all the way
At least
around.
we know Robin's working at our house.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting the silo. That's gonna be really nice. Especially because we're focusing on the animals, so then we can stock up on all the hay. Oh shit, it's locked. You hear someone inside. I still have to go inside the community center. I forgot. Just because you go to the community center doesn't mean the quest updates for me. I keep forgetting it. Ha. Okay. I'll have to walk back and forth and back and forth.
Talk to her while she's working. Oh, that's...
Oh, I don't know if I'm already participating in the raffle. And there's another Pokemon as well.
They're still open.
Okay, I'm gonna catch one fish.
Gothar's open.
Okay, I'm gonna catch trash. Nice. Fish. Join. Okay, catch. Okay, run. Run with a little leggies, run. I still think one of the funniest quests is finding the mayor's underwear. I saw someone that did like the... Yeah, in the soup. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to like I saw someone that was like, okay, I'm gonna put the underwear in the soup. Hi.
Hi.
I'm not sure if I'm gonna make it.
Hold on, baby. Go dump this and then my character bed. I don't like my character up, so I'm about to continue her next day. No. Then I'll come get you. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Unless you wanna run home real quick.
I'm gonna run home, yeah. Because I don't think I'm gonna make it to the floor.
We both had to use the bathroom.
Yay! Level 1 farming. I never picked up everything we farmed, so I never leveled up.
Level 3 foraging, cookout kit, and moss. Kona, what are you doing? Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay. It'll be clear and sunny tomorrow. Spirits are somewhat annoyed. Hey, the silo is done. Oh, and we have the Egg Festival. Okay, the silo is done. Oh god. Yeah. Silky got a junk. Again. So much junk. And who keeps throwing your underwear in the sea? Oh, water. Chickens are so happy. Can we make the mayonnaise machine ready or no? No. I don't remember what we need for the mayonnaise machine. I think we need a quartz. What do we get? Right, I'm gonna sell the eggs. What are the rest here? Could be done like this. Can I check the calendar? No, we don't have a calendar. I don't have to check the calendar at the mayor's house. Okay. Kind of gotta go to Robin first. Now we can cut the thing so we can get the hay. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah, that's very easy because now we can give them food always basically, and we can have like an infinite stock of hay. And we can clear the farm more so it's a lot cleaner. Yay, I found eggs. Yeah. Damn, we just keep fishing. I love it. Just on our phone, furiously fishing. I still need to greet 2 people. But the wizard is one. Oh my god, I have never greeted Harvey. Oh my god, I feel bad. Oh my god. Okay, Harvey, I'm sorry. Okay, wait, let me check the calendar. For the Egg Festival, there's a book fellow. Oh, that's in the first. Egg Festival's tomorrow. Our crops should be ready 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 17. 8, 9, 10. We can do more short crops still. I don't remember what to do. Yeah, you can collect eggs at the Egg Festival. I know that. Harvey, hello. I never met you, I think. Goodbye. Fish, 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 shield. Fish, 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 fish. Lures. The Silky Muffin Farm. Yep. Look at him being cool and skateboarding. There was double music now, but I didn't notice. Sometimes the game's too quiet, so I have like Stardew Valley music on. Taking so long. Yes, okay. Please don't be junk, please don't be junk, please don't be junk. Hey! Sunfish! Nice one. Does he have anything amazing? No, don't fish. Tulips? Those are more expensive. Apricot. Wedding ring recipe. Maybe the rare seed? Well, we got better save than money. That's a lot of money. 1K. I don't know. I'm not gonna spend them. See, that's what I mean. Now the game is too quiet, so then I put on the loud background music. Silk, oh my god, you're fishing so much. It's just fish. Hello, wizard. Salty, yes, get her.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, I'm meeting the wizard Rasmodius. Okay, I'm interested, but not really. Like, we have played this a lot of times already. I have watched the full cutscenes in the first, few playthroughs I did on the channel. I did stream Stardew already before. If you do want to see the full cutscenes, let me know. You can always watch the back, like, see the lore. It is kind of fun. I also did a dungeon. I'm gonna solo dungeon, people. Oh my gosh. Solo dungeon. Did you catch an alarm or something? Is that an alarm clock?
To watch.
Yes, that's the watch, yeah.
The watch that he threw in there. I sold, and then he went and bought back from the pawn shop and threw it back in.
And then he threw it in, yeah, and then you catch it up, yeah. I'm solo dungeoning. Dungeoning?
You got
That's a new world now.
tulip, yam seeds, egg,
Bravo. You can also try bingo, Salty.
grape starter.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe get the rare sheet because those are only bought at festivals and stuff, I think. But it costs a lot of money. Oh my god.
Cran table. Rare sheet. A wedding ring recipe.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, okay, this stuff costs a lot, so I wanna... Oh fuck, I was too late. I wanna consult with you. Fish. Did you already went to the community center or not yet?
No. I need to. I mean, yeah, I already went and then I met the wizard. I just have.
Oh yeah, now we have to go back. Yeah. I just met the wizard as well, so we can do that together. I'm catching trash. It looks so. Oh, you got a fishy.
A smallmouth
Nice.
bat.
I love the way you hold it up so proud, like, look, this is my PC now. And then you just put it in your pocket. Look, I got a small mobile. Oh, you got a broken CD. But we can put that, like, if we got the trash converter at some point, it becomes quartz, I think.
I got a bong. It's called Strange Face.
Strange face, nice. Yep, yep. Yeah, you can use it as a face. Gotta catch anything. Yep, no, we're going. Well, you can put E to open your inventory. I was pressing escape the whole time.
I'm pressing E. I keep thinking it's tab. It's not.
I just do escape, but E is better. Do you want to call it a night now, Silky, or no?
Yeah.
This was a good wind down, thank you.
Yeah.
And look, the farm has grown so much. I planted a shit ton of new seeds. This we can do, this, that, that. This was a productive start. This is a good farm. This is already way farther than the ADHD farm ever game, I think. It's fun. It's a good one. Make a good team.
Oh, I caught a koi fish. They're pretty.
We made some monies. Just a little bit, it's still good. I gotta switch.
Catch.
This was good.
Oh my.
I'm gonna kick us out because otherwise we're gonna keep playing.
Yeah, I already left.
Good. Okay, I'm gonna check who is live. Refresh. Live. Wait up. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna say hi. We come raid tonight. There we go. I'm gonna give you guys a raid commands. And separate. Still gotta change that, so let me manually adjust that one for you. Get another one here. I don't know. Boopity 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 boop. There we go. And thank you all for being here. This was a very fun, unexpected collaborative game night. It was awesome. Like, we started with the plan of doing Counter-Strike. Then the Counter-Strike turns into Warframe. Then the Warframe turns into more Warframe. And then the Warframe turns into Stardew. This was a very good variety stream. Stream? Wow, I can't talk anymore. You know what I mean? Oh my god, I didn't say thank you for the Stream Street Cross. Thank you so much for the Stream Street Cross. I'm definitely fishing. I was getting distracted because the chat is just getting overflowed with all the fishing. Thank you so much for being here. Silk, I'm gonna quit the fishing. You're gonna fish your last few runs now. Enjoy, and I will see you guys on Saturday. That is a nice one to end it with. Bye-bye. See you on Saturday. Or Mecha Chameleon. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Boop. And click. And
She walked in grinning, sprinkle in her eye. Pockets full of cookies, trouble by and by. Tiny little cape on, big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, "Come here, baby, take a little seat." Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Bad? Nah, not today.
Under that spooky frosting, there's a heart that stays. Evil muffin, evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. She checks on the tired ones, you good in the chat. Sends a tiny rainbow when the day goes flat. If somebody's lonely, she pulls them in close. Gives out warm hellos like she gives out toast. Got a prankster grin, yeah, but the kind that stays. Makes a storm feel softer in 100 ways. Wait, hear her laugh. Sugar in the spell. She looks like a menace. She loves you well.